And I think we're live. I also think my sound mixer isn't quite right. Nope, we're good. Okay. How's it going,
Okay.
everyone, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses with favorite show hosts, Still.
Pranorian.
And Volacel, and we're to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week with all three of us for once. And technically speaking, I'm here. I don't know how much of the rest of me is, so, but we'll do our best anyway.
You have
if
had
you'd
one
like to-
hell of a week.
It probably would not have been so bad if the previous week hadn't also been bad, but they just sort of stacked on top of each other. But yeah, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at @noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the description on the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
So this week we will just be around in Genshin, probably run around and
Yeah, it's going to be fairly no-brainy. I'm kicked it along the story a little bit further, and I've gotten right up to the point where the traveler gets sent to jail. Again.
Yeah, you're gonna be in jail for a while.
Yeah, so I kind of stopped the story at that point and decided just to faff around.
My
I just
time
noticed that the German has incredibly inappropriate boots for the rest of his outfit.
well,
Why does he have spurs?
he is German. Why does he
He
have
is
spurs?
German.
Mondstadt doesn't have any horses. The cavalry captain has no horse.
The game doesn't have any horses. There are no horses in Teyvat.
Why does the cavalry captain not have a horse?
Also, if you need spurs on a real-life horse, you're doing it wrong.
There's Mountain Shaper.
He's a moose.
You need a moose. Well, a
It's
stag, if you want to be specific.
roughly horse format.
It is a equine body type with horns.
He is a horse's ass. Does that count? Anyway. So yeah, the big content this week is going to be the Jeff Keighley Nepotism Awards.
Yeah, or the Sony Awards this year.
They're very much the Sony Awards.
A bit of a spoiler for the upcoming bit. Not really. But the real winner of the Game Awards is the guy that won like 3 awards and didn't bother to show up.
Yeah.
Like the
So
one.
when you say it's the Sony Awards, is this like the meme where Obama gives Obama a medal?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Sony. From what I remember, there were quite a bit more Sony ads going on, and Sony. Well, we'll save it for the actual thing.
Yeah, I actually didn't make notes about the ads because I just went ads.
Well, we got
admittedly the whole thing is ads, but still,
we got the newest ZZZ and Star Rail trailer there.
We did. I'm starting to develop the theory though that Kalis is forever going to be the serious character in the trailers because Stella's too goober.
I think the community has adopted the position that there is no Kalis.
He just doesn't.
No, because there's way too much freaking shipping art for that to be the case. Like,
Are they
how
shipping
will all
Kalis
of
with Stell? Wait, of course
that would be a step up.
Oh no!
But yeah, so like remember, we're talking like modern internet Zoomers for the most part here, and they don't believe in straight relationships generally.
Well, Kalis is still brother and sister. I have
But-
never figured that out.
They're the same person. Like
Okay.
it's sort of it's the two main characters from the male and the female main character from Honkai Impact 3rd Part 2, they're the same person, just alternate versions, and the same applies to Star Rail, whereas in Genshin and ZZZ, they're siblings, so they're
Right.
done differently. Like,
Let's not go down the rabbit holes of terrible internet fan posts that would imply.
But yes, since there are male characters in Star Rail, and fangirls always ship male characters with other male characters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that means that to a certain fraction of the fan base, Kalis still has utility.
Oh dear. That's been the way it's been since the beginning of the internet.
It was never this bad. There were still girls who would write typical romance fiction once upon a time.
Yeah, but basically all straight romance fan fiction these days is written by males and written poorly at that. that seems
Well,
to be
I
the
mean,
case.
it's always been written poorly.
Well, if it's some kind of really like bizarre abusive torture porn, it might be written by a woman
Ugh. Can we not?
because women be cray cray apparently. But
If it involves wacky power dynamics and pain, a woman probably wrote it.
Yeah. Anywho, we'll come back to Star Rail on that later on because, yeah, we'll do a quick speed run of the weeks and then we'll drive into the ads. The whole thing is ads. It's all one big ad. Help.
well, yeah, but that was sort of Keeley's intention from the outset, wasn't it?
Yes, that's not what he actually said, but that was what he did.
I think I would have taken ads over Snoop Dogg.
Why is Snoop Dogg?
He's
Just-
a turbo shield that'll sell out for the.
Not why is he there?
Because
Why?
he's literally a meme.
At this point, yes. I didn't even watch the song, honestly. I skipped that because it just why are you here? He says he owns it. He's making his own game studio, and we all remember how that went when 50 Cent did it. He made a game for himself.
Did the 50 Cent game even come from 50 Cent's game studio?
I don't think so. I think it was.
I don't know.
Independent thing.
Either way, he was about the only person who actually liked it. So, yeah. Anywho, for weeks then, the Game Awards took up more time than I would like them to have, but because it just kept going on and on and on. But gaming wise, haven't done a whole lot. Touched on Genshin, pushed the story forward there a little bit. And I've played a couple of hours of Metaphor ReFantazio finally, because the price dropped to a not insane level.
I don't believe you.
It's still $80.
That's not worth it. I'm sorry.
The thing is, I've played maybe about 2 hours or so, and the game hasn't even started yet.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think I'd probably rather
It's
spend
an Atlas
$80
game.
on gacha currency than spend $80 being hectored by a modern video game.
Yeah.
Which from all accounts is just about beating you over the head with some hackneyed racism narrative over and over again for 80 straight hours.
Yeah. They could go that route yet with Metaphor too.
No, that's what they say. That's what everybody says is in there. But it's just complete shite.
Oh. Right. Well, okay then. So yeah. So
It
far
does
what
not
I've
have a
played
good
though is
reputation at all.
yeah. So far what I've played so far has just been tutorial and like world building. And that's it. I think I've only just gotten up to the point where combat actually exists. And from the little bit of combat I've played, it's Persona 5. Except, no, actually, that's not true. It's Persona 3. Because you don't control your party members.
Let me rewind this. There is the press turn system has run its innings to a point where they need to just let that thing die. Does Metaphor use the press turn system?
Sort of. They have this turn gauge where it's got these stars up the top where it says this is how much or many actions you can do in your turn. But none of the abilities actually say it will use this many actions.
I don't understand at all what you're saying.
Basically, the action meter at the top doesn't mean anything.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, basically it's you exploit weaknesses and stun to stagger, and if you do it right, then you get to do an extra, make an extra attack. Basically,
It
It's
sounds like
press
the
turn
same
with
thing they've
extra
been doing
steps.
since Nocturne.
Yeah, we're still
Yeah.
on the press turn system. The
Yeah,
press
press turn with extra steps.
system was, fine when I was young, and it was new and novel and cool, and it had good a run with my interest in the press turn system all the way probably until about SMT4. That's over a decade for RPG turn-based RPG combat system. It's not bad, but it's time to let
Yep.
it go. There's nowhere else you can go.
You have done everything you can with it.
Do you need my Navia to break that? I gotta kill a crab before I can.
That's fine, I got it. I have for that thing. Where's the
Okay.
Wait, can Avi just break those?
Yeah, Navi has Usia as her secondary, so I can just go. Oh,
Huh.
no. Oh, yep, there it goes.
That's convenient.
Arena has both.
Arena can do both.
That's cheating. I mean, I suppose Hydro Icon. But yeah.
Your Hydro Traveler can do Numa.
But that means using Hydro Traveler.
Does mean using Hydro Traveler. I think Lynette
So, yeah,
can do Numa as well.
Numa.
Find out. Lynette, where are you at? You're at.
What do I go? Boop. No. I do puzzles.
Oh no, she's Usia, so she can break them too.
Yeah, I think they gave everybody Lynette so that you would have both.
Nah.
Oh, these puzzles are. These can be tough.
So if I activate those.
Thing.
I need the pushy thing, yeah.
I can't steal the pushy thing to do. You have to move them so that your first pop of the bubble will trigger those two, and your second bubble will
trigger the one over there.
Be popped from the shockwave of the first one. And
Let's go a bit further that way, and let's try. That goes that way a little bit more.
Might work. You're close.
Yay! Actually, while I'm thinking of it, you mentioned the Natland key rings. I'm just wondering if I've actually gotten any of them.
It's entirely random. Where your 3 pieces of the thing are in a random 3 precious or luxurious chests in the world.
Not necessarily true. They can also just not be there.
Ah.
Because I got all of the chests of that grade, and I did not get all of them. And apparently this is a thing that can happen.
It's just a completely random chance?
They're distributed throughout all the chests in Natland, including the ones that you don't have access to yet because the patch is not out. They're heavily weighted in favour of the ones that are already out, but not necessarily there.
Oh, that's irritating. I have Borderlands Sword. I need Borderlands Claymores. Anyway, I think I might have a couple if that's them. But yeah. So yeah, anyway, I'll keep chipping away at that game and see what happens. But otherwise, anime-wise, I finished the manga of Black Clover. It's not finished yet. It's close. Maybe 2 or 3 more volumes. But yeah, at the moment it kind of stops. So we've got to wait for that. Anime-wise, just going back into watching Mashal again. Mashal.
I still haven't watched that.
I recommend it. It's so just dumb.
Oh,
it's very dumb.
Given what Vol's been linking me all week, I think his next anime is going to be part 2 of JoJo.
I have not made. I still don't. I haven't gone looking for a Bob's yet.
I can send you my interim Bobs. It's not.
You don't seem very happy with it though.
I don't, because its UI is atrocious. You basically have
The
to
one
know
that
what
we
you're
were
looking
using
for.
before was pretty much a masterclass in how every paid service should be designed.
Yeah, we've gone back to you better know what you're looking for and type it in the text search.
Yeah. The Bob I've found is You're fine.
Is yours high, Bob?
Might be.
'Cause,
No, I don't think it is. Hey, let me grab my tablet and I will check.
I can't kill those.
Okay. Yeah, I
Here.
found a few Fatui packs that are a real nasty piece of work on this at this point too.
Oh no, that's not why I can't kill this thing. It's because there's
Uh,
times.
it's one of the high bobs, yes.
Okay, yeah. So, because what do we care? Companies, we don't do. Freaking high anime is the one I use.
Yeah. So it's fine. They actually remember how to skip intros at something sometimes, so that's something.
They're very slowly rolling out extra features, but it's pretty bare bones. I'll get you.
Yeah, I think they're kind of scrambling to fill in the void at the moment.
Yeah, I'll get you the browser and send it to you.
But yeah,
I have no idea what the
yeah.
ads are like on the site, but my ad blocker manages to catch them all. As
Yeah,
always,
mine does too.
as always with Bob's,
Always ad block.
Yeah, browse without ad block at your own peril.
It's a great way to get your computer bricked if you don't.
Or just have on-screen porn ads all the time.
Yeah,
All that.
Your eyes might get seared irrevocably.
Oh, right. That's why Shalonan's not working.
Oh, she doesn't
Right.
have need the one, the only, the immortal Idol of Mondstadt. Oh, no, Idol of Mondstadt.
That is a Bennett. He is the other option.
He does not.
Where's the other option?
He does not heal on a skill.
No, he heals on his ultimate. Whereas Barbara is just Barbara.
You smack things while the song is going, you will heal much, much more.
You do.
And you will also heal us. Notably, Barbara has to be the one doing the smacking.
Yeah, Barbara does have to be the one doing the smacking.
All right, you don't have a C6 Barbara, so your song is short.
Mm-hmm.
I forget that one of her constellations increases her.
I don't actually have to do any damage, at least, to do the healing pulse.
Oh, it's per hit.
Yeah.
Character. I can try.
But yeah, I still recommend going to watch Mashal. It's just dumb. Very, very dumb.
I watched part of it, but then this is something that I found. It doesn't seem to be the case with other people, but it's definitely the case with me. Is that the second that a series launches into the villain's flashback arc, I lose interest entirely in the story.
I don't
Yeah.
have this issue at all.
I guess I just don't feel any sympathy for villains. It's like, no, you done bad, and I don't really care why. I want to see you pile driven into the ground. But instead, we're trying to conjure up some kind of sympathy. No, I don't really care.
But to be fair, he does get pile driven.
And I don't necessarily think the point of those arcs is always to get sympathy. It may just be to explain the actions. It adds a bit more meat to chew on for what the characters are doing.
Yeah. So yeah, it's...
Well, the thing is that more often than not, it has extremely bad continuity, though. Like, it's one thing to explain the actions or whatever. It's like, yes, but it doesn't come across as explaining the actions and does come across as trying to garner sympathy if you leave a gap where they've committed atrocity after atrocity after atrocity and you just kind of sidestep the issue. It's like, you are trying to reconnect their tragic start of darkness to the current villain when those are not the same people. They're not the same people. You've got like a decade of atrocities in between that don't go away just because now you know the start of darkness. I think that this is sort of like this is the scars that something like Naruto leaves on the psyche, where every villain is just a good guy waiting to break out of their shell.
Oh, this is a new take on the same puzzle. Why? Do I need to electrocute these? Whoops.
This water is purple.
This
Yeah.
water is purple. Which in the past has been a very bad thing. I don't want to do this right now because I'm not going to bother concentrating. Let's leave.
You
Yeah,
can't
this-
brain.
I can't brain right now. I've been spending all morning out in the stinking heat, climbing up and down ladders,
What, just like up and then down again?
more or less carrying stuff up and then down, and then drilling things. And
And at Furnace
But
World
yeah.
level, my Chaska can actually kill stuff.
oh, Chaska, why you animo? But yeah, that's basically it for my week. It's not been a very busy one. Or at least not on the nerd front.
On the cowboy front,
Thankfully, no drunk cowboys.
It's
But
too
it
hot.
is too hot for drunk cowboys. It is, however, Christmas party season.
I see that Australia is red though. The weather map is red. That means that your country must be on fire and everybody's dying.
Yeah,
of
that's
22
normal.
degree heat.
Yeah, everyone's actually here is actually getting really annoyed with the Bureau of Meteorology at the moment because they're jumping up and down and screaming, "Well, it's a heat wave! It's a heat wave!" And it's like
Yes, that's
It's
what
like-
summer is.
it's like 2 degrees or 1 degree higher than average, and it's only for like 2 days.
It can't
That's not a
always
heat
be
wave.
below average by definition.
Exactly. Sometimes it will be above average. That's kind of how average works.
But they want everybody to be in a permanent state of panic because when people are in a permanent state of panic, governments can take power and people will be okay with that.
Yeah, but at the moment, everyone's just telling them, "No, shut up." So, but yeah, just summer in Australia is hot. That's how it always be. That is how it do. And sometimes it is on fire. That is also how it do. To the point we have trees and various other plants that have evolved to take advantage of the fires.
fires are more of a local specialty. Not quite like that in the rest of the world.
Yeah.
My area does not. We have the sky come down and try and kill us. It spins around in
You do?
circles. But
We don't have that. We have very small ones.
But we don't have fires.
We don't.
You have too
we-
much. You need fires though to get rid of all the kudzu.
The
We
sky doesn't come down in this region. The earth comes up.
Yes.
everybody's got their weird natural disaster. But the second you have a season that's a little bit of an uptick in them, oh man, the meteorologists are all over that too.
Because that one means that the world is ending, didn't you know?
People are actually
That's how
paying
it
attention to us.
works.
We must take advantage of this before people zone out again because we've been telling them lies for the last 10 years.
10
Thermometers inside of a metal box in direct sunlight.
No, I've only been alive since the 80s, and in the 80s there was global cooling and the next ice age, and then in the 90s it was acid rain, and in the 2000s it was global warming, and now it's climate change.
Incidentally, this is something that's going to come back during the Game Awards of all damn things.
Remember The Day After Tomorrow, the movie that came out when global cooling was at its peak?
That movie was so
No.
bad.
We're
I didn't
old.
see it.
Holy crap.
I remember that,
This,
but I also remember, I forget what it's actually called, the one about the volcano.
I remember the movie poster. I don't remember the actual movie.
Oh,
It was bad.
Yeah, I remember the movie being bad, but it's
It was really bad.
the bigger point is that we're old enough to have a movie released about global cooling that stuck out in memory as being ridiculous even for the time. And then we had global warming, and then we just have climate change because they can't make up their mind.
I'm older than you. I remember the ozone hole panic.
Oh, that was ongoing when I was a kid. That never stopped.
If you live in New Zealand, then that's all anybody ever talks about, because we actually do have a 9-minute burn time here, even though it's never sunny.
Acid rain had a solid like half decade where they tried to push that for a while.
It was, but like the way the ozone hole is a bigger deal in Australia and New Zealand than it is in America. Acid rain was a real big thing in Europe.
Mm. And then they realized, oh, we just stop pumping this crap into the atmosphere and it will go away. And it did.
Well, the thing was, from what I've read on it, acid rain was never ever anything like what they advertised.
It was never. There was like one acidified lake in the entire continent of Europe, and a bunch of building damage from slightly acidic rain over the course of several decades. Like
And
that was it.
slightly eroded statues.
Implying that statues don't naturally erode.
Yes. So yeah, there's like climate alarmism is an ongoing problem. Instead of actually sitting down looking at the actual facts and saying, okay, we just do this and we solve the problem.
Well, there is the thing is there is no problem. They
Well,
cannot.
there generally isn't. No.
It doesn't. There's nothing that shows up against the background hysteresis. Like you can't draw a conclusion meaningfully that there's some sort of anthropogenic issue with the climate. It's not practical to do so because the hysteresis in the data is significantly larger than this total overall trend, unless you really, really cook the books, which they have, as we've got so many famous hoaxes in the past, like the hockey stick diagram and so on.
They literally cook the thermometers.
Ultimately, what you're better off doing is focusing on smaller, more contained problems and solving those.
What you're better off doing is just not being an alarmist and just getting local communities to clean up their area if you really want any kind of environmental.
Yeah,
Because they will probably do it.
It should be about environmentalism. Should not be about worshipping the environment, and it should not be about eternal climate stasis. It should just be about not littering. Fundamentally,
Yeah, like
it comes back to the golden rule of don't be a dick.
I've had this conversation with many of histrionic liberal on the climate alarmist side. I'm like, if you want to run a campaign to just keep the local area, we'll probably get every single conservative in the area on board because they want to live in a clean place.
but they don't want to do any effort. They want to be alarmed. They don't actually want there to be no problem. They want to be alarmed. They want there to be a climate crisis because then they live in interesting times.
Yeah, but if you like the only problems with the environment that I ever see are so the people are throwing too much trash on the side of the road by the prison and have to turn off after the Chick-fil-A. Maybe we could get some teams out there on Saturday if nobody's doing anything and need some exercise and just go pick that crap up.
There are serious, large-scale problems with the environment that, there might be some regulation required. I know that we've got some major discharge issues to work through in New Zealand where stuff is going, chemicals are going into the water and making the frogs gay, etc. Like if you get enough lactating dairy cattle in one place, the frogs are going to turn gay. I'm sorry. This is a hazard you have to watch out for. So there are ecological issues that do need to be managed. However, managing ecological issues is not the point of mass media discussion. The objective has never been to come to a conclusion or to effect useful change. The objective has always been to keep people panicky and compliant.
And listening. So yeah, anyway. All right. Well, yeah, we'll leave my week at that because that whole thing is actually going to make a reappearance during the Game Awards of all damn things. Vol, what you do? Did you do?
So this week has been suffering on top of last week's suffering. And realistically, while I worked some really long hours regularly this week, they weren't like, record setters or anything, but the number of plates that I was attempting to keep spinning at the same time definitely were. The amount of stuff that I was doing, which was just way outside of my normal responsibilities and discipline I basically had too much on my mind and it drained my endurance very, very quickly. And by the time I left at the end of the day, yesterday, everything was still kind of a mess. Thankfully, I have a handful of dependable subordinates who were able to clean up after me when I completely ran out of steam. But yeah, it's and this has been on top of other sources of stress as well because my mother broke her hip last week, and it's sort of been a bit touch and go there because she already suffered a stroke a little bit earlier this year and has been trying to recover from that and relearn to walk and so on, and now she broke her hip. which has not done any good for her mental health, because reteaching yourself to walk as an adult is a hell of a task to undertake.
Oh yeah.
It's more so than just physical injury as well, because what a stroke destroys is your natural nerve connections.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's not like just physiotherapy to learn to operate again. It's like you actually have to learn the way an infant learns, except your neural system is not as plastic as an infant's when you're 70 odd years old.
Yeah. And ultimately the brain needs to rebuild those connections.
Yeah, so it's a long and painfully difficult journey, and it was actually as a result of her attempting to do these exercises that she slipped and broke her hip. So she's had her hip replaced now, and she was discharged late this past week. So I'm going to make a brief trip to visit, because originally I wasn't going to be able to visit for Christmas. I'm still not able to visit for Christmas because of the prices associated with it, but because the prices
Airport like to fleece you.
Yeah, the cost for visiting the week after the week of Christmas was going to be about 150% higher than the cost to visit this coming week. So I'm visiting this coming week for a few days, and I know that I'm going to pay a heavy cost for that, because the work is going to implode in the short term afterward, because this is a trip that I'm making sort of more or less unplanned. But yeah, I'm probably going to spend a lot of time working from off-site to try and keep the car in the road, because this is the time of the year that every customer realizes that they've got a lot of things that they haven't done yet. And all of those businesses whose business year follows the calendar year are going to be, there's going to be a mix of them which have money in the budget that they want to get rid of before it disappears, and ones that have no money left in the budget. So they're trying to squeeze out of us as much as they can for a bargain price. So yeah, it tends to be a bit of a messy time of year. But yeah, so I'm probably going to come back to a disaster piece, but I'll just have to make do. I don't know how much relaxation I'll be able to get in on this trip, but hopefully I will at least won't have to get up and drive to work.
Yeah, that's something at least. And you can just say, oh no, the internet here is terrible. Oh no, you're breaking up. Whatever shall we do?
I
They
hope
probably
they'll
won't
buy
buy
it at
it,
least. But yeah, there are various people who have a certain amount of sympathy for me because they know that I don't get holidays, generally speaking. I'm pretty sure I'm very close to winning the competition for person at the company with the most leave banked.
Oh yeah.
But there's no reward for that, unfortunately. So yeah.
Just more work.
Gaming wise, I basically did next to nothing this week. There was just I didn't have the energy, to put it bluntly. I would just come home and eat and then vegetate for a few minutes and then go to sleep, because it was just ugh. I attempted to play video games, but I don't think I made any kind of progress at any of them at all. I was somewhat salty about having finally cleared blitz mode with the 8 modifiers or whatever it is, so that I can just do one blitz mode a week. And Hoyo said no, we're going to introduce a special competition for the next couple of weeks where you have to do it twice anyway, even if you've got enough points.
Oh, the event in ZZZ right now that is basically just 2 sets of weekly quests?
Yes. Except that it requires you to do Hollow Zero twice. That's not about the number of points you get. So, yeah. Kind of salty about that.
It is easily one of the most phoned-in events I've ever seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Put out in a game.
Yeah. in the end, I decided to pull for Sunday on Star Rail, and I got him eventually. I did not have to go all the way to pardon me. I didn't have to go all the way to pity, but I had to go quite far in. But I kind of just want to hedge against not having him. I don't want to have to deal with that situation if the meta shapes up such that they have a run of like multiple characters in a row who some of whom I might really like and want to use, but I just can't because I don't have Sunday. So
You don't want to
yeah,
be
well, I
stuck
mean,
in the
I say
position I'm at
can't.
with break.
I say can't, but like there's usually a kludge method, but the kludge method is often very disappointing. Like you can see what you could be doing, and then you can see what you actually are doing, and it's frustrating. I don't really want to deal with that. Like a lot of people, I've been anticipating Castoris, who's going to be appearing in the Game Awards, and all indications are that she will probably be Remembrance. So I kind of need that tool in the toolkit. Among whatchamacallits, Harmony characters, Sunday sort of ranks up there with Robin in terms, appropriately I guess, in terms of raw power conferred by their signature light cone. But I don't think I'll go in for that this time. I think that'll be a rerun thing if I decide that I need that. Having the base character in the toolkit will be good enough. But I need to build him, and I don't have any relics for him, and I don't have enough trace materials either. So it'll be a while yet. But he's not like critical to any of my teams at this stage, so I'm not particularly worried about that. I mean, I do want him built because I want to play the Hyper Bunny team, where it's just Linkshire bunnies all the time, left and right, more and more Linkshire bunnies, because
Bunnies for everyone.
Sunday's skill will make the bunnies move. Linkshire's talent makes the bunnies move. Linkshire's ult makes the bunnies move. Linkshire's skill moves the bunnies up the action stack. Like it'll just be bunnies. I kind of want to play that team.
I am more in
Yeah.
favor of pigs than bunnies.
But I have done nothing in Genshin at all. Just nothing except like before the week started, I quickly ran through Sidlali's event, which was mercifully shorter than I expected. I would have liked to spend more time watching Sidlali be Sidlali because she's just unbelievably endearing to me. But it was nice. It was nice. It was nice to see it. Aurorana's still an idiot. Like that is some tism right there. My goodness.
Got
The boy.
aphids for brains.
The boy has the tism. He has the tism something wicked. But yeah. It's a bit of a silly event. Nice diversity of silly things to do. Doesn't take too long. Some of the challenges were a bit I did like one or two of them to the gold level, but I couldn't do more than that. And I wasn't that's not strictly true. Maybe I could have. I didn't want to invest the time to do that.
How spoilery is it?
It's not so much
It will-
spoilery as you're not going to understand anything that's going on if you haven't played in that land.
Yeah, it will be
Right.
meaningless. It will be totally meaningless. But
Right.
yeah. The combat events were a little bit tough. Like I said, I did a couple of them to gold standard, but most of them to silver because while I might be able to get there, the reward for actually spending the time to tune the run to get there in the end was too much. I did not need Chaska, and in fact, it was not really that relevant. It turned out that Jean works just fine.
Can do enough of the animo hits to trigger whatever the condition is.
Yeah. Because Jean's main stat is energy regen, because the important thing is to be able to hit that button over and over again. So yeah, Jean basically did the trick for me. It didn't matter that I didn't have Chaska, even though it is certainly certainly Chaska indicative, but not Chaska mandatory.
Yeah,
But,
I remember that one giving me the clearest. All of them had a leaning towards one of the newish characters, but that one in particular seemed hyper focused on really making Chaska the go-to if you want to have an easy time with this one.
yeah, but overall, it was a fun little event, but it struck me as it was largely about trying to market Sitlali to people who might be on the edge of deciding whether or not they want to go all in on her. Largely because they are probably going to have a job on their hands if they're pitting her against Mavweka.
It does not make a whole lot of financial sense to me to run them both together.
But she's a cryo character.
Yeah, but
That's what you do with cryo characters.
I guess
You just completely screw them. Cryo characters are there to be neglected.
they're to level one of them to level 90, named Rosaria, and then never ever use her. Just in the off chance there's an electro shield you absolutely have to get rid of one day.
Yeah. Not much going on in Blue Archive this week. It's Grand Assault week, and I haven't started it yet because it's Wakamo Hovercraft Grand Assault, and I haven't thought about how I'm going to do that because I'm no good at Wakamo Hovercraft. It's not a hard one to do, but I also just don't have the ambition to try and push into the higher difficulties. So I'll just have to come up with a passable team for each and scrape the bare minimum, and we'll move on with our lives. I skipped joint firing drill like I have the last 5 times because joint firing drill sucks. And apparently the new chapter of the story is going to be scheduled for the 17th, to be released on the 17th. If it's the final chapter and they finish the story, I'll let Ari know so he can read the next chapter. If it's another part, well, I think that this is one which does not benefit from being segmented. Like this is a content drip due to scheduling spacing. This is not because the story benefits from it. And I don't feel it benefits from it at all. In fact, I feel it makes it harder to follow.
In like Eden's Treaty, there was a very clear break point at every one of the major story breaks.
Like each of them is an arc that has its own concerns. That's not the case here. There's no arcs. This is a continuous story that is just being told piecemeal because they are releasing it slowly.
Just the JoJo to be continued meme popping in my head because I got JoJo on the.
Yeah. What is next? I don't have anything much to say about ZZZ. I did Lighter's story thing. That was fun enough. It was a nice little diversion. I don't want them to make it into a new game mode or anything.
No, as a once in a blue moon, we do have this style of gameplay in the bank if we want to bust out some novelty.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate seeing again in another 3 or 4 months or something like that. I don't want it to come up every week though.
Yeah, no, not on the reg.
Yeah, so I haven't really I'm since ZZZ sort of like quite significantly further outside of my arena of expertise than the other ones. I haven't looked into what I need to be pre-farming for Miyabi, but I expect based on the what I've been seeing shooting around, one of the new sets previewed in the last stream they did, I expect will be Miyabi's set. So there's not really that much pre-farming to be done anyway, other than the mandatory bajillion ice chips that you're definitely going to need.
Yeah, and character XP and Denny's, and
yeah, especially considering everybody's going to be getting Haramasa at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, there may be people like you maybe don't need to use them because you've got plenty of premium characters already. I don't. I've got 3 Graces instead. So I'm probably going to get hedged into that. That being the case, also, unlike a lot of people, I'm pulling Miyabi because she's the closest thing to quality waifu that ZZZ has coughed up for my tastes so far.
Yeah, that's not why I'm pulling for her.
I don't have a team to put her in.
Oh no, that's not why I'm pulling for her either.
Well, I mean, you're
words.
pulling her because Judgment Nut.
There you go.
That's basically it. I know that, but yeah. So I'm pulling for her because I decided she was my pull target when I started the game because she's got the highest waifu score and she's amusingly autistic. But yeah, I don't have anything lined up for her to actually do once I've got her. So yeah, we'll just wait and see how that all pans out. Whether she's really powerful and overpowered or whatever, or whether she's a storm in a teacup and is actually quite disappointing. I'm pulling her for aesthetic reasons, so I probably won't care that much. But the thing is that she's got a bit of a storied legacy in the sense of she was pulled from beta for being too powerful and was not released when ZZZ came out for real because of that. Because the entire character was too cracked. And pretty much basically everybody was playing Miyabi, Lycaon, Sokaku in beta.
Oh, the freeze meme team.
That was the only team anybody tested because it was so cracked. They had to remove Miyabi to prevent people from testing that team over and over again when they didn't need more data. Because the data already showed that it was OP, and it was not the combat statistics data that showed it was OP. It was the participation data that was OP. As long as it was in the game, nobody tested anything else. And that was so that was how cracked she was, and so they pulled her from the design and they didn't release her. A similar scenario, though not nearly as exacerbated, happened with Ayaka in Genshin. And Ayaka, when she was finally released, though, she still did dominate the meta for a span of time.
The only time cryo meta has been relevant.
The only time cryo meta has been relevant. But yeah.
Did Star Rail have an equivalent character that was bonkers in testing?
Yes. No, not bonkers in testing. I don't think that there were any that were really bonkers in testing. There are characters that have a flash in the pan emerged and taken over at the drop of a hat. The one that comes to mind for obvious reasons is Qingyu. Because
Ice damage dealer.
And completely displaced the entire meta and replaced the Seele meta, replaced the basically Imbibitor Luna was unable to compete with her, replaced the Blade meta, replaced everything.
Or Blade.
Cryo Lady. Cryo Lady comes out and everybody only plays Cryo Lady. So yeah, it seems to be a Ho-Yo thing that there'll be one good Cryo Lady early on in the game or in beta, and then when they finally make their debut, they'll just overtake the meta for a bit, and then Cryo will be deprecated forever. I mean, if you think about it, are there any relevant Cryo characters other than 4-star Herta in Star Rail right now?
You could play Misha.
You could if you wanted to that badly, but what would you accomplish by doing so?
You could play Yang King. You've probably got a bunch of copies of him.
I do. I'm not going to play him because he's a meme. If he takes damage, his damage falls off cliff.
Good,
so, yeah.
I don't even know all the characters in Star Rail that are off the top of my head. Are there any other ice characters that exist?
Shieldy boy.
Oh, your boy Jeopard.
Yeah.
There's Jeopard and there's March.
He builds walls, and that's all Jeopard does.
Adventure's walls are bigger and made of gold.
Ooh, shiny.
Yeah, it is. I do feel like that he's being dabbed on unjustly. I think that they need to have a good long think about what they're planning to do with preservation, because preservation seems to be incredibly swingy between total irrelevance and totally overpowered.
Yeah, actually playing a preservation Trailblazer, even it's like sometimes it's really, really good and fun, and other times it's completely useless.
Well, Preservation Trailblazer is a special case because Preservation Trailblazer is the only bruiser in the game. Like,
Yes.
Preservation Trailblazer was very relevant for a particular slice of the meta, and that was the slice where everybody needed to eke out a little bit more damage, and they were willing to sacrifice some survivability to do so. And basically, Trailblazer was by far the sustain that had the highest damage, so everybody was running Preservation Trailblazer for a little while.
Mm.
And that's basically not really an archetype that exists anymore. Maybe they'll bring it back because a lot of people favor sustainless for pure fiction at the moment, but a lot of people also can't quite get to sustainless. And there are also people who strongly favor sustainless for MOC because once your characters reach a certain level of cracked, you don't need a sustain anymore because your damage output is high enough to stay ahead.
Right.
But yeah, but the
There's also
current paradigm, gone.
There's also the whole issue of Harmony Trailblazer coming out and kind of taking that toy away.
Well, Harmony Trailblazer is a temporary phenomenon.
Mm.
So we'll be dealing with Remembrance Trailblazer next.
If you
Yes,
if
it
you
will bust the game in another way.
if your account does
Not
not have
necessarily.
Harmony Trailblazer will go away because if you don't basically Rappa and Firefly are not getting banners for a while anymore. Rappa just came out and Firefly just had a rerun.
Yeah, so Firefly is sort of, people who really want to break, I guess, have had their moment to set up, and it's all of the people who are already committed to that as one of their main teams, like me. They're the people who are going to roll for Fugue. Well, and people who just can't stop thirsting after Tingyan, and I don't really blame them. The design of Fugue is pretty incredible. But yeah, it's that phenomenon of Harmony Trailblazer will probably evaporate to a certain extent, though there is a very strong argument to keep using it, and I think that it's actually a valid one, and it's sort of what I'm hoping is it doesn't go the way of Dendro Traveler versus Hydro Traveler, because that would be incredibly disappointing. Because Dendro Traveler is still super relevant. If you don't if you think of the Radish as Fugue, then you can think of Dendro Traveler and Harmony Trailblazer as similar.
Mm-hmm.
So, in that sense, Dendro Traveler is super relevant for anybody who wants off-field Dendro application but doesn't have Nahida to help them. You could use Harmony Trailblazer the same way if you are committed to the break archetype. Like, if you have no interest in any of the characters whatsoever of Remembrance right now that are coming out, or just aren't that interested in the concept of summons, just don't really like the play style, because everybody's seen a taste of it in the Friendship is Magic event. I'm still a bit incredulous that they called it that. If you're just not that interested in that style of play, then it makes perfect sense to stick with Harmony Trailblazer and not roll on Fugue at all if you don't need to, because as long as Harmony Trailblazer are around, Fugue is sort of like a side grade, in a sense. So yeah, there's arguments to be made for that. But yeah, the preservation issue though is more centered around, well, what does preservation represent and how do you balance it off against the health restoration model of sustain? Because shields are flatly superior. Like, World of Warcraft found this out, right? That Disc Priests were just better than Holy Priests. There was no reason to use a Holy Priest. Didn't make sense. Because Disc could, number one, did more damage than Holy, and number two, you were able to preserve yourself against those massive king hits. And there is an entire game mode at present, that is to say, the higher tiers of Simulated Universe, that is literally inaccessible to people who don't have Aventurine or are like a super tricked out Jeopard. Because the amount of shielding required to survive those big hits, because the amount of damage, incoming damage you have to deal with on a regular basis scales up as the difficulty of Simulated Universe goes up, and that's not going to change. That's just part of how the stats scale at the really high difficulty levels. But that basically means is that you get to the point relatively quickly that any character that you have will be one shot, except maybe Fushuin, because Fushuin can have 10k hit points. But because Fushuin takes damage for everybody else in the party, the second the opponent does AoE, then she does get one shot. The only solution to this is Aventurine or Jeopard if you've got a massively speed-tuned Jeopard.
Where you can keep that shield going constantly.
But you see, there's no weaknesses to this approach. There's no drawback to using Aventurine. Slightly worse debuff cleanse is basically the only thing that Aventurine has that any other type of sustain might be able to offer instead.
And as I've said before, his premium team does not give a crap about any debuffs.
About any debuffs currently in the game. If there was a debuff that was just like your summon stops moving, then they would definitely care.
Yeah, then we might care. But as it stands right now, Topaz gets frozen. She's not the one that does all the work. That's Numby. Robin literally can't be crowd controlled. Aventurine has such high effect res that he basically is never going to get crowd controlled anyway. But even if he does, oh no, whatever will I do? My Aventurine that does no damage can't take his turn to drop his poker chip and get me one skill point back.
Yeah, so I think that they need to give some careful thought about how they're going to keep both abundance and preservation simultaneously relevant, and also break Aventurine's total stranglehold on any kind of difficulty in the game, because ultimately there are only two difficulty parameters at end game for Star Rail, and that is how many turns do you have available to accomplish your goal, and how can you survive or can you not survive. Those are the only two things that really matter.
The answer to that question, if you have Aventurine for the second one, is yes.
Yes, there's basically nothing capable of undermining Aventurine. Even a very modestly baseline level built Aventurine, there's just no enemy in the game can undermine him on a survivability level.
Yeah.
There's no danger of death anymore. It just disappears. It's just about speed at that point.
Yeah, my Aventurine splits the difference between now he's 10-10-10, and he's got properly primary statted relics, but he splits the baby with the plus defense boots and orb, with the orb being damage. And there is still nothing that I've encountered that can shoot shields when unless I'm just totally asleep at the check from this again, right? Holding triangle like I need to get out of a dinosaur.
Yeah, it's different for some reason.
So it doesn't take a lot for him to become immortal, and what makes him even worse is you don't even have to push him.
Yeah, he will just automatically continue to perpetuate the state of affairs without further investment. Even if you had to spend skill points, at least that would be something.
Yeah, no. Whole team shield every time your team is hit 7 times. Not attacked, hit.
So those attacks that do multiple hits all count.
Yes.
Oh boy.
And if multiple teammates get hit, each individual party member adds stacks to the counter separately. Now, some attacks seem to round it off. I don't think any attack can give more than 3, but he can overcap. So if you're at 6 out of 7, or he's going to reapply the shield and do the big follow-up attack where he drops poker chips on everybody's head, and you get hit by a big multi-hit AoE attack that pushes your counter up to 12, 5 of those stacks will go overflow into the next one. So you start at 5 of 7 after he does the follow-up attack. Oh, Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, kind of. White damage is fine.
White damage is fine. It's a
buff
Geo
auto
Slime. White
attacks.
damage is fine.
I've got Yunjin buffs auto attacks, so
Yes.
white damage will be fine.
I wonder why Navia's Claymore was hitting that thing harder than it should.
Yeah, because Geo Slime. Geo
Also-
Slime, you use Claymores.
Also, level difference.
Also that. Anyway, anything else for your week, Vol, or should we move on?
I pulled Vita on Honkai Impact 3rd. Vita's sort of like Vita is Sparkle's partner in crime during Sparkle's visit to the Honkai Impact 3rd world. Vita is she's a much more central character to the plot of Honkai Impact Third than Sparkle is to Honkai Star Rail, but she is still kind of a troll. Although she's not doing it for mutilation reasons, she's doing it just because she thinks it's funny. I don't know if that's a better or worse motivation, but
well,
yeah, it's motivation.
mutilation's reasons seem to be because I thought it was funny.
yeah. But yeah, so I've pulled her as well. It's going to take a lot of time for me to build up any kind of resources or equipment for her. I've got her stigmas and I've got her signature weapon as well. But yeah, I decided to pull her because number one, she sort of goes with Sparkle, and number two, she's still currently considered pretty premium as far as characters go. Next rerun is Songche. Probably won't pull on her because I don't have enough resources, and she's the perky blonde character, so she's more of an Ari character anyway. And then the next one is going to be Mini Durandal, who is basically a lolly version of Durandal, I guess. I don't know the story that results in her using that guise, but it's definitely something that's more associated with people who are long-term players who happen to be fond of her and her backstory and so on and so forth. So Durandal is the moniker of a character named Bianca, who's basically she's sort of like the ace amongst the Valkyries. As far as like the normal Valkyrie military is concerned, like she's the best, and it's not close. She's the most skilled, the most powerful, but as such, she ends up sort of at the fulcrum of a lot of conflict, in the sense that she's very duty focused, but her boss is kind of a tool. Her boss is Otto Apocalypse, who Honkai Star Rail players will know as Locha, who is the alternate version of him. But yeah, it's I haven't managed to catch up on the story yet because the story is 8 years long, 8 years worth of content. So I'm still trying to catch up. I'm at about chapter 21, I think, out of like 40 odd. So I'm getting there. But yeah, that's about it. I don't really have much else to say there, I don't think.
All right. Let's hammer through your week, Ari, and then we'll talk about Jeff Keighley for a bit.
Right. So okay, my week. We'll keep it. How do I want to do this? Wait, because in my other monitor. Okay, we'll do the non-Hoyo stuff first. And no, let's do the Hoyo stuff first. Okay, Hoyo stuff first. ZZ and Star Rail are in super farm mode. Got a few pieces. Got the primary stats on Sunday after I finally gave up and just crafted a chess piece. Got still trying to get him an orb. I want an HP percent orb, although I got a defense one that'll work if it rolls right. I haven't tried to roll on it yet because I'm out of relic juice. Building Himiko at the same time, so I ran a lot of the node that gives the dot set that has the 12% attack for the 2-piece and the dot bonuses for the 4-piece, because Kafka didn't have a finished set. And managed to finish her set, get 2 pieces that were workable, and got Robin an upgrade. But I was mostly running it to get Himiko a set. And what I wound up doing was taking some pieces that were workable on other characters and doing some shuffling with Herda and Himiko and Ratio. And I think Topaz's shoes got stuck in the shuffle. They all use this set right now. And managed to get Himiko a set that makes her operational. It's not good. The stats are not good at all. Her speed is definitely not good. And needs a lot of help. But she can probably get away without very much speed because she's a break follow-up type character. But yeah, I needed to get her online because I have been turfed out of the gems from Pure Fiction hard. Like, I can't even get the feathers at the higher tiers in Pure Fiction because I can't get 9 stars. That changed with these updates. Getting her, Himiko up let me, and the little bit of minor gear upgrades on Kafka, and major upgrades for Kafka, and minor upgrades for Robin let me push 9 stars in pure fiction. I could not get a single star on the fourth node.
Do you have Herta built?
Yeah. Oh well, her and Himiko are kind of splitting the baby on gear right now, but yeah.
Oh, that's what I did. Like I didn't do any farming for Himiko or for Herta. I had, for whatever reason, I had so many random cast offs of Ashblaze and Grand Duke that I just put my best pieces on them.
Yeah,
And it's yeah, it's probably good enough. I'm not really able to reasonably expect better pieces from farming.
Yeah. They probably have a premium set. It's probably only like their second best or third best in slot, but it'll work just fine. And it's what I had pieces of already because it was best in slot for Topaz, and I had already gotten a bunch of them for free running around Pinacone, and so Ratio and Topaz are using it as well. So it's a set a lot of my characters are running right now because I'm very follow up heavy. But
I remember, what did I clear pure fiction with this cycle? Because I'm pretty sure I cleared it.
yeah, I think one of the buffs. I don't think it has any break buffs actually, but Rappa may not care.
I don't know if I even used Rapper. Where's my battle records? I don't know. Is this my battle records? Yes, it is. Oh no, I did. It looks like I did. For Rumor Mill 4, side 1 was Lingsha, Rapper, Run May, Harmony Trailblazer. Side 2 was Fushwin, Acheron, Black Swan, Pella.
Yeah. It's a dot focus pure fiction. I did not pull on the Black Swan rerun banner because, well, I accrued a boat.
Dot is really not in ascendance right now. I couldn't recommend to anybody that they should.
I mean, I've got a lot of mileage out of borrowing people's Black Swans, but it's not something I need anymore anyway. My boss killing team is the Rat team. Rat team just fine because it's got adventuring in it, and they're never gonna die, and it's got the Stonk Trotter. He's gonna trot them stonks. So yeah, Apocalyptic Shadow. I barely scraped a 3-star on the 9 on the second to last node, and the last node's a non-starter. I can't get off the ground.
I haven't attempted it yet.
Yeah, because I have to move Adventuring onto the second team. With the layouts I currently have, because it's a weird type of break node for the second one. It's the TV monkeys, the big monkey bonanza boss again. But instead
The
of
one everybody loves from Memory of Chaos.
yeah, but instead of
5 million hit points.
Yeah, but instead of having to break them normally to get the good effects to go off, they break when you hit them with X number of attacks. So it's very erudition AoE focused. But you still have to do enough damage to kill the thing when it's in its break state. So the only thing I've got that can do that is turbocharge an Acheron, but Acheron can't do enough hits spread out enough to trigger the TV's good effects and get that break bar down fast enough to trigger the bonus damage state. So I have to put Adventuring on that side because those TVs get so many gosh dang turns, he's going to be dropping poker chips for days. And while it may be random which ones are going to get hit, something's going to get hit, and good effects will get triggered when they eventually break because it'll add to the hit counter. And so I was able to push it through and 3-star or 9-star it so far. I can't get the other one off the ground though because the main team can't live against Kokolia's 50 bajillion turns with Wobo.
Oh, Hoyo Lab says this is my 364th day playing Star Rail.
Oh. So yeah, that's been Star Rail. ZZZ's in total farm mode. I'm pre-farming a bit for Miyabi, but and I didn't really start the pre-farming until this week, which is mostly just ice chips and character EXP. But that's going to eat the remainder of my my resin until she comes out, and bosses and stuff will be confirmed when she comes out. I imagine she'll probably have a new big boss to fight to get her stuff, since
I saw a leak one for what she is in beta today, but I didn't take note about what it was because I'm not like hardcore farming or anything.
yeah.
I'll see if I can track it down.
While they're the most time consuming to farm, they're the least energy intensive to farm. The big talent and the minor boss drop you need. So I'm not too concerned about putting that bit of farming off until I get her. I mostly just want to be able to get her. If
I still have batteries, so I'm not too worried.
yeah, I still actually have quite a few batteries in ZZZ. But
I've got like 5 dozen, so
I've got double digits of them at least. How many off the top of my head? But let's see. So that game's been in farming mode, getting ready to grab Miyabi. And even if I don't get her, I'm not planning on spending money for Miyabi as much as I love the Judgment Nut. But I am I have both Ellen and Lycone. I can dump or Shigaku. I could dump the ice chips into if I don't get Miyabi. So
Do you really want to use a furry?
no, but he technically can use the ice chips. That they will go towards the drunk future where I actually boot the furry up.
Yep, fair enough.
I mean,
The furry is extremely good at what he do.
He is the best stunner in the game still.
Yeah.
I'm going to end up being faced with that reality when I eventually hit 300 pulls on the regular banner. It's like, is it still relevant? Do I still need a stunner for that team?
If Miyabi leans hard into Anomaly with her kit, probably can get away with a Bernice Miyabi Anomaly team.
Well, the thing is that if I do that, then it's just it doesn't really add to the extra team. I mean, there's not really anything wrong with that. It's just it would be nice if I could start building out an alternate team rather than just changing the one that I've currently got. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how things go.
Meanwhile, I just found a field boss.
Oh, do you need help? We're just kind of standing on a rock.
Hey, come over and beat this guy up.
Why you bully him? Is he doing anything wrong, or are you just like,
Well, he's
picking
French.
on... Oh, okay. That's basically unforgivable.
Oh, Vol, we might want to change into characters that can. I'm gonna jangle or not.
What?
Who the frick the new Geo lady, the Tiger Girl.
What is wrong with you?
My brain just shut off. I can't remember her name. Zalonin, there we go.
Yeah, we bring a Shalonin.
Oh, it's going to be damage Shalona. This Shalona can't heal.
Oh, do you want me to do the
Oh,
Zalonin?
no. Oh, no. Well, we've got 2 healers now, so I guess.
Well, I'll be swapping to Bennett in a sec. I just need to stop Kniech from dying because he kind of got one shot.
Oh, is this the Animo Fatui girl?
No, it's the guy with the hat.
Oh, he's not. He's
the guy with the hat.
I think he's rough, but he's not the boss out here that will murder you.
No. I think I did run into the Fatui girl, Animo girl, and that was unpleasant.
Yeah, she'll one shot you and then make it so your other characters can't heal afterwards.
Rude. All right, let's beat him up.
The other reason I brought Sharky is because Sharky has a lot of HP.
Oops, I didn't mean to leave that over there, but fine.
He's stuck in the trees and I can't see him.
Yeah, I'm hanging
And
out. I'm hanging out.
I'm
over
just
here.
push him
dead.
out. Oh, you're dead? Oh.
I'm dead. I got. If I revive, will I be able to get back before he dies?
At the rate we're killing him, yes, you'll be fine. We are currently practicing hit and run tactics.
He does do a lot of freaking damage, main.
He hits hard.
Especially considering Shallona's defense.
I need to cram my characters full of roast chicken.
Oh no. Animation locked. Got out just in time. Ah! Turkey!
Whoa. That's some pretty balls.
Oh my.
Oh my. Just got again. Didn't even land touch the ground that time and got.
Open Vulcan. Nope.
I got.
We both got.
I couldn't see anything because of the sodding Bennett alt on the ground, overwriting all the other particle effects.
Do your best to just dodge his stuff until we get
That's
back.
the only thing that's keeping me alive now is the Bennett ult.
I'm coming. Stay alive until we get back. Turkey as fast as I can.
I'm not going in there with health, and I don't have that eating, so I have to go to a statue of the 7. Because it's literally
No.
faster than looking through my inventory.
Just in time. My characters are incapable of eating more chicken.
You're all chickened out.
They're all chickened out.
I'm not going down there. Sorry. It's full of lightning.
It's purple and horrible down there. I don't want it.
Right. So Genshin. I've been going through Genshin and trying to ow.
What did I just get hit by?
I got ping pong between a bunch of stuff and had to eat food mid ping pong to survive.
I went from 100 to 0 in a single hit.
Ow.
I didn't even see him do anything. It looked like he was stunned at the time.
Oh, it was junk on the ground. It wasn't him.
I didn't see any junk on the ground.
I'm so dead.
Yeah. No. I'm dead again. No, I'm not.
All we need is to do the graveyard zerg.
Okay, now I'm dead.
I have 3,000 HP. Okay.
Well, I can't heal unless I can actually get into combat without instantly dying.
Hoping he just those.
But as long as he's standing permanently in a field of damage, there's literally nothing I can do. Because I need to be in melee with him.
He does like his fields of damage.
Oh, I went down. Harken back.
Oop.
Oh my goodness, Bennett is like the worst character for this. It just
He
makes
is.
the fire patch, the instant death fire patches become invisible if Bennett puts his thing down.
But that healing and damage buff is too good. He just did it then, so I should be safe for a little bit.
There's a no fire patch in there.
Oop, no lightning patch. One HP can each go.
Okay.
Right, he's dead. I hope that 3,000 Mora was worth it for you.
I got an achievement out of it, so that's what, 2 Primo Gems?
5, probably.
Where is it? Scroll down, scroll down. Can't find it. There it is. Well, either way, it's Primo Gems.
I see.
There it is. 5.
So yeah. So half of the bulk of my gaming went to Genshin cleanup. Of the Natlan areas, I had the previous areas 80% plus done already because of the little reward thing you got for getting them that high. And the new areas were right for the primos, and I needed to get my primo count up because Mavwika's coming out, and if we're gonna pull for her, I can't be in Poverty Town. So to get out of Poverty Town, I went treasure hunting, and made really surprisingly good and easy progress with the new treasure compass. Popped the Pyroculus locator a few times while I was going, when I was outside of areas that were very obviously you haven't been here before, so there's probably Culuses in here, and was able to clean up all the missing Culuses and get to 99% in 2 areas and 100% 3 areas in Continental Natland, and get like 94% Ocean Natland. And it only took a couple days. The new treasure compass makes it really kind of painless.
Nice.
I mean, it takes time. There's no getting around that. But
it's not obnoxiously omitting key things the way the old one did.
There's a whole lot less wasted time alt tabbing to double check what you missed and what you haven't, because you can just lawn mow. So yeah, that was a thing. Got myself up to about 22,000 primos now and 20 pulls, I think. So I should have enough to at least guarantee Mavwika, and if things go really well, I might have enough to go for a weapon.
Well, you already failed a 50-50?
I don't believe I'm at a failed 50-50. I do think I'm a few pulls into the next one. I'm not going to go scroll through that terrible UI to count, because mine will auto scroll because of my janky control. So we will see. It depends on how the pulls go on whether I go for a weapon and how ridiculous your weapon is. Because Mavwika, like all Archons, almost certainly, if the leaks are true, because even I'm getting Mavwika leaks, everybody's so hyped about her. And I generally stay away from character kit leaks. The most I look for in leaks is materials for pre-farming if I've decided I'm going to pull the character no matter what.
And dumped me off. How would you do this to me?
But Mavwika seems to be a paradigm shift for the game, in that she's going to be Archon tier power in an era post Nouvellette. So what I mean by that is she has to look really good and stupidly OP in a world that already has Nouvellette, so they seem to have gone just bananas with it. And she can do everything. On-field, off-field damage is cracked. Pyro application off-field is cracked. Damage while on-field in motorbike form is cracked. Like, her alternate trigger is cracked for getting her her special super mode. Like, the numbers on it are just seem bananas. So she is likely going to be on the same power tier as Nouvellette. Now, this presents an interesting conundrum. There is precedent now, especially in Honkai Star Rail, of Hoyo being... Now, it's quite a different animal, because a turn-based RPG can, and its rate that it has to power scale to keep characters relevant, is going to be a bit faster at minimum than a game like Genshin. Because there is no kind of physical character kit and play feel to the degree that there is in an action game. So one of the easiest way to sell characters mechanically is to just make the numbers bigger. So turn-based games are simply more vulnerable to power creep. There is precedent in Honkai Star Rail or not Star Rail, Honkai Impact Third of them just letting power creep go ham, and that is an action game, and them hard resetting with Part 2 because things got so out of hand. So it's getting to a point where even if she is going to be on Nouvellette tier of power, not having it in our accounts is probably going to bite us really, really hard if we don't go for it.
One thing I'll mention is, how do I explain? There is something called divine keys in Honkai Impact Third, but what is easiest for you to think of them as is, how would I frame this? A second signature weapon. For her Sure Finality, when Part 2 came out, they released a new signature for her that gives her the attributes that make her relevant in Part 2.
Mm-hmm.
So her Sure Finality is a Part 1 character who can be used in Part 2 because she was near the top of the power curve when Part 1 was closed off. But the major gap in power has been closed by simply giving her the missing power via a new signature weapon.
I see.
And there is a rumor that they're planning to do the same thing for Elysia, who her Sure of Human Ego.
I see.
So they are not ignorant of the concept of using signature gear to raise power level, like straight up to where they would become relevant again, even if an existing signature already exists.
Holding out hope for your girl Ningguang.
Yes. I don't think I've never heard of it happening to a 4-star, but the concept is now out in the wild that you can scale up power to be more current into a new paradigm, because there's a whole new astral ring mechanic thing in Honkai Third that only began to exist in Part 2, which is basically they enter like a cracked superpowered state during combat. Like basically they pull their devil trigger type of thing. And this is something that only Part 2 characters can do, which is why their power level is just so much higher than regular characters, and they are adding this ability to new signature weapons.
But yeah, in terms of the immediate Genshin future, while all that is nice to look forward to in the potential long future, the immediate future is not having Nuvoletus put us behind the power curve and would have broken the game, honestly. Relied on him up until this point. I can foresee relatively soon that they start pulling enemy scaling to a point where it just gets painful if you don't have a character on the upper tiers of power to at least one to fall back on.
Well, they can sort of do that because of the world level thing. Like 9, I feel like 9 represents the sort of the peak of the pre-Nouvellette world. Like this is 9 is as hard as they can make it in a world where Nouvellette is an outlier. If Nouvellette becomes the norm instead, world level 10 is basically going to be unplayable for people who don't have really recent characters.
Yeah. So in a way, I also see pulling for her as a way of helping hedge against the future and permitting the option to take breaks in case of future power creep if her numbers are as cracked as people. But it's also the Hoyo community. We all know what the Hoyo community is like, and
They're
how
always wrong about every topic.
yeah.
Yep.
So, at minimum, though, I think we can expect her to be Archon level power, and that usually represents a paradigm shift for the current meta and the current game in terms of when that character comes out, and not having them always seems to be a bad idea.
Yeah, like the least relevant Archon, Venti of 1.0,
It's still
is
played.
still played.
He may not have any meta comps right now, but he has plenty of comps where he works just fine in. Like
In the Honkai verse, he was a girl
it was called Windy.
who appears on stage and then sort of disappears. Incidentally, Wendy was from the New Zealand branch of Shixel.
See, So yeah, Mob Weekend coming out, pre-farming. Got a goodly bit of quartz from cleaning up Natlane, which was my biggest easy chunk of findable quartz, and I was really happy how easy the treasure compass made that. Bopping around, just doing some exploring, turn on a podcast, listen to the new Glory Hammer song that came out, the new album
Are
that
you
came
one of
out.
those one song on loop people?
Yes, absolutely. I've told you this.
Ugh. I mean, at least they don't last as long for you. Because I remember having a flatmate who, for about 6 months, just looped the same song over and over again,
Yeah,
really
Oh,
loudly.
I know I've said
there
it
should
before.
be a case for justifiable homicide, and I think that might be one of them.
I know I've
It
said
was
it.
some horrible emo song as well by 30 Seconds to Mars.
Oh no.
Why?
There's a reason I will not listen to music out of my speakers if anybody's in earshot.
Because you might get strangled.
Yes.
Yes.
I will feel guilty for the mental damage I know I'm doing to people. I'm certain I've told this story before. But yeah, it's a thing.
Well, at least it's not the Digimon rap.
That one was on loop for a period of time at one point. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we
Uh,
should take a break and then we do the Keeley show.
Oh well, that was just Hoya news. We got
okay. We got some more.
we got distracted by the boss because
We did.
I actually had time this week. The other one is I finished East Memories of Silseta. So
Where does that lie in the continuity?
it is a remake of East 4. East 4 is a weird one. It came out in a time in Falcom's history where their future as a company was uncertain, so they licensed East out to 2 different companies to make a game for 2 different systems. And they both called it East 4. What they did
That's
not
confusing people.
What they did not do was send them any kind of outline or tell them what to do. Just make an East game and call it East 4 for this system. What we wound up with was 2 games with radically different stories and experiences. And neither one of them people seem to be okay with. The other one was apparently a total trash fire. So they took the best bits of both stories and mashed them together in a remake in the Arcanapishtim engine, which is the E7 engine for E8, and created a new East 4. So if you're wondering where East 3 is in all this and why I skipped that one, it's because there's a remake or a remaster of Oath and Felghana coming out, and I'm waiting for that one to come out before I play East 3. So I do have the OG Oath and Felghana, because I do not know if the new remake is going to be a proper remake or if it's going to be just a remaster with prettier graphics. If it's just a remaster, I'll just play with the copy of Oath and Felghana I got for like $3. It was dirt cheap on a sale. But yeah, Memories of Celceta. The story, it's kind of bland. I don't have a lot to say about the story that's good or bad. It's going to be very forgettable, which is not a good thing you want for a game story, but East isn't really about its story. It's more of just a constant action gameplay romp. And in that sense, it does things just fine. It's a fun experience from start to finish. It's not mind-blowing because it is old. And this game has no nostalgia for me because I played it late, obviously. But I enjoyed my time with it. It's a bit grindy if you want to get everything. I was initially not going to do any kind of completion in it, but I can't stop my completion CD when it decides to kick in, and I have no control. It just happens. It has a mind of its own. So yeah, that was that part of the game. The only issue with the gameplay, the combat's competent. Plays if you played East 8, which is probably the most popular East game, or seen gameplay of East 8, it's like an isometric version of that with a fixed camera angle. So plays fine. You can clearly see where they innovated the engine into Ys 8. Because Ys 8 is going to be the better experience if you're going for this gameplay style, period, end. But if you're interested in the history of the East series, it's about the only people I would recommend Memories of Cell Set it to. Because it does weird things like the party system is used in Ys 8, but in the engine they made for Ys 8, when you swap characters, for instance, they just trade place with where your current character was standing. When you swap characters in Memories of Cell Seta, you teleport to wherever the other character is that you swap to. The camera just picks itself up and plonks it down on wherever the AI controlled party member was. And
Oh,
remember, Ys is an action game. The party members go wherever the heck they feel like. And this can be in totally nonsensical places, and then draw your primary character off to go follow them. After you swap to them, and they'll be already down in the ditch they were in before you can swap back and stop yourself from going in the ditch. Happened more than a few times. So that's a minor gameplay niggle. The biggest gameplay problem I have, and this is only relevant for people that are going for 100% completion, but for me this drove me up the absolute wall. The map is off center by just a little bit in some maps.
but why?
Now, you will not notice this in casual gameplay that it's a little bit off center. Just you won't be able to bump up against the edge of the map. Problem is uncovering the entirety of the map of the game is tracked as a completion metric and used for one of the in-game bonus rewards. Now you do not need this bonus reward for anything. It just charges your super meter faster passively if you don't want a piece of adventuring gear, which is almost never because you always want a piece of gear, and none of the bosses are challenging enough to warrant it. But what this means is you have no idea, unless you're literally got a guide up and reading every single room you go into, that this is one of the rooms that's off center. That you can be 100% sure this is a off center room. So you just have to bump up against every wall. It just wall hump your way to victory. Finally gonna target me now? Nope.
No,
Oh.
it's just really interested in persecuting me.
I caught the splash on that one. But yeah. This drove me up the wall. If you are just a casual action game fan, or you're just playing this to see the history of the East games and how we got to where we're at, you're not going to have a problem with this. If you have the completionist bug that will bite randomly and out of your control like I do, this is going to drive you up the wall. So keep that in mind before playing. Otherwise, game is a competent action game that follows the exact same systems of the Ys 8 that people are much more familiar with. So I would recommend playing Ys 8 first to decide if you like that gameplay style before deciding you want more of it and or would like to see the history of the franchise. But if Ys 8 stands out as okay to you and what you played, Memories of Cell Seta is like a very simplified version of it and gives you a little bit more background and story. And unfortunately, we do not get more appearances of Dogi the Wall Crusher.
Aw.
This is the only game, apparently, where he does not make an appearance. He is replaced by Durin, the information broker. And I'm sorry, but Info Broker just ain't the same as Dogi the Wall Crusher. So yeah. East continues to be an experiment I will keep in the background, and I kind of feel like it's almost going to be something I give an opinion on as an entire franchise after I go through the whole thing. Just because it's hard to describe. Like, I don't ever not want more of the franchise going through it, but I kind of want to pace myself going through it. I feel like I will burn out if I go too fast. but I don't dislike the gameplay. But I don't have a whole lot to say about it because, while some of the stuff it did might have been cool, new, or novel, or even a little bit revolutionary for the time, I'm just coming into the party so late that most of what I'm experiencing now, going back to the older East titles, is history.
Mm.
So most of the modern East innovations will come from 8, 9, and 10, which are the newest ones, not these older games that have existed forever. This is more just me trying to get a better context for what's going on because I enjoyed 8 so much. So I imagine once I get a better handle on the whole franchise and make even more progress through it and can start working my way into towards the newer ish releases, I'll have more to say. But for now, it is what it is. I'm enjoying my time going through it again. So far, Origins has been the best of the classic games that I played. I know it didn't sound like it at the time, but in retrospect, that game just has the best design boss fights, and that that wins it a lot more points than I initially gave it credit for. Because one of the biggest weaknesses of Celceta is its boss. They just, whereas in Origin, if you play on hard mode, they actually have some teeth, and I felt like hard mode was appropriately balanced in that game, where I actually had to learn a boss's attack patterns and not get hit by stuff. But on hard mode in Celceta, I just could tank my way through stuff and just chug a lug potions all day. There is no chug a lug in potions. There are no potions in Origin. There is learn the boss's attack patterns or don't do the boss. And the game and Celceta is balanced in a way that some damage is unavoidable, so there will be some potion chug. So just saying don't use potions isn't really an option unless you're crazy.
All right. So, how many games are in the franchise at the moment?
There are 10 canon mainline games plus Origin.
Okay.
And just came out, like literally just came out a few months ago. West.
So you'd be what, about the 1/3 way at this point?
Yeah, I've done.
Because the more modern the games are, the longer they get.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Celceta is a short game. It took me multiple weeks to get through it because I've been mashing Hoyo games in between. But
Mhm.
it's probably only 20 hours.
Okay, yeah, that's fairly short as far as this type of game goes.
Yeah, and it is a remake of 4, so it was released with the original story from the original 4 as well. So it's it's a more modern one. Well, I'll say it's before 8, but it's one of the later ones before 8. It's after Oath and Felgana, after E7. Yeah, I think it came out right after E7. So
Ah,
it was right before 8 that Memories of Celceta came out. So I've played 1, 2, 4, Origin, and 8. So we'll see. This will be an ongoing project probably for the next year, where I slowly pick an East game and poke away at it until I get through and give a quick report whenever I get to the end.
alrighty.
But yeah, enjoyed my time, but would not recommend to people who are not already invested in East. Try East 8 first. If you like that, maybe give Memories of Celceta a chance if you really liked what you had going on.
All right.
So that's is that all the outside of gaming news? Played Mahjong. Played a lot of Mahjong this week. Like whenever I had non brain function time, I found myself wandering over to Mahjong.
Just gotta play with them tiles.
This will be relevant later for the Game Awards.
Yeah.
I could not do it this time this year. It was Mahjong City all the way through.
I kind of had to force myself through it to watch it the second half of it.
So yeah, we'll be going into the Jeff Keighley stuff next. I know there's something I'm forgetting about, and I cannot bring to mind what the heck it is. This is going to drive me insane.
All right.
Maybe I'll remember it next week or later after the break. But for now, here is I think we go to a break, put on some music, and then come back and do the Jeff Keighley show.
Yep.
All right. There is no music, but here is the break screen. We'll be right back. And we're back. And I hope my levels aren't too bad because I'm leaning back in my chair for this.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a slog, but we're going to rush through as much of this as possible, real quick.
Yep, you will likely see me alt-tabbing quite a bit.
So yeah, we have the Nepotism Awards, the annual Keeley show.
Yeah.
It was a hard watch. Admittedly, not as bad as I was expecting it to be. But
Jeff certainly seemed to contain his Jewish Rabbi Bill Clinton students this time. But
yeah, the only one who got really long-winded this year was Kojima.
well, that was more because his translator was slow.
Yeah, by the way, Jeff Keighley, if you're listening, first and foremost, stop. Secondly, get the translators their own mics. Because having everyone crowd around that one microphone is really awkward. You have the budget. You can afford more than one microphone. Anywho, so let's just rip through this. Start at the top and we'll go through this in the order. A lot of the stuff we're probably just going to say, oh, it's a boring looking thing. We'll skip it.
A lot of it is going to come down to when it's video games, did they show gameplay?
In the most 90% of the cases, the answer is no.
Like, I know this is me just being old. And remembering the good old days of when a game announcement show was about showing off video games and attack the giant enemy crab at its weak point for massive damage.
That's that good old fashioned quality cringe. That
Like that was cringe and really dumb, but it was gameplay and it gave me an idea what that product was.
Yep. So yeah. Also, the Nintendo executives dying of their own cringe playing Wii Music. That game was doomed from the start, and it showed. That was E3, but still.
But the same phenomenon gave us My Body Is Ready.
It did. Okay, I need caffeine for this. So we'll start at the top. They introduce the usual spiel, blah, blah, blah. Here comes Snoop Dogg for some reason.
Right, let's talk about Snoopy.
He was here. He's this year's big celebrity.
Holy crap, was he here?
Oh, he was here.
Every time he was almost certainly stoned the whole time.
Him and his boy were absolutely baked.
Well, actually, his kid was. Snoopy was a little too coherent. I was kind of surprised. Like they must
maybe
he's getting lucid in his old age.
He's adapted.
Yeah, his kid was definitely stoned out of his mind, though.
He
brought along for some reason
to announce that he's made a game studio and they're making a game. They didn't say what the game was.
It seemed like every other time I looked on the screen, Snoopy was there. I'm like, what? Why do you have so much screen time in this dumb thing?
Why are you even here?
I'm more confused as to why Keeley thought it was a good idea. Like, what
because
particular
Fortnite.
group?
Because Fortnite.
What particular group of people is he going to court with this? Like, Fortnite players aren't gamers. The only thing they play is most of them don't play Fortnite. They just watch Fortnite.
Snoopy,
like they're not our people. I'm sorry.
Snoopy is currently running a crossover promotion in Fortnite where you can get the Snoop Dogg dance or something and some shoes because I'm gonna get banned if I say why.
Because they like them kicks.
They do.
Yeah, and the whole thing was basically to hype up his new song.
He has a new song?
Well, I wouldn't call it a song. It's more like mumbling, but anyway. I've never liked any of that sort of music.
There are words that I really want to say.
Like, the Smoke Weed Every Day has gotten more meme mileage than practically any other song not sung by Rick Astley. So
True. Alright, so yeah, Snoop Dogg is very much the here. Right. First game they announced: Gaiden Ragebound. It's a Metroidvania with ninjas done by the Blasphemous guys.
So what's interesting
Yes.
about this one? Did we see gameplay for this one? It happened before I tuned in.
Yes, it did. They showed gameplay.
Okay. What's interesting about this one? I have not seen the trailer yet, but Ninja Gaiden has been put on ice after the disaster that was Ninja Gaiden 3.
We do not speak of it.
So
Ninja Gaiden was a phenomenon that missed me entirely, so I don't really have a point of reference. When Ninja Gaiden last was popular, wasn't that like the Xbox 360 or something?
OG Xbox is when it was at its high heyday.
Yep.
Yeah, and at that point, I was still mourning for Onimusha, so...
Well, we'll give
many people were.
Yeah. So
we shall return to that.
Yeah, put a pin in that.
Oh, great.
So
I'm dreading it now because I liked Onimusha.
Yeah, put a pin in that one.
Yep. So
it
looked fine.
Yeah, I haven't seen the trailer, but if it's done by the Blasphemous guys, is it 2D like the OG?
Yes, side scroll 2D.
Okay. If it's done by those guys, they put together a competent level design in Blasphemous 1 and 2. I have basically no complaints about their game design. Some of their boss fights could use a bit more teeth, but that's about it. They seem like a competent studio to take the mantle if they've got the license for it. All right,
I think this one's in good hands.
I'm honestly astonished that Blasphemous didn't get accused of being a dog whistle to the KKK.
Because of the big pointy hat?
Yeah. Because I see that all the time, right? Every time the Spanish Catholics have one of their festivals, there'll be a whole bunch of Americans who'll come out screeching about the KKK.
Yeah. So you people have no idea what you're talking about. Go away.
The story of Blasphemous and the reason its art style is very Spanish Catholic is because the dudes took a trip to Spain a few years before Blasphemous was in development and just thought the artwork was really cool.
Which it is.
That's as deep as it goes, apparently. There is no deep reading into any kind of religious commentary or whatever. They just thought the artwork was...
Literally everybody who talks about it thinks that there is, and they will immediately start burbling about media literacy if you don't agree.
Yeah, well, I got this straight from the horse's mouth, called the game developers. They said this.
Yeah, but remember, death of the author. Death of the author.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what the creator thinks. It matters what the critics think.
Yeah, no.
Here's a hint. It never matters what the critics think.
Well, unless they're the critics at this Game Awards, then I can get on board with it.
I mean, there is a... I'm not a person who thinks that the idea of death of the author is entirely without merit, largely because sometimes authors are so steeped in their local culture that when you have put some distance between yourself and that culture, you don't... most woke people who put wokery in games, a lot of them originally, before the activist era, did not realize they were putting wokery in games. They were just putting their local California culture in games. So it didn't matter that they weren't trying to proselytize. They were proselytizing because they only know their local culture. So Death of the Author is not wholly without value, but that doesn't mean that you can, practice eisegesis on every piece of writing.
I'm okay with Death of the Author when it is subtractive, when you are divorcing the author from the piece of work and just taking the piece of work at literal face value. I'm not so okay with Death of the Author when you're trying to ascribe things to the piece of work that are very clearly just made up in your own head.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I say eisegesis.
Anyway, rants, tangents. This is going to be a theme running with this. All these announcements, by the way. Every game that announced this year was by the X guys, or by the guys who made X.
Well, I mean, that's invariably going to be the case. The question is that valuable?
In some cases, yes. In other cases, it's a warning sign.
It depends on the size of the team and how old it is.
For a studio like Blasphemous, that might be the case, because that team probably hasn't changed egregiously.
Yeah, it's a small team.
Still very small, yeah.
If you were to say something like from the people that brought you Call of Duty...
Well, we'll put a pin in this. We'll get to that with how they opened the very last trailer of the show.
Oh, I'm going to run out of pins at this rate.
Oh,
There's a lot of pins.
You're going to need a lot of them.
Oh, no. I just wandered into a civilized section of Fontaine and Nouvelette is standing on a bridge staring at me. I'm leaving.
He's
Because
telling
if
you
I
to
go
go.
near him, he's going to throw me in jail.
He's ready to put you in jail.
He's ready to
Which
put
was-
me in jail.
For some, as a totally unrelated aside, the for some reason the thing that I think of every time the topic of going to jail and Fontaine comes up is the strong bad email about them going to jail.
Oh dear.
Yes,
I
the
guess
old
Homestar
cardboard
Runner is
prison.
also largely inaccessible to the modern generation.
Yeah. No. They.
Anyway,
Yeah. Let's keep going. We'll get stuck in that.
let's
Forever.
keep going. Otherwise, we're going to tangent into the weeds. They announced their first award, Best Fighting Game. The games that are nominated were Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. Damn it, Capcom, stop it.
love their long names.
Multiverses and Tekken 8.
Tekken 8 won. Almost. I don't know who won, but I know Tekken 8 won.
Tekken 8 won, yeah.
Tekken 8. I can't think of a modern fighting game that is less relevant.
I
But the
can.
thing is-
Multiverses.
The thing is, I know like one or two people for whom like the only fighting game they care about is Tekken.
Mhm.
Yeah, Tekken.
They're just Tekken people. But the thing is that there seems to be no overlap between those people and the rest of fighting games. Most fighting games people play multiple fighting games. Tekken people are like Tekken purists. They're sort of like Smash people that way.
Yeah. The thing is you've got Dragon Ball Sparking Zero and Grand Blue are both anime fighting games. Even though one of them has one of the biggest franchises in the world attached to it, anime fighting games
Well,
never win this thing.
that was sort of interesting because like the freaking Dragon Ball contingent was livid.
I bet they were.
Because they've lived and breathed nothing but Dragon Ball since that game came out. Like it's the whole world to them. Like if this was really about what was popular and what gamers liked, the love that exists in the world and in the media that's produced by gamers for Dragon Ball outstrips Tekken by such a margin that it's not even comparable. Like without commenting on the quality of the actual games, what is more meaningful in the gaming space is definitely Dragon Ball. Because that's what people are talking about. And in fact, people talk about little else on my timeline, and I'm not even a Dragon Ball person. Somehow it always gets in there.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the opportunity because it's the last one I'm gonna have really to throw props to Rising for actually putting together a competent anime fighter and making legitimate ends with the. I'll blow it up for you.
I mean,
I
I
found
guess
the ball anyway.
I guess that's most impressive because of how little purchase Grand Blue has in the West.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
it has become the current day anime fighter of choice. Despite I mean, this game will cycle. The current non-Guilty Gear anime fighter cycles with each new release. So its day is coming to an end. It will get one more cycle of DLC, and that'll probably be all she wrote for Grand Blue. But the inroads it's made has been quite significant, even in the West, and I've been genuinely impressed with what they've been able to do. And hope they can take the lessons from it and really keep going with it. But yeah, I have no idea where Arc System Works' head is, or which of the two teams has got their hands on the next project. So we'll see.
We'll see. So yeah, the other game of note on there is Multiverses, which is a microtransaction hellscape. So good luck with that.
Also, I know it's become more accepted as a fighting game lately, but the Smash type of fighting game is not a fighting game.
It's more of a party game.
The mentality that goes into it when playing is a totally different ballpark, even playing at a competitive level, than a traditional fighting game. Where once your brain's up to speed, a traditional fighting game becomes very much like a chess match.
Anyway, let's see. Next game, one movie game. Move away. It's a cozy game about packing your car. Yay!
We're going to have this sodding games versus toys discussion again, aren't we?
I think we are.
Basically, as an industry.
As the cozy games kind of came in as a thing, like on one hand you've got games like Stardew Valley and all that, where they're an actual game, and then on the other hand you have hang these pictures on the wall or put this cat in a box. It's just like
Are these actually something that people play, or is this something streamers play and people watch them talk?
Yeah, this is the watch your streamer play when they just want to what they actually want to do is talk. but they need to put up the facade that they play video games, or the game you give to your girlfriend to keep her occupied because she saw you playing video games once and thought this was.
I mean, because this is marketable, right? Like, because people buy the games that streamers play, even if they only play them for like 3.5 minutes before putting them down, because it just seems like a good idea having watched a streamer play it.
Which is fine, because in the case of a lot of these cozy games, that's about the length of the game.
Is it? I mean, it's a game in some sense, but no, I'm not really sure if it's really something that belongs in the category of video games in the way that we have traditionally conceived of the idea.
Yeah. This looks incredibly involved, and I don't have the attention to spare for this at the moment, so let's move on. There's a few puzzles around Fontaine that are like that. It's like, this is complicated and I can't brain.
You're usually overthinking it. Is the solution?
It's like
I've
you
been
got
finding
3 of
that a lot.
these bing 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 puzzles, whatever they're called.
These ones can be a little the chain reaction.
Tedious.
They can take a while to set up, but the actual solution to what to do is not very difficult.
Yeah.
Also, we can't use these jellyfish whenever you jump in them, Fern.
Wait, you can't use them?
No.
Huh.
We just bump into them. They don't suck us up. They're
That's kind of dumb.
They're a host only feature in Fontaine.
But why? That's stupid.
Why I switched to Mualani so I could chase you around.
Between jellyfish and Kaniche, then yeah, you're gonna need to Natlan it.
I need Sharky.
Anywho, next game, Slay the Spire 2. It's Slay the Spire 1, except more.
I mean, it was good for the plane flight when I didn't have internet.
I like me some Slay the Sire. Yes, there we go.
I know there are people that really get into it and really like that rogue building deck thing, but
well, deck building seems to be a theme for this particular cycle.
Yeah. So yeah, it's good. I don't mind that.
I heard a rumor that Sidlali needs those blueberries, so I'm going to steal all of yours, Fern.
Okay. Yeah, I got it, I think.
Yep, challenge complete.
All right. So yeah, it's just basically giving people more of what they already wanted. So good for that. Next game award, VR AR, which was, I need to get to the categories because they did not announce them in the order that they have them listed on the website because that would be convenient. But VR and AR is usually pretty limited. Let's see. The Arizona Sunshine remake, Asgard's Wrath 2, Batman, Arkham Shadow, Battle Hill Singer VR, and Metro Waking. Batman did win it. I can't speak a whole lot about any of these games, unfortunately.
The Batman game is the only one I've heard that isn't a remake that's made a splash on general timelines.
Yep.
I have not played it, but I've heard good things about it.
Yep. All right. Next up, you had an activist get on the screen and sniff her own farts for 10 minutes. What? I zoned out about 30 seconds in when she mentioned that the Earth only has 24 years left to live.
Again? Man.
Again. They got to keep shifting that goalpost because it was 24 years, like 5 years ago.
Isn't it how giving lots and lots of money to the government keeps giving us an extension?
Isn't it amazing? But
never,
yeah, just
never mind. They never
one
do
of
anything.
these doomsday predictions that has ever actually come true, or has been correct. Just one. That's all you need to show. Just one.
Why aren't we planning for the stuff that actually ends human civilization in the movies, like asteroids hitting the Earth or something?
Yeah.
The robot uprising.
Because Elon's got a downsize.
Wait, do we have a contingency plan for that? Everybody's all interested in about like, oh well, we need to save the planet from the sun making it warm, which seems like a bad thing, to be honest. That we should stop that from happening. But
I saw something about it the other day where NASA is doing some sort of asteroid shattering expedition. I didn't look too deep into it though.
NASA doesn't do things. Elon does things, and NASA tries to take the credit.
And Elon is preoccupied at the moment, downsizing the federal government.
At least Elon has a plan. His plan happens to be move everybody to Mars, but at least that's some kind of plan.
It's a plan. It's not necessarily a good plan, but it's a plan.
When you are lacking in options, you don't look the gift horse in the mouth.
Screw it. Let's go to Mars. All right. So next game, Dave the Diver in the Jungle. No gameplay, but I guess it's just more Dave the Diver.
People like Dave the Diver. I have no idea what Dave the Diver even entails. Everybody was talking about it.
Fishing
months
up
back.
eldritch abominations and making sushi out of them.
Is that good? That seems like a bad thing.
It does seem like a bad idea, doesn't it?
Yeah, like not every squid is equal.
Yes.
You don't know where those tentacles have been.
The elder gods are not family friendly.
They're
All
not
right.
hygienic.
Next game, Thick as Thieves, a class-based heist game by Warren Spector, the guy who did Deus Ex.
All right, here we go.
What budget level are we talking about here? When you say guy who did Deus Ex, that doesn't tell me whether or not they were part of any kind of studio.
The first Deus Ex, not Invisible War.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it was a long time ago. I don't know where that person is or what they're doing now.
Honestly, you lost me at heist game.
You lost me at class-based, hero-based.
I thought that the RS still like Payday or something.
I did like Payday mostly for its music.
Yeah, Payday's music was pretty good.
The insert songs were some of the best use of insert songs in a video game, but
that sort of game where you need to rely on other people and, everyone's starting to yell at each other and get all annoyed because someone missed a shot or something, then, yeah, that's just... No. I've got no interest in that. All right. Where were we? Esports Awards, I'm going to skip those. Shadow Labyrinth, here we go. A Metroidvania where someone did a lot of drugs and had nightmare about Hackman.
You have to CC everything. My goodness. You need to bring a warlock. You need to bring a mage.
Thankfully, there is no wind elemental boss at the end of this. There is, however, Edgy Batman.
Yeah.
Apparently, there is a short film compilation set on Amazon at the moment where someone did basically this as Pac-Man being an eldritch abomination. And it's the same world. So this is basically a game made around that short. I mean...
this just seems like the sort of, like... I don't know what the word is. It's like normie edgy.
It's 90s edgy is what it is.
One of the power-ups that I saw was him getting dig dug. He could dig dug enemies.
He did dig dug. So you're probably going to have a whole bunch of the old school Namco characters in there as either items or bosses.
And for the final boss fight, do you turn into a Galaga spaceship?
Galaga is the boss. But yeah. So I mean
here's the thing with Metroidvanias. For every Hollow Knight or Soldiers or something like that, there's a Giga Wrecker. And you have no idea if it's going to be slop or not until it comes out. And it's so easy for indie companies to crap them out that I will probably give most of them a look. I don't get excited for them anymore.
Yeah, they're a dime a dozen, and yeah, there's so much that is just not great.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It might end up being good. It's a different idea, I guess. But yeah, it's like, yeah, are you just being edgy for the sake of being edgy, or are you actually trying to make something different here? I'm starting this at the wrong end, aren't I?
I believe so.
All right. Next game, Steel Paws by Yu Suzuki, who did something. That name does sound familiar, and I can't remember why, because I didn't write what he actually made.
He's the Shenmue guy.
Oh, yes, that's right. I don't know what this game's about. It's something about cute robots and a tower.
What's their gameplay?
No.
Okay.
All right, next award, Game for Impact, skip. Tales of the Shire. It's terrible looking, honestly.
What is it? Are you going to give me any kind of brief, or just say that's terrible? I have no idea what
Harvest
you're talking
Moon,
about.
Harvest Moon with filthy hobbitses.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's Harvest Moon, but you're hobbits.
W-
That's it.
What's
That's the game.
I really, really. They should have made Christopher Tolkien immortal
They really should have.
because he was the only thing stopping this from happening. And the second he died,
Yep. So there is nothing holy anymore. But
I
no,
actually feel like genuinely upset about that.
So everything about this game honestly looks completely asinine. It's just, can we go back to having Lord of the Rings be good?
Well, I mean, it was the last great cinematic experience. Like the movie version was the last great cinematic experience. I honestly don't rate any movie that has been made since.
Mm-hmm.
Period. End. Like, I'm
That
sorry.
includes The Hobbit because that was
Yeah,
a
it was
cash in.
trash.
Let's face it.
The Lord of the Rings movie trilogy, it's got myriad flaws, but as far as a movie that just it was made out of sheer love and dedication, it was the last one. I'm not willing to recognize anything after that point. Like, there will be the odd niche one that comes out in future, but I think that films died there after that point.
Yeah.
There's nothing has measured up since. And unfortunately, thanks to the bounds of human mortality, if nothing else, Lord of the Rings has also ended there. Like, everything that comes out since is a stain on Tolkien's legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Black Aragorn?
I choose not to. All right, next. Where was I? It has the show. Starcraft Operations. It's a little indie thing by people who started off by making a Minecraft mod. So whatever. I have no idea what it was about. It's about little Lego men shooting each other or something. Midnight Murder Club. It's a game where everyone's in a mansion in the Gark and they have to kill each other. It also had incredibly terrible fake gamer chat.
So this is. Does the game have fake gamer chat, or did they add fake gamer chat to the demonstration?
They added it to the demo.
Okay,
Because
so this game is like VTuber Corp collab bait.
Yeah, it's a streamer game.
Like, are any games being made that are for people to play?
Maybe. We might get there eventually. Maybe. I gotta do these bubbles because I'm the only one who can use the jellyfish.
Mm-hmm.
And I just broke the game. That was fun. All right. Let's see. They did an award for accessibility. The accessibility award honestly doesn't mean anything.
It's not.
It always goes to the same arachnophobia thing every time these days.
Yeah. Like I say it every year, but actual innovations in accessibility should be celebrated. But they're not innovating. Nobody actually does them.
Like, I'm still waiting to see the really cool controller that people with motor skill issues can use. Like, there are a few on the market. In fact, Sony makes one that's pretty standard now. But most people are checking a box and not actually thinking about any of the issues associated with that. And I don't think that the people involved in that particular thing are looking for an award either.
Not really, no.
They care about the results.
Yeah, like the type of things that would be actual accessibility Game Awards doesn't feel like the right venue to give recognition for that.
No.
Yeah,
But,
so the thing is that Game Awards is the most commercialized, like the single most dense knot of shilling and corporate corruption that exists in the gaming industry today. Like, it is the worst of the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
So trying to soften your image by putting accessibility in there is not going to be bought by anybody.
Yeah, so they gave the award to Prince of Persia because I guess this is the pity award to Ubisoft.
Like, yeah,
that-
everything you did was trash, but I mean, technically, you're still a game developer, and we don't want to alienate you.
Yes.
Have the throwaway award.
Yeah, have one of the throwaway awards.
We'll give you the award we don't really care about.
Yeah. Until somebody does something actually genuinely cool, then yeah, you can have this. Oh, it's beans. All right. Next game, Cura. It's a Terraria like. There's 100 of these games. Most of
As
them
was going
are
to be.
ad. Like, yeah, Terraria kind of set a standard, and all these other games that chase it are just, they feel soulless. And most of them don't have their own gimmick either, or anything of their own that they can call their own. So yeah. Let's go. Next game, Ward is Family Game, and we're going to start seeing a trend here. Let me bring up the actual list. So the games were, and this is because Family Game really doesn't mean a whole lot. Astrobot, Princess Peach Showtime, Mario Party Jamboree, Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and The Plucky Squire. So when they say Family Game, they mean cute and colourful.
And most of the time, they just mean Nintendo game.
And most of the time, they just need a Nintendo game. Also, Nintendo, you missed a serious opportunity to call the Legend of Zelda game The Legend of Link just to screw with people. I am disappointed that it's a Zelda game where you play as Zelda. They should have called it The Legend of Link. Anyway, Astrobot won it.
Yeah,
As far as I know, though, for me, honestly, Family Game would be the sort of game you play as a family. So something you can play on the couch.
Yeah, it should not just be. It has a rating lower than PG.
Yes.
It's I'm torn with Astrobot getting so much attention this Game Awards because it's console exclusive, number one. So
Yep.
it did not have an opportunity to make a big splash. It's a PS5 exclusive. But
it's also a glorified ad for PlayStation.
Yeah. But also from the reports I've heard, it's a very competent and well put together platformer that's just genuinely fun to play.
Yep.
But nobody can play it because it's console locked in this era.
Yes. So it's the sort of thing that's like, this is the last creative spark that Sony has. Quickly, let's fan that ember.
I'm sure that they'll fire everybody or break up that team or whatever.
And sell it for parts.
These people are made of gold. We need to distribute one to each of our other ailing teams.
Yes. And they'll, at the end of the day, they will learn nothing.
Honestly, Sony really are exceptionally retarded. I really feel bad for the talented engineers and designers that they do have because they're just shackled to this completely idiotic system.
Yeah, so when one of them is actually allowed to create and make a game that they want to make, you get gold, which is Astrobot. But it's also buried in a sea of shit.
And will be immediately lobotomized after the fact.
Yes. Where were we? Next game, Rematch. It's by the guys who made Sifu. It's soccer. That's it. It's soccer. That's it.
They made a soccer game.
They made a soccer game. It's not even Shaolin soccer.
Who are you going to sell that to?
The people who
everybody who plays soccer games plays FIFA, and a handful of them play Pro Evo Soccer.
That's the market.
Nobody plays soccer games outside of those two. They are all creatures of habit. It's like asking American football gamer fans to play something other than Madden. Like, why? Madden
It's not going to happen.
The Dude Bro demographic has their one or two franchises they buy every year on the year, and that's it.
Yep. It's a very profitable franchise, admittedly, for the people who make them. Like they have their audience. They have a audience that's baked in.
Oh,
They can sell whatever rubbish they want.
Oh, they've gotten into trouble for that. In fact,
They have actually because they pushed it shit too far.
you think loot boxes in our games are bad? Wait till you see what companies realize they can get away with the dude bros.
Oh my
Or
ass!
it's more. It's not just that it's the dude bros, because it's not usually the dude bros that are the profitable ones. It's the fact that sports gambling is such a culture in the Commonwealth
Mm.
and on the continent as well to some extent. This is something that's not true in America because of the amount of laws circumscribing gambling due to the Puritan history, whereas that just never existed in Europe. And so nobody thinks twice about gambling. So when you get somebody who, like, in America, gambling is sort of circumscribed as this sort of like edgy thing that's done in Vegas and basically nowhere else, sort of thing. But every pub has slot machines in the Commonwealth, sort of thing.
Yep.
It's a
Well,
different
even if
culture entirely. So everybody is vulnerable to somebody really cunning deciding that they're going to, put a crowbar into that crack.
yeah. So yeah. Anyway, next game and the last of the pre-show is Solasta 2. It's a CRPG that was, well, if the first one was any indication, it's kind of loosely based on D&D 5e.
Yeah,
I've
you
never
lost.
heard of it.
Yeah, you lost me at that. I have no interest in current D&D.
Yeah, well, thankfully it's not in this D&D world. They just use the rules as a template. Basically, Solasta, it was fine, but everything about it just felt flat.
If you're going to make a CRPG, especially a Western CRPG in the style that we're using, these days that crap is carried entirely by its character writing. And if you're an unknown team, you're not going to get me at day one. You've got to have something to show me that gets me genuinely interested, and then have word of mouth come back.
They'll get Ari 2 decades later when he's replaying the entire East franchise.
Yeah, like got plenty of backlog ahead of go play newest CRPG.
And honestly, I would probably point you towards some other ones rather than Solasta initially. It's not that Solasta's a bad game. It's just
if you're going to
Yeah.
do D&D, you need to stop me from playing Neverwinter Nights again. Then you need to stop me playing Neverwinter Nights 2 again. Then you need to stop me playing Baldur's Gate. Then maybe for 5 minutes I will contemplate playing your game before getting distracted with another aborted build in Skyrim.
But in that 5 minutes, you might lapse and buy it on a sale.
Yeah, and then never install it.
Never actually install it. Yeah.
This is how
Pillars
it
of
actually
Eternity is
works.
great. You should play that. Or also, Divinity Original Sin. You should absolutely play that.
There are some things with the Divinity Original Sin that I've heard from my friends who have played it that make me think that I don't know if I want to play this. I might just stick to comfort food because the ending is apparently really disappointing, much like in the new Baldur's Gate.
Oh, the new Baldur's Gate has that many different endings. It's like pick your own.
Yeah, but they're apparently very disappointing. Like if you want to play, if you want to lean into role playing as opposed to gamifying your approach, metagaming your way through the story, apparently the endings almost never conform to what you're trying to role play as because they're all designed to land in a sort of a middle distance from all the positions that are equidistant around them, which is just a limitation of what they have to do. But yeah. And it has got the modern Western RPG issue of everybody keeps trying to sleep with you.
Yeah.
Including the bear. The girls didn't have to pick this time. The bear came to them.
The bear came to them. That was a bug.
I'm sick of hearing the whinging about Japanese games all being glorified dating sims when Western RPGs are like this.
Well, we skipped the dating part in the West.
Yeah, you're just like, it's just straight to raw hedonism all the time. That's the only thing on the mind.
Yeah,
Anywho, where was I? All right, we came into the main show, and here comes the Dorito Pope, and immediately, like the first cutaway, they cut to Kojima in the crowd.
Well, he does need to maintain his best friend's relationship with Kojima, because goodness knows he doesn't bring anything to the table.
Yeah. So the Muppets this week or this year was Waldorf and Statler, which to
How
anyone
old
else
do we
would-
have to get before we are basically literally those guys?
Oh, that's already happened.
Yeah,
Oh.
they were literally parodying what we say regularly.
Yeah. Just with more bad jokes. So yeah, we've already hit that point. Is this actually doing anything?
Yeah, it is. You're
Uh,
going
Oh
the
yeah,
wrong
it's
way
putting
now.
order in the middle.
Is it all the way up?
Go all the way up. All right. Then after that, we had Todd Howard come out on the stage with Troy Baker, and
And the only thing anybody could think about was his height.
yeah, Todd Howard is a manlet.
I forget this every single time until finally Todd makes an appearance again.
It's made all the worse because when he's next to Troy Baker's a fairly tall fella, but yeah, Todd Howard next to him, and then later on you had Todd Howard on stage next to a bunch of just regular height people, and he was still short.
I like the contemptuous way that's phrased.
It's just Todd,
He's on stage next to a bunch of regular height people.
regular height. Well, yeah, okay. Anyway, where were we? They give an award, best performance to Hellblade 2. Apparently, that game launched.
I didn't hear
I
anything
didn't-
about it.
Well, considering they've been banging on about that game for how many years now?
Yeah, but they did that
Over.
about the original one, right? And I
Yep.
don't know a single person who played it.
It was a critical darling that's just award bait. That's all. That's all the Hellblade series is.
So yeah, it's like, okay, that game apparently came out. Are they going to stop talking about it for a while now? Probably not. Oh, there it goes.
I mean, it's one of those ones that just looks like, oh well, it's got production values and
Another pudge face.
and yeah.
I mean, it had that
Yeah.
cool tribal drummer back in their very first announcement. That was about it.
So here's a guy who can hit a thing with another thing.
With
And
a stick.
he's not in the game. He was on stage.
And he was on stage.
The when it comes to people doing strange things on stage, like the two things come to mind. There's that one guy who was playing that weird instrument for the Ghost of Tsushima thing that time,
Yep.
and the really bizarre Alan Wake musical number.
That
Like,
guy's
those
back.
are the only things that I think of.
The
Yeah,
guy,
that guy's back.
Flute guy is back.
Flute guy was going to town. That. Why are there blimps underwater?
I'm gonna get you.
And police rays.
I'm just despoiling the entire ecology of Ferns Natland. Everything
Alright.
must die or be picked out of the ground.
All right, next up, they started with one of the big titles, and that is Witcher 4, which is basically Siri doing a thing.
Pudge face.
I was under the distinct impression that girls couldn't become witches.
And by the original books, that is the case. Siri was never a
And-
Witcher.
Also, that adults can't become witches.
Yeah. Had to do it when they were young.
And also that Siri can't use signs. Because she's
Yes.
like loaded with magic.
She has chain magic now. So, yeah.
Like, everything about this makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I think everyone was going to be on board with a Siri-led game, but it's like, okay, well, what have you done to the canon now?
I don't think that people wanted like Geralt with a vagina though. I think that they wanted to see Siri become Siri, the person who does what Geralt does, but as Siri, as opposed to a crappy clone of Geralt.
Yeah.
Also, pudge face.
Yeah, the
Well,
punch
yeah,
face at this point is so unremarkable. though. It's
She
like,
doesn't really look like she just aged gracefully. She looks like she became like dissolute and then had to lose some weight.
It's
Yeah.
it's like she became a crazy cat lady wine aunt, and then had to get back in the game.
Had to forcibly slim down for filming.
Oh, that's mean. So yeah, can we just have a game about Siri, please, and not Geralt with boobs?
I wanna harp on this a little bit more. It's driving me insane, and is a bigger reason I won't buy a game than anything else these days. I told Fern about it before, but I I do not care how shallow you may think this is, but I am sick to death of ugly female characters.
Like I can't criticize, like everybody at this point has established that I roll for female characters in gacha games entirely based on my aesthetic preferences and virtually nothing else.
Yeah, it is driving me up the wall. The pudge face epidemic,
I thought it was
Hmm.
a manjaw.
the man jaw
I got more
epidemic.
I got more of a manjaw vibe. Like I was very upset with Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise over this, that I just couldn't seem to get away from Superman jaw.
It's better than the foot face they had before.
It's gotten incrementally better, but I'm not really sure why it's taking so long for them to get better. I've seen some nicer looking ones from the new Monster Hunter, but generally speaking, the default seems to be the man jaw.
Yeah, you got to work if you wanna make something that's actually conventionally attractive.
I'm hoping that there will be some repository of like key numbers that I can input to make a nice looking character.
I'd say there would be.
Though that was not the case for the previous ones. You had to get the Demanjaw mod.
Yeah.
It is it is something that has made me just go anytime I see one of these games at these game trailer award shows or whatever, and it's got a female character with a man jaw or a pudge face or a frying pan face. I'm not buying that game. It has nothing to do with the fact that I probably disagree with the message that the people that are going to present the pudge face to me are trying to get across. It has nothing to do with the fact that this shows me what their priorities are. It's just because I'm sick to death of pudge face. I was sick to death of it after the first time you did it, and I can't get over it anymore because it's become so much of an issue.
Well, the thing is so wholly unnecessary as well. Like, what is accomplished? What are you accomplishing by doing this? Nobody's going to praise you for it. Nobody you're trying to pander to will praise you for it, and nobody who is offended by it will praise you for it, and nobody who doesn't care will praise you for it. There's literally nothing to be gained just making your characters ugly for no reason.
I'm
Why?
not asking for the world here, video game developers. I'm not even asking you to step outside your comfort zone and go up a few sizes on the knockers and give them a Jane Doe style cake. Like, I just want their face not to look like it's the worst, ugliest thing on the planet.
Yeah, well, I think Siri is perhaps not the worst example of this. She looks like she just looks like a woman who hit the wall basically and hit it a little bit harder than others. But it didn't need to be that way. Why not? She's supposed to be a heroic mythic character fundamentally.
Mm-hmm.
So why not make her look like it? Why do you have to lean gritty into everything? You didn't do that for Geralt. Geralt still looks like a pretty boy despite the fact that he's a grizzled old man.
Your arguments all fall apart when we point to the bathtub scene.
Yeah, so this is not the way you operated The Witcher when a male was the lead.
They presented Geralt in a typically heroic build style, but for Ciri, no, pudge face.
So anyway, next game, and this is one Ari's going to talk about a little bit. Elden Ring Night Rain.
Right.
The evil is blue this time.
Like, since you know that I didn't watch any of this crap before launching into your diatribes, can you at least give me an intro on what was announced?
Okay. So this is a spin-off Elden Ring game. That'll be a separate product from base Elden Ring. That is, I don't know if I got a clear picture of what the full thing was based on their description. It is going to be a multiplayer focused co-op, uh, semi-randomized on map loadouts where you load into a map and go fight bosses with your friends.
Yeah.
A
Everything
procedurally
looks maybe a
generated multiplayer Elden
yeah.
Ring.
Yeah, it'll have some continuity between that you work your way through. Like there'll be a progression system there for stages you work towards clearing with new final bosses at the end. But every time you load the stage, it'll be slightly different. Is my understanding of the randomized element.
Yeah. Honestly, from the trailer, it looks maybe a bit more flashy and dynamic than regular Elden Ring.
Yeah, Torrent is gone. The equivalent to the main character is just given a massive mobility boost. You pick a character class and load that in. That's pre-canned. There is no gear progression in this game. You don't refine your weapons and start with the basic ones. There are there
Why is
appears
anybody going to play it more than once then?
because you play with your friends and you work your way through the progression system. And there's different classes to play.
So what's the progression system then if you can't progress anything gear wise?
You progress when you clear the stuff. You get something called relics that give you permanent stat boosts or abilities and stuff outside of the quests for every subsequent quest. And these apparently come as drops and as rewards for progressing. The system isn't very thickly detailed yet. We're still at first trailer territory.
Because so far it sounds like you're trying to use the Elden Ring name to compete for the Monster Hunter player base.
Pretty much. That's what it seems to be. That with maybe some what I've heard people say in Fortnite, but I don't know if that just means multiplayer or what. And because people are dumb.
People are dumb, and everything is Fortnite.
Yeah. So
It better not be, because I don't think that Peter Griffin belongs in the Elden Ring world.
yeah. So
yeah.
So we've got that for the layout of this game. Now, I'm going to temper. Everybody's all excited because more Elden Ring. Number one, it's not the same Elden Ring we're used to. I can guarantee you, it probably won't have the same level of teeth we're used to. It was handed off to a one of the tertiary developers at FromSoft, from my understanding, who was basically told just to have fun, make the game he wanted. I mean, that can turn out fine. There's nothing to say the gameplay won't eventually good in the end, but
I don't.
it's not Miyazaki.
I still don't understand the market then.
Yeah.
Like, what is the point of FromSoft without teeth? Like, if it doesn't have teeth, then there's literally no reason to play Monster Hunter, because Monster Hunter has teeth.
Yeah, I don't know. I was more getting it. I just don't. I don't know with what they presented what we're really looking at for the fine detail.
It feels to me like this is being marketed entirely on sort of like the how do I say visceral reaction to the idea of Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's something they're marketing it to the gut, not to the brain.
Yeah. So
and then as soon as their brain gets engaged with it, it will realize that actually I was just listening to my gut.
Yeah. I mean, it has got my attention because it's FromSoft and Elden Ring, and they have not dropped a miss in a while. But this isn't
We're not
one
bought
of the
out by Sony in a while.
But they also have not had Miyazaki directly involved in projects yet for their recent wins, and he is not involved in this one, my understanding, other than creative supervisor. So we will see. Although I don't know, I don't know if he can pass up the idea of infinite, massive, randomly generated poison swamps.
Oh no! Don't tell him that, please.
He'd be able to spontaneously inject poison swamps into everybody's game experience every day.
All new ones. Oh man!
Don't encourage him.
If that gets,
he'll be like watching from the server room and taking notes on all the different kinds of of poison swamps that get automatically generated.
Yes,
and I can use that feature in my next poison swamp.
I mean, this area has significantly less poison swamps. Let's put more poison swamps in there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so yeah, that is not the lack of information on it is not the reason I'm telling people to temper their expectations on it, nor is it the new team. All these are just unknown factors that go into the game. The big known factor that you should use to temper your expectation is FromSoft has the worst netcode on the effing planet when it comes to multiplayer.
That they do.
I'm not exaggerating when I say it is literally the worst multiplayer experience for a modern AAA game that you have ever gone through in any single one of their games. It does not matter where you are, how close you are to your friends or the people you're fighting against. You are going to swing your sword, and you may hit them a second and a half later. It is
Maybe.
terrible.
Yep, we saw it in Bloodborne, we saw it in Dark Souls, we've seen it in Elden Ring.
So unless they've had the most colossal of breakthroughs or just bought somebody else's netcode, this is
I
going.
think that that's entirely possible. That they would
Yeah.
just buy a piece of middleware to do it.
Yeah, this is not a good good idea.
Yeah.
Like
So-
I am easily won over by the idea of fighting bosses with my friends. Like that is an easy mode sell. But what is not not an easy mode sell is for me to be bought in, but to buy into doing this with untested developers, untested netcode, untested progression system. Like when it comes to this type of game, usually you're looking at quite a reasonably hefty commitment of time and effort to progress, if there's any teeth to it whatsoever. And then you're sort of forcing me to choose. Do I choose the known quantity, Monster Hunter, or do I choose the unknown quantity?
I mean, I wouldn't mind having this as a fallback from Monster Hunter if Monster Hunter's off season. Because
Yeah.
it will probably come out a good ways after
I mean,
Wilds does. But and it
I
could
mean, it might. It might. We don't know.
Yeah,
we
there's
don't know whether if it's going to come out at all, or if it's going to come out like 10 years from now, or if it's going to come out in a reduced, highly monetized form 1.5 years from now, or what.
Yeah, all those aside, we don't know much about the actual product itself. I could see a Monster Hunter-esque game based in Elden Ring that we could have a lot of fun playing. I think that could be something in a potential future.
That's absolutely a thing that I would like, yes.
But it has a lot of hurdles to overcome first before we commit to that road.
Yeah. Let's just call this one cautiously optimistic, I guess, and move on.
I don't really see any need to be optimistic. I'm just more sort of cautious. Like, okay, I might click on that article if I see it scroll by with new news about how this will be structured and whether or not there's a freaking gacha mechanic or something that they use to try and make money off of it. I don't know.
I really hope there's no gacha mechanic.
I'm not saying that I have any reason to believe that there will be. What I have reason to believe is that Sony is interested in getting a piece of this pie and that Sony has no scruples.
They do not have any scruples. So for all we know, yes, it could just be a gacha Hellscape cash out.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, if they have this idea right, that the norm for the current generation is to Fortnite it up, are they going to just make Fortnite? Are they going to like take that as the template that they will? Oh well, we can do Fortnite except in the world of Elden Ring.
Yeah,
No.
if this turns
Please
out
no.
if this turns out to be something closer to the Fortnites than just the people not being able, yeah, the current modern gaming audience comparing everything to Fortnite, that'll be a hard pass. The world of Monster Hunter Elden Ring as a fallback in off season for Monster Hunter is dead.
Well, we've already seen what happens when you have Monster Hunter Fortnite. It's called Dauntless, and it's crap.
I mean, Dauntless was merely mediocre when it came out.
Yeah.
Crap was sort of new. It became crap.
It became crap. It could have gone good places, but it didn't.
Yeah, now it's a disaster. It's got more disconnected, incomprehensible systems than Honkai Impact Third does after 8 years of development. But yeah, it's I don't know. Like the whole FromSoft concept is kind of up in the air right now because of the whole Sony is trying to get a piece of the pie thing. It's like, oh no, what does that actually mean in practical terms?
I think where that whole thing ends up going, whether it goes through or not, will probably set the future of this game.
Well, it may wind up depending on how hard Sony tries to drive their fingers into FromSoft. It could set the pace for the entire company from the point of purchase onwards.
Yeah, well, I mean, it might be over. It might be over for FromSoft if they buy it because they're going to want to appeal to wider, more diverse audiences, which means make it easy and make everybody black.
Yeah, despite the fact,
or
Gotta
gay.
lobotomize the franchise.
yeah, despite the fact that Elden Ring and Dark Souls and all that specifically sold because they didn't do that.
Yeah, so
Everyone was
that's what
miserable.
makes it popular is the fact that it feels like a game of the old kind that we were accustomed to once upon a time.
The old definition of video game, for all its quirks and weird hiccups, it feels video game. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Sony,
Anyway.
you're gonna understand that.
Yeah, we've got a lot to go, so let's keep going. Next up, Final Fantasy Rebirth getting a PC port. That's all we got to say there.
I keep falling off this train, the new Final Fantasy franchise train.
I think I might
Like-
just wait for the last game and just buy it as a trilogy package.
I think that's where
it's
I'm at.
gotten so far. It's gotten so far away from what I understand as Final Fantasy that I'm sort of like I can't stick with it. So I've still got an aborted save that hasn't really progressed anywhere because it's just sort of hard to understand what it's supposed to be in some sense.
Yeah.
I'm just confused by the whole debacle.
Especially
And,
since
like,
it's Final Fantasy VII, except it's not the same story.
that's the reason why it's confusing. That's the reason
Yes.
why it's confusing because I'm able to comprehend the idea of a remake, but remake that looks like a remake but is not. It's interesting, but it's also really hard to find the right latching point for
Mm-hmm.
It's also
because
something
the things that I expect to be there are just not.
It's also something that releasing an episodic nature is not going to help because you won't have an ability to wrap up or close out any of it because we got to cliffhanger it at the end of every entry.
Yep.
Like I can only just barely perceive that it's not the same story at this point. Like the distance that I got through for it, I could tell that it's not quite the same story, but it hasn't distinguished itself as being not within the bounds of normal creative license taken with remaking a story. I know because of the previews from when they released the second part that it is not the same story anymore, but
Mm-hmm.
that actually reduced my willingness to play it because it felt like that wasn't what I signed up for in some sense. It's not that I'm totally married to the idea of a remake. It's more that I felt like I was given some kind of weird bait and switch.
Yeah. I can see
Because
that.
it was sold as a remake. But that's what people expected it to be. And it was only later that they found out it wasn't. And to some extent that's intriguing, but to another extent it's like, well, actually, it is still not what I thought it was. And it's like, what else are you lying to me about? Kind of thing.
Yeah. But at this point, you've got the first game, which is more or less in line with the original. Game 2 really starts to deviate, and apparently Game 3 is going to be like way off in the weeds.
Totally new territory.
Because at that point, you're beyond the point where Aerith dies. There is no Aerith shish kebab.
There's a lot in there that I find appealing. And honestly, if I'm completely 100% honest, there is a non-zero blast radius phenomenon from Dawn Trail.
I think
Like,
there'll be a non-zero.
I don't know if it's fair. I don't think it's fair necessarily, but I do feel like I'm experiencing that to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're not the same people. I know it. Intellectually, I know it. But emotionally, there's still a betrayal has taken place.
Don't want this domain, Fern.
I need to come over and tag it. I just saw shiny rocks.
So yeah, I'm locked in this sort of odd position of kind of interest, but sort of weird kind of fear that I'll just be betrayed again in some way.
Yeah, from the people I've talked to who have actually played the game, it is really good. But part of the problem, and it's the same problem that plagued Final Fantasy 16, is it was a PS5 exclusive for a while.
They do keep
And
doing that for no
well,
good
they've learned
reason.
their lesson now, and Square Enix has already come out and said we're not doing that anymore. It's costing us too much money.
Yeah, like I from what I understand, like 16 barely broke even
Mm-hmm.
because of console exclusivity, and I'm not sure the PC was able to make up for very much because you're so far out of the hype cycle.
Yeah,
It
once that
wasn't a
hype cycle's over, that's it. It ain't coming back.
16 wasn't a smash hit, but it was still very popular. Like other games dream of being that popular.
Yeah, but it was also very expensive.
It was
It's
very
true.
expensive.
I mean, I don't have it, and I don't have no in plans to buy it simply because it's expensive for something that I don't know when I will have time exactly to pour into it. And, like
Yeah.
I can't be the only one who makes decisions on that basis now. Where it's like, okay, so I'm kind of interested in this, but I've got to temper my expectations of how much free time I'm likely to have.
Mm-hmm.
Even
That's called becoming an adult.
even if you have a higher end on the amount of free time you got, it's still logistically impossible to play every new game that gets released, especially ones that are fairly chunky. It's got to be something that's at least in your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like I can't afford it or anything like that. It's more that I can't. It would be unwise of me to afford it for a product I might not actually use, rather than
Alright.
because I can afford any amount of money on not any amount of money, but I can afford to spend money on say a gacha character that I will actually use because I'm playing that game right now type of thing. But for a high ticket AAA video game that I may or may not touch depending on when, like the amount of time elapsed between me receiving uh Final Fantasy and starting Final Fantasy was a large number.
Yeah. Oh, there's a treasure chest over there. All right, next up, we have an award. Best Action Game. The nominees were Back with Wukong, Call of Duty Block 6, Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, and Besmeren 2.
The obligatory comment here that I don't think shooters should go in action game because of the social connotations of the word action game. That it should have its own. They should have their own dang category. Anyway,
Honestly, yeah. I think
Well, the
shooters
thing is
should have
that
its own category.
once upon a time, maybe, but I don't think there are enough of them anymore. We're out of that era where every second game is a shooter.
Every shooter, though, is COD Blops now.
I guess it might just be a factor of my
The
being
category
old.
you couldn't find 5 nominees for that category. I don't think. I think you're thinking of the idea where we had like Halo was a live franchise and COD was a live franchise and Medal of Honor was a live franchise and Unreal was a live franchise and there were half a dozen other shooters that were coming out every year like your Red Factions and your
Ah, yes,
I don't even want
the age of the Halo killer.
the certain names that I don't want to say because they were atrocious, and your kill zones and that sort of thing. There aren't any live franchises anymore that are not COD because Fortnite ate that world.
Fortnite did eat that world, actually. So, yeah, fair point. All right, so the winner was Monkey. This is the obligatory award that they're going to give as a nod to the monkey.
I can accept that. I don't mind one way or the other. I am a Warhammer partisan since the days of my early high school years, but I haven't played either of them, and I'm willing to accept Black with Wukong because it looks gorgeous. Quite frankly,
It is a beautiful experience. Yeah, it is a fantastic game. It does have its flaws, but visually and audio and storytelling, it's beautiful. All right, so let's keep going because we've got a lot to go through. Another game by the Ico guy. I didn't even get the name of this one, but it's about crawling around on giant robots this time.
Project Robot or something.
Yeah, Jeff Keighley actually kind of introduced this game by saying, here is all this first look of the gameplay we're going to see. All this gameplay. There was not a single scrap of gameplay.
Well, how could you tell?
Have you been talking to Todd Howard too much?
How could you tell it's the Shadow of the Colossus Ico guy?
Yeah, that's true. Like, as much as I did enjoy all three of those games, Ico, Shadow of the Colossus, and Last Guardian, it is hard to tell gameplay from cinematic sometimes.
The problem with those type of games nowadays, when they came out, they were novel.
Mhm.
They were interesting and creative at the time. Now everybody has got the minimalist gameplay or
Can
the
somebody
Mhm.
please switch to a crystallized element because I'm gonna die
I'll
if I can't heal.
turn into that one.
There you go. Oh no, not that one,
Why that one?
because it's a pink-haired shrine maiden. They're always trouble.
One is a lot of trouble. He
See,
loves causing trouble.
all pink-haired shrine maidens are trouble. So yeah, it didn't show a whole lot. It's got giant robots in it apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it looked the story trailer looked okay. I actually saw this one, but I didn't notice anything that stood out.
No, not really.
So nothing to write home about here. We know literally nothing about.
Yeah, and if it's going to be anything like Last Guardian, it's going to be delayed for 10 years. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll see you again in 2030.
Yeah, like Last Guardian was good, but it wasn't 6 years delayed good. Next, they did a orchestral presentation for the intro of Civ 7, and they actually got Christopher Tin back for it.
Then the guy that
He
was
hasn't
on.
been doing. He hasn't been doing nothing. Like I've got some of his album.
Yeah, like the guy makes
he's a
some
pretty.
absolute beautiful
He's a pretty
music.
talented composer.
And honestly, Firaxis kind of hit on gold with Civ 4, finding him. I mean, it's the first piece of video game music to get a Grammy, so there you go. At Civ 7, honestly, I can't get hyped for it.
I don't even understand the concept of getting hype for Civ anymore. Like it's gone through so many iterations that at this point, my gut feeling is that they're just releasing like in the Ubisoft's goal to annualize Assassin's Creed sense rather than we actually have something really important we want to bring you sense.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they have their dedicated purchasing base of autists that will do anything Civ, and that's all they need.
Yeah, I do like me some Civ. I admit it. I am not like the ultra sweat lord who can play
It's
on Warlord or anything like that, or higher
it's one
difficulties.
of those games that I actually avoid on purpose because I don't have sufficient discipline to control the amount of time I spend playing it, and so I just don't touch it ever. Because I
Yep.
know that the day will just be gone if I start a Civ game, and I won't get
Yep.
anything done because I simply won't perceive the time passing.
Yep. So Civ 7 is apparently introducing the multi-civ system that Humankind did, where every age you pick a new civilization. And I
Dumb and gay,
honestly,
and everybody hates it.
it's dumb and nobody likes it. So I might not be playing Civ 7. Honestly, if you want your best Civ experience, go play Civ 4. It's got Leonard Nimoy in it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the some aspects of it, but it is by far the one I spent the most time playing.
Yeah.
I just
Like
remember
after Civ 4, they started to get a lot more experimental with their mechanics.
I
As
felt like there's something sort of weirdly peak balance between complexity, depth, and straightforwardness about 4 that it's not really present in any of the subsequent ones, which are all trying to add things to a successful formula.
Yeah, and it really kind of hit the ideal balance there. So yeah, like Civ 5 and Civ 6 do have their merits, but yeah, if you want the best Civ experience, Civ 4. All right, next, right, Outer Worlds 2, the sequel to the most okay game I've ever played.
The most okay Skyrim clone on the market.
Yeah, like credit where it's due, Outer Worlds did have some cool ideas in it. Not that they did anything with them, but it's like it's a good foundation. Let's do something interesting with it.
What is the one which is the weird abstract space puzzler that's got a similar name?
That is there's Outer Worlds and there's Outer Wilds.
Okay, I always get the two mixed up.
Doesn't help that they came out roughly around the same time either.
I'm just gonna keep sneezing spontaneously before I can mute the mic, by the way.
Okay. So yeah, they showed off like it's more Outer Worlds, but honestly, Obsidian at the moment, I'm hesitant. Like, they've got Avowed on the.
Obsidian is not New Vegas Obsidian anymore.
It is not.
It is not the
That
thing.
Obsidian is gone, dead and buried.
Any of the people who are the same have probably changed gender at this point.
Well, yeah, they've got their art director who just does not know when to shut up. So, I'm going to see how Avowed does before I make any decisions about whether or not I want to play Outer Worlds 2. Now I'm doing that. Because yeah, Outer Worlds was fine. It was okay, but it wasn't spectacular.
It may seem snooty of me, but I don't have time for okay anymore.
Honestly, yeah. If I get that level of okay again, I'm not going to worry about it. Admittedly, they're competing directly against Starfield at this point, so
it has to be a genre I'm really hankering for me to settle for okay.
I mean,
it is a genre.
When I was an undergrad, I'd play damn near anything.
Yeah, like that sort of open world exploration in the old school, yes, Bethesda formula. I'm hankering for another one because the last time we got with them, one of them was Fallout 4. Fallout 76 doesn't count.
I don't count Fallout 4 either. I didn't like Fallout 4.
Then Skyrim in that case. So
remember when we first started this show and we started playing Skyrim?
Got so hyped for Skyrim.
That was actually some years later, to be honest. But yeah, well, I mean, I had no hype for Skyrim. In fact, I refused to play it for quite a while until everybody in my household was already playing, and they're like, no, just trust us. You have to play this. And they'd already been playing it, so then I played it. I still don't think it's a very good game. It just happens to be one that's uniquely addictive.
It is very uniquely addictive, and basically it gives you a whole bunch of toys and a really big sandbox to play in, and just says, off you go. Yeah. Here's this rubbish story, but you don't need to worry about that.
So there may only be 2 dungeons in the entire game that are repeated over and over again, but you can sort of, within certain constraints, you can do them however you want.
Yes. Meanwhile, do not piss off our deity. It is this horse. So yeah, like it is. There is a lot wrong with Skyrim, and the mods only go so far to addressing those. Because some of the issues with Skyrim are also part of its charm. But since then, it's just there's been nothing. Like honestly, Starfield is a husk. It is dead. It is empty. It is boring. Like to its credit, at least Outer Wilds, while it was okay and fairly mediocre, it wasn't boring.
Yeah, I mean, it also felt to me like Outer Wilds was
Outer Worlds. Sorry, Outer Wilds. We're doing it again.
Outer Worlds was an imperfect execution of a game that somebody actually wanted to make, and Starfield did not telegraph that anybody cared about it at all.
The most interesting thing I found in Starfield is what they did with Earth, because it was something that no one had done before in a sci-fi setting. But beyond that, it's like, oh, okay, we're just going through the motions again. Also, I got this laser at the start of the game, and it is by far the best weapon in the game. Why? Anyway, also, get the MacGuffin, the story. That's Starfield. You don't need to play anymore. Well done. All right, next game, Split Fiction. It's another game by the It Takes Two guys, except this time it's a pair of authors jumping between sci-fi and fantasy worlds.
This is the perfect example of what I was talking about before. The gameplay trailer for this game for a co-op multiplayer game looked pretty good for gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
The girls are ugly.
I mean, they're authors.
I mean, doesn't matter. They're protagonists in a video game, whether they want to frame it in a meta narrative like that, however. But I could get behind most of the stuff in the gameplay trailer. What I could not get behind was the acting and the pudge faces on the girls.
It did have that whiff of millennial acting, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the gameplay looked fantastic.
What are you talking about? Millennials can't act. There are no millennial actors. What are you talking about?
Well, that's the point.
Yeah.
Millennial actors are all like that. Like the best that they can offer is like that woman in the Snow White remake.
Yeah. I could heap a whole lot of praise on what I saw in the gameplay for the trailer they put out, but I just don't care. I'm not going to buy it because I'm tired of Pudge Face.
Yeah, the gameplay was great. The faces were Pudge. So if you can't look past Pudge Face, then yeah.
And I said it's not important before, but Pudge Face does also come with certain connotations about what the theming and ideas of the developer are.
Well, his last game, It Takes Two, was about a quarreling married couple who were looking for a divorce.
I didn't play It Takes Two. I just
that's the story. So the whole thing is basically they go through this adventure, remember why they love each other at the end. Also, I think the little girl did it, so there's that too.
Yeah.
Make of that what you will.
But yeah, it's just these characters are ugly. This acting was terrible, and I don't care how good your gameplay looks. I don't care that it looks like it could go right up my alley to kill a few afternoons in a co-op multiplayer game. I'm not going to buy it.
All right. Next game. Where was I on the list? Frag Punk. It's like a regular, boring old hero shooter, except it's got card mechanic in it.
Oh, is that
and
the one?
From
No, that's a different one. Never mind.
Yeah, this is the one where they play a card and it messes with the field.
Look like generic hero shooter slop. A whole lot of that going around in the ads.
Also, I did see one flash, a very quick flashing in there. I think the cards might be gacha.
Yeah, it looked like generic live service hero shooter slop.
Yeah, but wouldn't that make the game pay to win?
Who knows? It's
potentially
maybe. I got so sick of seeing this hero shooter slop just thrown out at this Game Awards for it seemed like every other ad was more hero shooter slop.
That's been a trend for the last few years.
Yeah, but it was especially noticeable to me for some reason this
game. Yeah, maybe I think it's probably because of Concord. Now you're ultra aware of it.
No, I think
as actual amount of hero shooters announced.
I think it's probably because of Overwatch 2 failing, so everybody can see that there's a gap in the market.
Yeah, it felt like the quantity was definitely higher.
Well, but that gap's already been filled. Marvel Rivals just filled it.
Yeah,
but that's like it filled it as of like last week. Like,
yeah,
that's not fast enough. That's not fast enough time for the Games Awards candidates to act. Not much less enough time for the game to be declared over. Like,
yes,
even if it is, that's not something that is going to be acknowledged by developers. Not yet.
Overwatch 2 was over when it launched. But anyway. Where was I? Down the list. Fragpunk. Killing Floor 2. They don't have any British zombies, so I'm not interested.
I enjoyed some of the games.
They got cyber demons now.
Yeah, I enjoyed some of the games we played at Killing Floor with people back in BT Dub. It was never my game of choice. I always played it. It was one of those games I played because my friends at the time were playing and they wanted to play with me. Okay, sure. I can do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to seek it out on my own or advocate for the game itself, though.
No, it was a fun enough time with friends, but even terrible games can be fun with friends.
I was too much of a snob to play a zombie game for the most part. I did play a few rounds of Killing Floor with somebody, I don't remember who, that sort of compelled me into it.
Probably Red Dog. He was all into that crap.
It was very likely to be Red Dog. But
he got all of us.
That was his evangelized game. He loved Killing Floor.
Yeah. So yeah, it's more Killing Floor for the people who like it. Honestly, it's zombies, it's extraction shooter. I sleep. Next,
what an extraction shooter is, to be honest.
Now, Keeley it's a new award next, the Game Changer Award, which at surface value seemed very innocent and very nice, giving to a guy who was helping fired developers find new jobs.
Already he lost me
What's
at
he
this,
now?
and I had muted the stream and gone back to mahjong.
I
Yes.
want to know why they were fired first.
Yeah.
No, well, honestly, because the AAA development window is bloated, so these people are probably just dead weight. But
So
anyway,
were they fired, or were they contractors who the contract ended and now they're butthurt about that? Because that's
to them it's
usually
the
the
same
way.
thing. So people started digging about this guy because there was a few people who said, "Oh, this doesn't pass the sniff test." So it turns out this isn't just some guy who got up and wanted to help making a spreadsheet. He is a senior director of IP acquisition at Tencent.
So he's HR for Tencent. Basically,
Uh,
he's
kind
he's
of,
he's
yes.
he's basically looking for corporate spies.
Basically, yeah. So yeah, he's not just some guy, and he's probably not just helping, and he's not doing this out of the goodness of his heart either. But he is, however, Keely's friend.
Okay, surprise.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, Fern, call the rail line. We can take a rail ride on the show.
All right, we'll go up here. Whee!
Watch
So yeah, there is the tinfoil hat brigade out there who's starting to throw together the theory that he's finding cancerous people, installing them into companies and franchises so Tencent can snap them up when they inevitably fail. That honestly does sound a bit, conspiracy theorist to me, but I don't know.
There's not really that much that is considered beyond the pale by Tencent, to be honest. I mean, I'm not saying that's what he's doing. I'm saying that they probably, if they aren't doing that, they probably thought about it.
Yeah.
It's over here to summon the Aquabus.
Oh, yep, there it is. They should have a thing here that actually looks like a summoning thing.
No, you talk.
Even just a timetable,
You talk
not just a box of schedules.
You read a magazine and wait. And talk to the.
You read a magazine.
Talk to the middle.
You coming, Paul?
I am lost at the moment.
Okay.
There is no map, you see.
Yes,
hasn't
you're
been
out.
here. I'm just sort of bumbling around, lost.
You're out in the weeds of Natland.
Yeah, and I've never been here on my account either, so I don't know where I am.
Yeah. So yeah, there's people out there at the moment who are really just starting to pick this guy apart. So yeah, that's going to be fun. Next game, it's World of Tanks. It's Steel Hunters. It's World of Tanks if it was made by Michael Bay.
Oh, is this the mech one?
This is the mech one where they turn into Zoids. Yes.
Yeah, this one actually looked kind of cool.
It does, but
Zoids
honestly,
are
because
cool.
it's Steel Hunters.
It's
The name's kind of gay, but
it's a 3D mech shoot 'em up game.
Yeah, but it's made by the World of Tanks people, so it's probably going to fall into that same
live service junk model,
live service format thing.
Man, if they'd have released this and I knew for sure it was going to be a single player game, I could maybe get hyped for this.
Yep.
But it's not.
No, it'll be a
buy it once multiplayer game. Even I'd take that. I might be able to at least give it a cursory glance then. But
yeah, it falls into those live service games like your Mech Warriors and your World of Tanks, where it's like you're doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over.
It's trying to create the live service mecha shooter genre.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a moment.
Great.
Yeah, we've run out of pins, so here's some blue tack. So yeah, next is the Long Dark 2 Black Frost. You are in post-apocalyptic winter Canada.
Oh, this was so boring.
Is there another kind of Canada to that? Like, I've never heard of it.
Well, there's a moose.
This was a low poly isometric-ish survival game in Canada.
Yes.
It looks so boring.
You live as long as the moose deems you live.
There was literally nothing to write home about or to describe here. It's literally just a guy scrounging around in the ruins of some city in Canada in with a terrible low poly art style
and a very boring soundtrack.
Yeah, like
it sounds like regular Canada to me so far.
All right, next up, Randy Pitchford makes his appearance and announces Borderlands 4.
Died after 2, the base game.
Wait, has he still not gone to jail? I could have sworn he must have committed some crime by now.
He should be, but honestly, watching this trailer, it's a franchise that is screaming out for the sweet release of death.
Trying to summon the Reaper.
Yeah. Like there are
Yeah,
3
well,
good Borderlands games. The first one, the second one, and Tales, the first one.
Well, the first one was mildly cringe. The second one was extremely cringe.
Mhm.
Tales was charmingly cringe, but still cringe. And
Yes.
it was something that only worked because your friends might be playing. By the time it got to third, it was very evident they didn't know what they had. They didn't know what was actually good about it. They thought that what people liked was the cringe.
Yeah. We don't like the cringe.
They kept the cringe contained within a nice level of just over the top ridiculousness into, with just the acting of Handsome Jack and the way they presented that character. As soon as they got to the DLC for 2, though, it started going downhill with self-referential, meme-heavy humor. And it was no longer contained within the characters themselves, and the jokes weren't based around what the characters were that was unique to Borderlands. It was all
It was just like references to dated real world stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the ultimate word that sums up Borderlands right there, is dated.
I still remember when it was a new game coming out, and Octail and Hordak were doing previews for the show.
Because they were super hype.
They were super hype.
And mechanically, it was quite fun. It was a little bit jank, like the bullets did not land where the crosshair pointed, etc. But
sometimes they ricocheted off things and it hit anyway, so it was all right.
It had its charm, but its charm was mostly not to do with its writing.
No, the writing was always awful for Borderlands, except for Handsome Jack. Handsome Jack was a fantastic villain.
Yeah, you try telling Anthony Birch that.
No, eventually Birds don't listen.
He thinks he's an artist.
He's an artist.
He's
all right.
cuck.
Next game, very quick one. Tekken 8's doing a Final Fantasy 16 crossover.
Yeah, Clive's and Tekken.
Clive's and Tekken. That's all.
Okay.
Next,
they did an award speed run. The next set of awards, the first. Oh, I've done terrible things. I opened the menu on the boat. Don't do that.
Oh.
Paimon, come back.
Oh, and you're in multiplayer, so the game doesn't pause.
Yeah. So Paimon she's gone. She's left.
Oh, you didn't need that emergency food supply for anything. It was fine.
I want to close
Just
the
for
menu
emergency
to
food.
be sure you get the Chivo for taking the whole boat ride.
Does it actually count as long as I'm still going?
I have no
Oh,
idea.
no.
May avoid the Chivo if you got the menu open.
I got a tab open to open up the most anticipated game award category. Because this is about the only one I actually wanted to see what else was in the list from this set.
What else?
Okay.
Decided should be on the list.
So, most anticipated award was between Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid Prime 4, and Monster Hunter Wilds. And GTA 6 won it.
Okay, at least
nobody's actually anticipating that.
Not
like the thing is that the people who still care about GTA are all still playing the original, and they won't be able to leave behind what they've currently got because they're too sunk cost.
People are seriously invested in 5, like super invested.
Like the it should be Monhan with a bullet. Like there's actually hype for that.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about GTA because they're already playing GTA. Whereas, Monhan has sort of reached the end of its content arc for the previous generation, and everybody's waiting for the new one.
Yeah. On the other hand, you've got Ghost of Yotei, which should have had maximum hype, except it's not what it should be.
It's the center of political controversy because they arbitrarily replaced everything that made sense with things that don't make sense.
Yes. Death Stranding, honestly, Death Stranding is not going to come out anytime in the next 5 years, so I wouldn't worry about it.
He has, remember, he's Kojima's best friend. He's got or rather, Kojima is his best friend. I'm not sure about the other way around.
The puppets made that joke.
I know. But, he's got to give him some
Taylor and Waldorf compilation or something.
Yeah,
you could probably find one. Yeah,
they were the only good part of the Game Awards
because they were saying what we were all thinking.
it is makes you really question how much input Jeff Keighley had over what the Muppets can say on this show, and whether he
So they're taking the piss out of him.
yes,
Yes.
every
I see.
opportunity they can. I'm like, that ain't the Jeff
Like,
we
they
all know.
actively booed him. It was great. I mean, as far as Muppets go, Waldorf and Stat, they're probably some of my favorites. So yeah, Metroid Prime 4, I'm hyped for it, but
I don't know anybody that's hyped for anything we know about it. They're hyped for the idea of a Metroid Prime 4.
hyped for the
They
idea.
want
That's it.
this is the same as with the Elden Ring thing. Like they don't know anything about that product. They just think it would be good if there was another one.
It's Elden Ring, or in this case, it's Metroid Prime, and that's honestly all we know.
Like, I get it, guys. I like Prime series too, but like, we don't know anything about the video game. We got a logo. We got a logo 5 years ago, and it's been dead since then.
To be fair, RST also likes Metroid Fusion, so
I like Metroid Fusion.
I do like Fusion.
If you find someone who likes Other M, though, they should be, purified.
Doesn't RST also like that one?
I will defend some of the criticisms that people make because they're made by dumb people that just parrot things instead of finding legitimate problems with the game. But like Other M is quite a stretch.
Yeah. Like, the janky gameplay mechanics, the weird controls, the aborted storyline.
Most of it has to do with people not understanding what they're talking about when it comes to the narrative criticisms, because it's made almost exclusively by people that have not played the rest of the Metroid franchise.
This is the second Nintendo character who's gone through menopause on screen. There you go.
We're not going to get into it here.
That's rather savage.
At least the first, Princess Peach had fun with it. Anyway, where were we on the list? Multiplayer game, Helldivers 2. I'll agree with that. The problem with Helldivers 2 is not its gameplay, it's not its writing, it's not anything, except it has the worst community managers.
It's absolutely schizophrenic people in charge of it.
Yeah. Well, not even them. It's just the people between them and the players, who come from the absolute top of the class of school of Reddit mods.
They are extremely Reddit.
They're extremely Reddit. Back when the game developers were actually managing their own community, it was great, but that didn't last very long because that community grew really quick.
Like Gabe answering all the user emails with his own personal email.
Yep. Your other choices were COD Blops 6, which is COD Blops. Mario Jamboree, which is not multiplayer, that is an impending homicide. Tekken 8 and Space Marine 2.
What category are we talking about again?
Best multiplayer.
Best multiplayer.
Right.
Of that batch, yeah, probably Helldivers 2. Just I've seen people post the most.
Yeah, Helldivers is a lot of fun.
It is what it is. People liked it when it was not, banning them or judging them or lecturing them or, when it was just being a video game, people liked it.
Where the community managers weren't flapping their faces, basically.
I missed most of the community manager drama. I remember it happening now that you mention it, but I did not play Helldivers 2, so it already had faded. I just remember the clips of it.
Yep. Okay, next one was community support. It was Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky.
I don't even
Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, and No Man's Sky are always on this list.
I don't even know what the award is being given out for.
Best community support.
Mm-hmm.
And
what does that mean?
In this case, it's not disappointing your audience, I guess.
I would assume community support means community support that either responds to players, general player feedback, or directly interfaces with the players in a way that allows for direct communication. One of
Yeah,
these
But
two.
you're not
Basically-
sure. You're not sure that you're actually drawing the right conclusion about what the criterion are you?
No,
You're
The
that is
description
what
here
based on
is-
the
that is what
name.
that is what the name implies. But what it actually means is just
Well-
whoever Keeley needed to give a pity award to.
The description is recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness, inclusive of social media activity and game updates.
But Fortnite doesn't respond to its community at all.
No,
Final
it just grams
Fantasy
updates.
14 just delivered an absolute stinker. Like,
Yep.
what did they do to get nominated other than exist?
In Final Fantasy's case, it's because they're always here. Same with No Man's Sky and Fight Night. Helldivers 2, like I said, is the only bad part about that game is their community support. Whereas Baldur's Gate said, you know what, here we go, we're just going to add a whole bunch more subclasses to the game for absolutely nothing. Here you go.
I don't even see
Also,
this
we'll add
on
more
the
endings
list.
because you guys didn't like that. So that's
Oh,
that.
there it is.
And the
Do we-
last one,
Did we announce who won? Who won it?
yeah, it was Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, Larian got it.
Larian got it.
They slightly reduced the amount of horniness of your party members. Oh, look at that
They-
wonderful community support.
They ratcheted it down a fair way, except for Gale, who is, you just can't help but accidentally onto his romance track.
His dongus.
So that's just become the running joke at this point, is he's thirsty.
You slipped and landed on his penis. What?
Yeah, basically. If you're not careful, you will slip and land on it. And the last one was best art direction, which went to Metaphor Range Fantasio.
Art direction is always one that makes me grind my teeth a little bit,
subjective.
because year over year, no matter what type, even before Jeff Keighley, when people would talk about games with good art direction, like, yeah, but what do you mean?
Yeah, and again, it is something that is extremely subjective.
Do you mean a game that had a particular style it was going for and executed it well with a general mass appeal that the game was actually talked about? Okay, cool.
Well, how would you know for sure though?
But yeah, how do you know what that vision was?
I mean, sometimes perhaps you could tell. Like, I don't think that, like, if this was a thing, if this award was a thing in the year that Okami came out, I don't think many people would argue with it if it won. But most of the time, you don't have a freaking clue.
Yeah. Like they've got Black Myth in the nominees as well here as well. That one had a very clear direction as to what they were going for.
This is of the games awards we've talked about, also the first instance of something that made me grind my teeth a little. Now, I made no qualms that I love Shadow over the Erdtree. I know it got a lot of undue growling when it came out. People just angry at random crap. This seems to be more or less par for the course with every FromSoft game that comes out.
It really is. Yeah.
I understand that Shadow over the Erdtree is as big as a full game, but at the end of the day, it's still a DLC. And
yeah. If it was released as a standalone, then fine.
I mean, I understand that it is functionally Elden Ring 2. It is that big. But
It is a chongus.
Big but it's still DLC. Elden Ring already had its time to win awards and be in the spotlight. And you don't get to keep coasting on that and reusing your same engine, art direct, and art assets in game to just keep sucking up award space to keep putting on your box. And I know Keeley wrote a big spiel justifying why it was allowed this time. I don't give a crap. It still feels wrong.
Ultimately, you got to play through 80% of the original Elden Ring in order to even touch any of this content.
It is like a if you want to treat it that way, it's like a sequel that mandates you play what came before it before you even get a shot at seeing the sequel.
Honestly, give it its own awards category.
Best DLC would be a fine category.
Best expansion would be a better one, I think.
Well, there ain't enough.
DLC could be anything.
There ain't enough consistent expansion style DLCs out there these days.
No, nobody calls them expansions anyway.
Nobody calls them expansions, even though that's what they are.
Yeah.
At least something of that caliber.
And I actually approve of this model of DLC with releasing one of this size that's very chunky and something to look forward to as an old school expansion style DLC.
Rather than the drip feed model.
But it still feels different than a brand new game and doesn't feel like it should be.
Yep. Okay, next game, Splitgate 2. Honestly, didn't Splitgate only come out last year? It feels like it came out last year. I need to look this up.
It's been on my computer for a long time, so I don't think it came out last year.
Yeah, we played this for an afternoon.
It was fun.
It was literally just Halo 2 with portals.
It was a
Basically,
worse version of Unreal Tournament.
It came out in 2019. How did that happen?
You got old. Half a decade.
I don't like this feeling.
5
How
years
did I lose
compressed
5
into 1
years?
year. 5 years compressed into 1 year,
Uh,
This is where you have arrived in life.
I'm just going to go and decompose for a while then. So, okay, Splitgate 2. It honestly looks like Splitgate 1.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
would be, because it probably is. It's just they've used a newer version of the Unreal Engine to make the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'll download it and have fun for another second afternoon.
That would be a fun afternoon.
I mean, I enjoyed the one afternoon I played with it, but I could not see myself playing much more of it.
Yeah.
I go back to Unreal Tournament time and time again, though. Like, if there wasn't other people playing and I wanted to play that type of game, I would just play Unreal Tournament because it's actually good. Splitgate is not good. Splitgate is decidedly okay for an afternoon and no longer.
It's fun for an afternoon, and then that's it. I've had my fun. All right, next game. The desperation in the Veilguard by putting up a trailer showing accolades, and they only had like 4 of them.
I did notice they were for the most susceptible to be paid off batches of award groups like your IGNs.
And even IGN went back and revised their score.
And I noticed they were very selective in the wording with many ellipses.
Yes,
In
so many ellipses.
In their chosen quotes.
This game is a turd, but we've been paid to say something nice about it. It's been a while since we've had something that's been quite that blatant. So yeah, Veilguard, it's still shit. Mecha Break. This is the giant robot hero shooter genre. It is totally not Gundam.
Yeah,
This looks
even
exactly like it.
It
love
looks like
Mecha,
Gundam.
I do.
It flies like Gundam. It's been made by the same guy who made Gundam. It's Gundam.
I do like me some mecha, but I also don't like me some live service hero shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was interested in this game when it was originally announced, right up until the point that, well,
Live service.
I just want a normal game, man.
Yeah.
They don't
basically do Armored Core except with Gundams.
I mean,
Yeah,
do that.
Armored Core is Armored Core. Like, I want the overblown space opera of Gundam too. Like, that can exist alongside it.
Yeah.
I mean,
even though it will be an incredibly heavy-handed Aesop about racism or something, but it will be in the old school kind of heavy-handed Aesop about racism, not the new school kind.
Where it's blatant and cringe, but still tells a good story.
Where they actually have a sincere expectation that the players are going to run out and pay reparations immediately after playing the game.
Yes. After patching up the head wound from being bludgeoned over their head with the message. Ugh. Anyway, so yeah, it looks good, but it's also live service, so. Next game, Star Wars Outlaws. Same thing as a Veilguard. Just the desperation.
Very selective quotes on the trailer.
Yeah.
Well, does it not matter at any point that nobody liked any of this crap? Does this just not actually...
At this point, they're just trying to rake in even one more sale.
For these 2 games in particular, their release dates are close enough that I think they probably bought in their ad space for the Game Awards early.
Mm-hmm.
And so they hadn't flopped yet.
But now that they have flopped,
Surely at some point there's going to become like, you would think, and this is something that I think should have already happened at some point, that there'd be like a cottage industry of consultants will spring up to determine for investors in an incredibly highfalutin manner whether or not their game idea is going to flop that they're planning on investing in.
oddly enough, Stuttering Craig said exactly the same thing last week. Or just after the Game Awards, I should say.
In a
Who?
bush.
From of formerly Screw Attack fame, he's doing the real Game Awards, as he's trying to call it, which Jeff Keighley's trying to copyright. But yeah, he said exactly the same thing.
In a bush.
This goes back to the old argument of every game company and evil genius should have a 5-year-old child on staff.
A bush.
Right, where were we? Star Wars Outlaws, Fortnite OG, as they're calling it. It's Fortnite Classic. Why?
I was not aware that this.
Has it worked for RuneScape?
Yeah.
I guess.
I mean, it worked for RuneScape because the new RuneScape was so bad that most of the player base had quit.
Yes, and people actually wanted classic RuneScape. It worked for World of Warcraft until they, lost the plot and have advanced to the point where it doesn't matter anymore.
It worked until the Blitzchung fiasco when they tried to speed release Dire Maul to pave it over.
Oof, yes.
And then it worked with what they had left over after that. When until they released paid level boosts into Classic.
Yep. But now Classic is up to Pandaria, and that's honestly after the point it's jumped the shark. So
At what point in the sort of like the roadmap discussion does, and at this point we unclassic the classic, come into the discussion?
they've got to be reaching that point.
Like, have they not already passed that point? Like,
I
what
honestly
part?
think they have.
What do you remember there being level boosts in Mr. Pandaria? Because I don't. Maybe there were. I mean, there could have been. I don't remember.
Pandaria was where they introduced the level tokens, wasn't it? Or the subscription tokens?
No, it was Warlords of Draenor.
Oh, it was too. Yep. Okay.
Because I remember I funded my entire playing with that.
Right. So it's like, yeah, at what point is Classic not Classic anymore? And honestly, I think we're getting to that point.
I think that we were there in Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Wrath.
Burning Crusade.
Burning Crusade,
It fell off.
absolutely.
It fell off a lot for most people playing it back then, from what I could observe.
Yeah. And Wrath is where the game really started to change. Anyway, that's another argument. Where was I? Fortnite OG. They did a music tribute to Arcane. Fine, whatever. A new trailer for a new Virtua Fighter game. Which,
Okay. On the one
Yeah.
hand, I'm like, oh, I remember seeing Virtua Fighter around and never playing it.
I remember playing it on Dreamcast that one time.
My only experience with Virtua Fighter is a game called Pocket Fighter, which was a crossover with Capcom.
Yeah,
And that means Hisenko cooking breakfast as her main combo.
I think I did play it at Sega World in Sydney on an arcade machine once.
Very silly game.
I don't think Sega World exists anymore.
I don't think it. No, I don't think it does. Maybe that one in Akabra. I can't even pronounce it today. Nerd place.
I'm
mean,
thinking of the one in Darling Harbour.
Yeah, no, that one's long gone.
Yeah, but that was where I last played Virtua Fighter.
yeah. So the thought I had seeing this was, anybody alive younger than me remember Virtua Fighter?
No, probably not. So to a lot of people, this is going to be a new franchise.
It is functionally a new IP. It's been so long since we got a Virtua Fighter. And even when they were still doing new releases, most of them were arcade only.
Yeah.
Oh, my bush!
I am doing the topiary. Thanks so very much.
So, yay. There you go. New Virtua Fighter. Don't know if it's going to be any good, because they didn't really show any gameplay, because of course they didn't. Next game, Project Century. It's the next Yakuza game. It's set in Meiji period, Tokyo. Or...
Yeah, it doesn't have an official title yet, but it looks like Ishin.
Yeah. So it's just before the kicking off of World War One. I think it was 1917 or something they put on the screen, something like that.
1915.
1915.
That Taisho?
I don't.
Yes, I thought that was Meiji Restoration.
Meiji Restoration is an event. It's not an era.
Yeah, okay, fair point. Not sure which era that would be. Probably Taisho. Someone who's smarter about Japanese history can probably figure it out.
Someone with access to Wikipedia. I don't know. Meiji might be the name of an era as well, but I think of it as an event. Taisho might have been later. I'm not sure. But Taisho is 1912 to 1926.
Okay, so it's Taisho. All right, so yeah, it's honestly Yakuza games. You can't go wrong with the Yakuza games.
Ryu Ga Goto's studio is a very consistent studio that is able to pump games out that are at least playable and always a little bit enjoyable, even if they're not all smash hits.
Yeah, and honestly,
Meiji was from 1868 to 1912.
Okay, so Meiji was just before it, right?
Unless you hire Yongya to voice Kiryu, then you
just no, not the right voice actor for that role.
Oh.
not the right voice actor for any role.
Well, I mean, I don't care if he does like bit rolls in the background. Like, I didn't play Starrow on whatchamacallit, English and have to listen to Gigic, so I don't care about bit parts.
It's funny now. He's apparently embarrassed by his performance in that game.
Really? Was it that bad? Because I didn't hear it.
Because it was a phoned-in guest part for some random miners on Guerrilla 6 that don't even have a name.
Okay.
But
that's fine. You can have him in there as an Easter egg. It's fine.
But no. The real crime in Star Rail is Don Hung.
Yeah.
Well, considering from based on what we will see in the Game Awards, it looks like he's going to be your main companion throughout Amphorius.
Enjoy.
Life is butter vision.
Does he really say that every time he uses alt?
Yes.
Yes, it is Buttervision. Okay, so that's that. Next award was Best Direction. That's he got Kojima out, and Kojima just had a speech. But it went to Astrobot. Again. And this is a running theme because Astrobot.
Yeah, there was a favorite this year. And it was a little...
If we encourage Sony enough, maybe they will remember what it means to make a good game.
Well, also, I'm pretty sure they gave Jeff a whole lot of money because a whole lot of the ads were Sony-based.
Oh my, yes. Oh, this group. Hang on, I gotta leave.
Are there people who don't think Jeff is a shill?
No.
Does he know that?
No. Honestly, when he started out, he wanted to kind of break away from all of this stuff, but it sounds kind of hollow when he's fallen face first into it.
I thought he just wanted to steal E3's lunch.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's an argument of that. Why is there a bird here? It's a very big bird.
Do you need help with a big bird?
I haven't fought the big bird yet. I did just get on the wrong side of a bunch of random Fatui, though. Here's a bird. Okay. Where was I? Next game, Turok Origins.
Turok.
Turok is one of those things when I see it, I'm like, I remember Turok. I remember getting lost in the N64 Turok.
That game was so insane. It was great. It didn't make a lick of sense.
And then I remember
I don't remember much about it. I didn't own it, so I didn't play very much.
And then I remember the how terrible the later Toroks were.
We don't speak of those.
They were later Toroks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
No, they weren't. Nope. So this one's being done by Saber Interactive. So the guys who did Space Marine.
Space
Besmarin. So hopefully it is completely and utterly nuts.
I mean,
I have Best Marine on PS3. I'm gonna have to rebuy it if I want to replay the first one. Because I don't know. It'd be a lot of work for me to set up my PS3. It's buried in a bunch of stuff. It'd be easier to buy the game again than to do that, as far as billable hours are concerned.
I mean, it should be on Steam, and it's probably going to be on sale. If not now, then on in a week or so.
Is the Christmas sale, winter sale already on? Is that a thing?
Not yet. That's probably next week. It'll kick off.
Right.
Your giant turkey had a Mora box in him.
Oh. Meanwhile, I'm fighting this
Biggie Churl.
giant Giga Churl. Yeah, there you go.
Biggie.
They do have a name.
They're Biggie Churls.
Biggie Churls.
Baby Churls and Biggie Churls. I don't think that's their actual name. I hope that's not their actual name.
No, it's like Giga Churl or something like that.
No, he's Biggie Churl. Kind of like Biggie
He's
Smalls.
Biggie Churl. He punches hard. All right. Next game, they did a trailer for the next update for Helldivers 2. They're adding the aliens, which they've been teasing for a while. Cool.
I have
More
never played
Helldivers, more fun.
Helldivers. I have no opinion.
Yep. Next, Warframe. They're doing Warframe 9099. I have no idea where the hell Warframe is going anymore.
I'm pretty sure that the Warframe people will be happy to play regardless.
They are.
Yeah, the Warframe contingent. I can't. It's too late in the game's life cycle for anybody. Realistically,
it is. Yeah, like it looks like it's a lot of fun, but there's just that massive wall in order to get into it. So yeah, they're not like this is showing 1999, where they're not space ninjas being driven by psychic children. They're just people in suits. They're still ninjas, but they're not in space.
I didn't know what the case actually was. Like, it's really not clear when you play it. Like, I didn't
really
know what you were playing as. I had zero idea what was going on.
Well, that's the problem with a lot of Warframe's history is they've kind of made the game and didn't make the lore until later. So a lot of this stuff is like, oh, okay, it's all coming in after the fact now. All right. We're going to make these wet. Hang on, I think we're missing something here.
We are
right.
We could cheese it if we got a Vol over here to Barbara the other one.
Yep. Oh, there's trash chest over there.
I don't understand what you need.
You know those little water things you splash them a lot and they light up?
No, because I haven't done any fontaines, so I don't know what any of the puzzles are.
Oh, they're just little things. If you make them and keep them wet, they light up. And there's 3 of them in a triangle, and we have to make them wet.
Normally, you're supposed to go off, find an orb thingy, and use it to light them all up at the same time, but you can cheese it.
Oh, Fern, those challenges are a pain in the butt you're doing down there. I'm turning back.
They are. These things are not taking a whole lot of damage.
I'm coming.
All right. Next was an update for Power World's next patch, which is a big old chonkers thing with Angry Viking Man. So they've actually changed something in the game recently. They took out the ball throwing mechanic. So now if you throw it, you summon a power, it just pops up next to you. So that's
patented.
The throwing of a Pokeball to summon a creature in an open field is patented. It is ultra specific. So by taking that out, they basically
I've never gotten loot from it before.
Yeah. All right.
So they're basically complying with the spirit of the law. the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law.
Yes.
Like, no, these are not in any way like Pokemon because you don't summon them by throwing a ball into an open field.
Yes. Yep. Even though the patent that Nintendo is pursuing was filed, after Power World started development. Not that matters too much because, that's how the courts work.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hate the player, hate the game kind of thing, really.
Yeah.
Oh, Vol, come up here and bring a Barbara.
Oh my goodness, I'm in combat. I can't.
Are you? Hang on, coming.
I'm
I'm on
miles
the wrong
away in
character.
combat. I'm in
Oh,
combat in Netland.
oh, it looked
Oh,
like
okay, we can't.
it looked like you were just down the hill on the mini map.
What? In what way? I'm in a different country.
Oh, there's the orbs. Never mind. I think I see how to do the puzzle properly. All right. So yeah, that's that. Wuthering Waves. The it looks like Genshin.
It's quite playable. I've played it.
Yeah.
It's just like I only have time for so many gachas. It's got its own aesthetic that's very different to what Hoyo does. It's very different. And from what I've heard, the story is quite reasonably good. It's got a lot of mobility stuff as
Oops.
standard that most people playing Genshin would consider to be Netland-esque.
Yep.
But like I don't dislike it. I just don't have time to play another gacha.
Yeah. Like it. Looking at the trailer, it does seem very Hoyo-esque.
Well, it's based on Genshin fundamentally. Like a
Mm.
lot of the menu layouts and that are the same, and a lot of the icons are evocative of that. They have they have, as far as character switching and that goes, is more like Honkai Impact Third than it is like Genshin, but it's still definitely Hoyo derivative. The combat feels a little bit more like ZZZ's, but less comic book style. But overall, it's quite a playable game. I quite like it. I
It
just
looks
don't
pretty
have the
good.
time.
Yeah.
But it is a very different aesthetic, and some people just don't like it. Fundamentally, don't like it.
That's fine, I guess. But yeah, it's one of those games that looks like it's going to involve a lot of time.
Yeah, I
Yeah, it has all of the same sorts of farming systems and currency systems that Genshin does. Like you can think of it as Genshin as far as investment requirements are concerned.
Yep. All right, next game. No, not a game, an award. It's the best ABO indie, and it went to Balatro.
the
The
guy.
developer, the one guy who made the game, didn't show up.
Yeah, this
Good
is
on
a,
him.
this is a game made by one dude. It's some kind of weird roguelike poker thing.
I
And
watched a lot of Fauna playing it. I know how it works, and in fact, the one of the more recent events, basically the Sparkle event, involved sort of like a highly simplified version of Balatro.
yeah, he won by not showing up. I think if
Yes.
if I made it an indie game and it did well, I would not show up to the Game Awards either.
Well, you don't want to be seen endorsing Keeley in public, do you? That's not going to do
Anyway.
any good for your rep. It's like if you want to look like a sellout, then endorse the industry's biggest sellout, I guess.
Like,
Yep.
I think the Hello Games guys didn't show up either. Although I think that was because they thought they for sure weren't going to win the awards. They didn't bother
Yeah,
to show up.
that was back in the day that they weren't told ahead of time before the awards. Speaking of, actually, did you notice the award announcement cards?
No.
They were
Didn't watch
incredibly
it.
pretentious pop-up cards.
Huh?
Yeah,
Oh, right, they were, weren't they?
they're a pop-up book style thing where they opened it up and the little statue popped up as piece of cardboard.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that before.
It's not the first time, but it's I mean, in a greeting card, it's cute. At an event like this, it's incredibly pretentious.
I don't know. It seems a little bit childish to me.
I mean, yes, it's his pop-up book. That goes without
It's like-
saying.
It's like you're just way too high on your own supply, sort of thing.
All right, next game announced is a new Onimusha, just called Onimusha.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
they're going to reboot it and make it bad, are they?
This
Because
is-
it's not
Probably.
Capcom.
It's made by Capcom and it's a post Inafune Capcom.
So we will have to
Or not
wait and see
Inafune.
which direction. they
Sorry, it's Suno. Inafune is
yeah.
the tool that claims he made Mega Man.
go. Yes, who didn't?
No, this is a post. It's Suno era Capcom. So
We'll see.
things are about to get even rockier with one of the later announcements.
Yeah.
Why do they have to get rockier? Can we not do that? Can we have good games? That'd be great.
No, you're gonna lose your flipping marbles when I give you the the caveat. The next one.
Yep. All right, next game. Now, here's an interesting thing. The Dungeon and Fighter franchise. I have no idea what it is. And after these next two game trailers, I have even less idea what it is.
It's DFO.
That does not help even at all. Like,
It is
that
like-
Aris
makes
still
it
spent his
worse.
high school days playing it because his mother was playing RuneScape, and that would make it uncool.
Yeah, DFO is an anime side-scrolling beat 'em up.
Right.
It has been
Okay, so
around for eons and is used to be easily one of the most popular games, period, in terms of player base. Definitely, probably
Been on
still
s-
is in Korea.
It's been on Steam for years now as well. They added it
Yeah.
to Steam a while back.
Yeah, it got Arc System Works to make a fighting game that they didn't market at all and is kind of dead in the water, but was big enough to get them to pick it up.
It was probably good too, because Arc System Works usually doesn't make trash. So it's kind of sad, really, in a way.
Yeah. So we've got two games from that. The first is the first Berserker Kazan, which was incredibly dark, incredibly grim, and incredibly bloody.
And incredibly showed off last year.
Also incredibly shown off last year. They didn't really show anything new about it. It's like, here's just this new trailer. It doesn't show any gameplay. It's fine. On the other hand, you've got Arad, which is incredibly bright, colorful, like fantasy modern gacha type dealy.
Mm.
It smells Hoyo-y as well.
Yeah, I couldn't.
So you have
I couldn't put a finger on this one at all.
yeah, but they're both apparently Dungeon and Fighter universe games.
Yeah, it made me question it. When I googled it online, the forum discussion was saying that they mean DFO, but it made me really question it because of how derivative both of the two art styles were and how diametrically opposed they were. These two games.
These two games look like they have absolutely nothing in common.
Like I'm like, are you sure? John Cena, are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
So it's entirely possible that forum post was just smoking crack, and this is a totally separate franchise I just know nothing about. But
Well, yeah, maybe.
but because if you see these two trailers, you would not think they're part of the same franchise at all. They could not
Yeah,
be more
because-
diametrically opposed.
There is nothing in common between these two games, but yet they're both Dungeon and Fighter. So yeah, I don't know. Next game I zoned out on because it's Dying Light. It's zombies.
Yeah, don't care. Move on.
I thought we were done with this. I thought
No,
that
well-
was
There's always a couple.
There's always a couple of zombie games.
slow learners.
Well, zombies aren't known for their speed.
Next we got another award speed round, so I'm just going to quickly zoom through these. Best action adventure. That doesn't mean really anything. Astrobot. Best RPG was Metaphor. Best creator was one of these ones I never heard of.
This one we got to talk about though because of who didn't win and who I guarantee
Yeah.
right now is losing their effing minds.
Pekora did not win.
I
People
guarantee
should've won.
her,
'Cause
her
all the other guys are clowns.
her contingent of fans is I bet they're rioting right now. Yeah.
They are rabid.
That better not be a pun.
Get on the boat.
It's a pun. It is absolutely a pun.
That is a criminal.
I
act.
apologize for nothing. Bob. So yeah, it's just like who? For all, 3 of the 4 people on here, it was just like who?
Yeah, everybody on the Twitter, like outside of Japanese Twitter, was all like, "Oh man, I'm glad that this fat guy with a beard is gonna win." It's like who?
Well, that's the thing. Is like 3 fat guys with beards and Pekora.
Like Pekka is
With-
actually talented. What do the other guys have?
Beards.
I don't even watch Pekka. I'm not a fan of Pekka, but she's definitely talented. And the other guys are fat and have beards. That's their talent.
All right, so that's that. And the last game was for Sim Strategy, which is Frostpunk 2.
I don't even. Yeah.
I have not had-
I've heard good things about from Dan Tubb about your ability to oppress liberals in this game.
Oh my yes. Whoop, that didn't work. Coming back. Actually, here. That's
It's an
not
interesting
really
experience
helpful
trying to
anymore.
fight when your stats keep changing based on what a group across the opposite side of the planet are doing.
We're trying to shoot down animo slimes on one of the boats.
Sometimes I need to heal, but the healing just isn't there anymore.
Suddenly it's gone and your character doesn't work anymore. All right. And next, we've got to keep going down. The Hunt Showdown. It's a game about hunting, monsters in the swamp usually. So they just went whole hog and made you hunt clowns now. There you go.
What?
You wanted horror? Here's clowns. Next game was Fortnite Ballistic. It's Fortnite, but it's a hero shooter now, I guess.
Because Fortnite wasn't bad enough.
Well, Fortnite is everything, and everything is Fortnite.
They added an FPS deathmatch mode to Fortnite.
Is that what it's supposed to be? Fair enough.
What do you do in regular Fortnite?
Aww.
Battle Royale.
Does that not involve killing people?
Yes.
Aww. Aww.
What?
Fortnite.
I stopped even looking at the Fortnite stuff after this point. What's next? I've got to find the next. Where were we? Gotta find the right bit. This list is long. Here we go. Squid Game Unleashed. It's a playable version of Squid Game. It looks incredibly goofy.
I didn't watch it, and I had no interest in watching it.
This exists.
That's
only,
phenomenon passed me by.
This exists only because season 2 is coming out on Netflix, and Netflix technically has a mobile game studio now. So
I thought they shut that studio down though because it wasn't actually doing anything.
Well, they're making this stupid tie-in game. I don't know if that team made it, but they're endorsing this stupid tie-in game and trying to get whoever they contracted to do it, just to promote the next season of Squid Game. It is a terrible mobile game, is what it looks like.
Honestly, if you want to play that sort of game, go play Fall Guys. You'll get a much better experience just playing Fall Guys. Where were we? I'm gonna find it on the list because where am I? Snoop Dogg turned up at this point, and that's why I can't remember anything because I just completely zoned out.
I thought we already did that.
No,
this is his proper presentation.
What was he doing the first time?
Weed. Up. He's just hanging out, man. Giving a presenting an award.
Don't they have a green room?
Well, yes, but there's no weed in there. There's only an open bar.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Did Joseph?
There is definitely an open bar. So yeah, this is the point where he came out with his son, who was high as a kite.
Oh yeah, there's weed in that green room. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that boy was baked.
Well, the question is whether he brought it or not.
I mean, whether he brought it or not, after his arrival, there was definitely weed in the green room.
That's not what green room means.
If it wasn't a green room before, it is now.
Alright, so they announced an award, and that was Best Ongoing Game, which went to Helldivers 2. I mean, fine.
I don't really care.
None of the ongoing games we play will be on that list, so we can't really...
Well, our main one betrayed us, so...
Yeah, dude. Only time will tell if they're going to fix it or not.
I'm going to hold my breath.
I will poke my head back in. We get the new exploration zone, and if that doesn't do it, I'm out for the rest of the season.
The grief is still too near for me. I'm already sort of checked out. I need somebody to win me back in.
I will come back for Hildebrand.
Hildebrand is now tarnished for me. Like, it's associated with the world's worst Relic Quest chain.
They really should not have put the Relic Quest on Hildebrand. It just, no.
Did one. Gotta get this one.
Gotta get up and get it. Yeah! Get up.
There you go.
There.
Oh no, they had a timer.
No.
I'm killing all your donut robots.
There you go.
There it is. All right. Our next game was Stage Fright, which I also zoned out on because that was cringe. It's some sort of asymmetric co-op thing, I guess. Didn't really show a whole lot though. Just a really weird trailer.
This gave me freaking
California vibes.
Yeah, this is woke as crap.
I don't know what it is.
Terrible CalArts art style, pseudo 3D models, split screen, multiplayer game with pink haired protagonists, with ugly face and big nose, and some generic ugly black girl with the not a fro, but
big hair.
The I don't know who's the daddy hairstyle.
So yeah, that was terrible, and it honestly didn't show anything about the game really, except for that like 3-second shot at the end. After that, we got next was Game of Thrones King Road. It looks like a game where you ride around on a horse and wait for Jon Snow to say the thing.
He said the thing at the end.
He said the thing in the trailer, so you don't need to play this game anymore.
Yeah, it's a Game of Thrones tie-in game. Game of Thrones ship has even sailed with the normies. The franchise's time in the sun is over.
Yeah.
Hopefully, along with George R. R. Martin's career.
Well, after what he said, blamed his lack of writing on last time, I think that's well and truly cooked at this point.
Blame it on last time.
Oh, didn't you hear about that one?
Oh, I missed those.
He said he wasn't writing because of fascists.
Oh.
What about fascists?
Because fascists.
Like, isn't Game of Thrones pretty much a hellscape? Shouldn't that just be inspiration if there are really fascists?
Yes. But because of fascists, he's not writing.
Something Donald Trump is worse than anything I could put on paper.
Why? Because he likes McDonald's? Like, that seems like a pretty small crime compared to what goes on in Game of Thrones.
I don't know. Maybe George R. R. Martin was offended because he likes McDonald's too, as evident by...
so Donald Trump basically took McDonald's away from him.
That's what I'm thinking.
So
now he has to go to Burger King.
Oh, no.
I suddenly have a lot more respect for Patrick Rothfuss not writing his last book because, nah.
Not that Patrick Rothfuss isn't exactly as woke as if not worse.
I don't think he could be much worse. Admittedly, his book really kind of fell off.
You're on your own.
Anything will after that much time not doing anything.
Yeah, it dude. Next was a trailer for the update for Monster Hunter Now. You can now play using a Swax, and you can fight Tigrex. There you go. That's the whole update. Also Lagombi, I guess. Double Dragon Revive. It's a
as
fighter.
an Australian, you're obliged to like Lagombi, aren't you?
No.
No.
I am obliged to fight Lagombi at every turn.
But Lagombi is basically Australian.
Lagombi is an invasive species, is what Lagombi is. Anyway, Double Dragon Revive. It's a Double Dragon fighter. It just looks like a Tekken type fighter.
I thought it was just another side-scrolling beat 'em up.
I'd like that. Like that's kind of what Double Dragon has always been. But if they want to do something else, I guess. Although why you call it Double Dragon Revive, I don't know.
Be sure you get this teleport point.
Yeah, because it's up.
Also, we can push this guy off a cliff.
Well, wait for me to get there before you do that. Solo Leveling. It's a JRPG. It's on mobile, so it's probably a gacha.
It's a
watched the anime, so
Yeah, it's a tie-in game.
it's Korean in origin, isn't it?
Manhwa, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not from Japan.
Yeah. Maybe I'll
This means
check
it's going to be
it out at some
even
point.
more
but-
gacha-y. It's like it's basically a distilled version of the Sword Art Online wish fulfillment thing. I think
Yeah, it looks like that basic deal.
it's like sublimated into the most essential elements of dominating everybody.
Yeah. So it looks like isekai wish fulfillment trash of the highest order, but sometimes that can be fun.
I mean,
Next,
that's why I like the one with Maple in that for that reason.
exactly. Next game, Screamer. It's cyberpunk themed racing. It doesn't look particularly interesting.
Oh no, you took my healing away.
We got on another
Bring
boat.
it back.
These donut robots.
Next, Last of Us 2 remaster. You know, the game that half the Last of Us 2 fan base pretends doesn't exist.
Oh, Neil Druckmann, what are you good for?
In a
Not
cuck.
much, apparently.
Getting railed by a certain demographic of people.
So yeah, no, I doubt they're going to fix any of the plot holes or issues with Last of Us 2.
You can't fix Last of Us 2.
They
can't
considered
fix
them
that.
to be features.
Well, Druckmann did anyway.
And furthermore, they are not going to fix a dang thing because of the very last announcement of the Game Awards.
Yep, we'll get there. Next game award was for adaptation, which went to Fallout. And then Todd Howard got up and tried to take credit for it.
And he was very short.
Really?
And he was incredibly short. But yeah, it's like, Todd, get off stage. You didn't have anything to do with this. You're a consultant.
I don't know what it was about either the lighting on that stage, but his manlet status was highlighted so hard this time.
It really was. Just why?
They just selectively put him on stage alongside the tallest people they had on hand or something.
Like, they were more than a head taller than him. Every single... That manlet is 5'6".
I'm
Yeah,
5'6".
Yeah, but you're not a white guy. It's normal for people with Asian blood to be a bit shorter.
It's true.
Todd-
I'm a
Todd-
short, fat Asian.
Todd is white as driven snow.
Anyway, so yeah, best adaptation, fair enough. I'll let Fallout have it. That's fine.
I've heard incredibly autistic and mixed things about this, and can't make heads or tails of the Fallout adaptation.
By and
whether it's
large,
good or not.
It's good. There are a subset of the Fallout fan base who are ultra autistic and who take basically Fallout New Vegas as absolute gospel. And the fact that New Vegas really only got a very brief look in right at the end.
Didn't Todd say he was glad the New Vegas fans didn't come to his house and murder him?
Yeah. Because there's a bunch of stuff that happens in the Fallout adaptation that seems to contradict stuff that happened in New Vegas, ignoring the time skip. Like, I think there's about 20 years between New Vegas and the adaptation, so things change over time. Anyway, so that's that. Next game, Den of Wolves. It's another heist game. It's at least by the Payday guys this time, though.
Payday's gameplay is not most groundbreaking thing in the world in the develop, but just put out some good music for it so I can listen to it in isolation, please.
Yeah. Again, it's not a game that even remotely interests me. Here we go. Something you guys can talk about for a little bit. ZZZ, you've got the next story trailer and the obligatory idol character.
Unfortunately, I can't talk about it because I haven't had time to watch it. I've only because I didn't want to go and trawl through like the Keeley show to find it. I was waiting for them to post it to their YouTube channel, like the Star Rail one did, and for some reason, the ZZZ one didn't. So I haven't seen her yet, other than in screenshots. She looks pretty, so
yeah,
I guess I'm pulling for her because that's my criterion.
And let's face it, the idol character is almost always extremely good.
Yeah, well, ZZZ
Like
has a
General
lack
Idol
of
of Mondstadt.
yeah, the one, the only.
Yep. And Robin is basically a mainstay on most teams.
Yeah, Robin basically sweeps and applies to every single. Like you could conceivably, if you really wanted to, stick her into every single team.
If you wanted.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah. We also got a Star Rail trailer, which is Kalis actually going through. It was very confusing.
It's
Doing
basically a montage with a little bit
basically
of
a montage.
stuff for Amphorius at the end, and a quick preview of the new one of the new characters, Casturis, from
That
the Amphorius.
that may be what it is on the surface. It looked like Kalis just did a whole lot of LSD.
It
I
kind of
mean,
did.
the in that setting, I don't know if you could really tell the difference. Like, a lot of weird stuff goes on.
A lot of weird stuff goes on there. Reality is more perception than anything else.
Is it most of chapter 2 of Penacony is more or less adventuring on an acid trip, isn't it?
Yeah, he gets the mind whammy. Like,
Because you sort of stagger around a theme park being completely off your face on psychic drugs or something. Like, it's just a bizarre sequence.
Like talking to
For
Sparkle
like
while you're
several hours.
He's sitting there talking to Sparkle while he's tripping balls.
I mean, to be fair, talking to Sparkle even when you're completely sober would be a trip.
This helps sober him up.
Oh dear. Aha.
Killed all your donuts.
So yeah, we got that. We got the still not being in that trailer. That's fine. Snoop Dogg showed up again. Skipped. Lego
To do
Fortnite
what?
skipped. He did a thing again.
He did a song this time.
How
Yeah,
many
that's right.
people in that audience care anything about his music?
None.
In that demographic of the people that are present at the Game Awards.
Oh, present at the Game Awards. Well, they're probably all at what's his name's parties as well. You know the guy.
Yeah, the one with the very apt name.
It escapes me right now. I had a lot of beer to drink.
E did he?
Oh, right, that one. Yeah.
Yes.
I need somebody to release those papers along with the Epstein ones.
All right. Let's see. Skip that. Award best score went to Final Fantasy VII. I mean, duh.
Well, I mean, if Nabua's on the ticket, you're going to have a rough time.
Yep.
I like a lot of gaming scores. Like, it's one of the few things that I think hasn't completely fallen off in the games industry. Is I feel like, generally speaking, games music is still quite good.
Actually, what was the other nominees? Hang on a sec. Let me see.
Basically, just any of the big ticketers that had an orchestra this year got nominated.
Yeah. Where are we? Best score. Trying to find it on this thing because again, it's not in any sort of useful order. Here we go. Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII, Metaphor, Silent Hill 2, and Cellblade.
Quietly, I think it's kind of a crime that Genshin didn't get in here because I think the score for Netland is extremely diverse and creative. Like, it's just a really good set of music.
It's how
and
you
it even but the thing is that they don't want to fight the whatchamacallit, the appropriation thing.
The real is
cultural
real.
appropriation. That's probably the only reason why it doesn't qualify. But I think that it's a very good score.
Yep. We have Multi Barbara. But yeah, so of that lot, like Astrobots is some very weird techno thing that just says Astrobot over and over again.
I mean, it is creatively using the synthesized robot voice because he's a tiny, cute robot.
Yeah, but could it say something other than Astrobot?
I am Astrobot.
And Metaphor takes
I got
liberal use of the ominous Latin chant.
yeah, I got generic RPG music with way too much budget vibes from Metaphor.
Yeah. If it doesn't stand out in any way, like it doesn't have anything that's characteristic of it, then like I mean that's why Nobuo always wins these things, right? Because you know his hand has touched a piece of music.
Yeah.
When you hear it. It's sort of like there's a lot of artists, particularly in Japan, that very much have that characteristic. You can tell if Nobuo was working on something. You can tell if what's his name, the FF14 guy was working on something. You can tell if like Yuki Kajiura was working on something or Sawano Hiroyuki was working on something. You immediately know.
Like the Sawano drop is a trope in music at this point because he's so good at it.
Yeah. Incidentally, if you play when in the remake of Xenoblade Chronicles X comes out, every song has the drop in it. So yeah, and as for Silent Hill, it's like Silent Hill soundtrack only works in context. You can't take that.
I didn't even
soundtrack
realize
out.
it had a soundtrack because all my memories of Silent Hill come from playing the first one at 1 a.m. on a dark and stormy night at my friend's house. I didn't
That's how you
realize it
don't
had
sleep.
I didn't realize it had music.
Yeah,
because I was just desperately listening to the radio to see when the static would come on.
But yeah, like there's a lot of games you could give it to, and artists that are talented in the games industry.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. It's probably one of the few parts of the game industry that is just going strength to strength.
Well, it's also music composition for stuff like video games. You can make a good composition that fits with the product and is memorable. Pretty isolated from the product itself, because the composer doesn't need the rest of the product there to begin his work composing.
But they do need to understand it.
They do need to understand it. Yes.
You couldn't put the score from like Doom Eternal into Harvest Moon. That wouldn't work.
Oh hell yes, I would. That'd be funny.
They did that was the joke forever because it came out right alongside Animal Crossing.
Oh right, it did, didn't it?
It did. So you had all the Isabel and Doom guy,
and it was amazing.
That.
It was amazing. All those crossover videos, I loved it.
It was amazing.
I'd completely forgotten that was a thing.
Isabel has had enough of your crap. All right, so I shouldn't have started that timer. Never mind. Let's see. We had a 5 seconds trailer for Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
Yeah, it's Sonic All-Star Racing with Shadow the Hedgehog as the headliner. Okay, cool.
There's a lot I don't understand about the reasons and ways in which people like Sonic and Shadow.
Well, All-Star Racing is just a fun kart racer.
Yeah,
it's not
dumb.
about the
it's
game,
fun.
though, is it? It's about Sonic. That's why people play Sonic games, because they have an autistic affection for this blue hedgehog.
Yeah, well, that is why the person that got us, or at least me, to play Sonic All-Star Racing, the first one, was playing it because it was a Sonic game. I was like, oh, this is a fun little kart racer, and we played All-Star Racing for a while.
Yeah. I played it because it had the Bonanza Brothers in it, and those guys have not seen any use since 1995.
Not Danica
The most
Patrick.
important question is, does it have Big the Cat?
I think it did.
It does have Big the Cat.
Yeah, because he jumps on the frog as his ultimate. So yeah.
I don't have any particular affection for Big the Cat. I just think that it's a retarded character.
Such a dumb, doofy character. Let's see. Next, Mafia: The Old Country. It's Mafia set in Sicily. It's a prequel. That's a franchise that has passed me by completely.
Yeah,
they're from like the 90s.
It had a game or two released in the 2000s.
I don't really remember it very well. I do remember it existing, but I don't remember anything in particular about it.
I cannot remember if I played it or saw a friend play it, but I've definitely seen gameplay of it.
Mm. So it is a game that exists, and that's about all I can really tell you about it.
Yeah.
I think somebody
it
once
has
gave me a
mafias.
writable CD with it on it.
It has the mafia in it.
I mean, you can do fun mafioso stories. That's not too overdone at this point in career.
It's actually probably right territory to pick on again at this point.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna buy me on the premise itself, but you have an opportunity if you actually put out some gameplay.
Which they didn't. Okay, next is the final speed round of awards. Best Indie went to Balatro because redundancy. Best Mobile also went to Balatro because also redundancy. The guy still hadn't turned up.
Yeah, he still was not here.
Yeah. Best Audio is Hellblade 2.
They have to give their critical darling at least one freebie.
Yeah.
What does best audio mean?
Best
Like
use
the
of sound
Foley
effects,
artist?
basically.
It was
Yeah.
it was best sound
Yeah.
design or something. I think was the proper name for the award.
Yeah. So it's like the sounds that aren't music.
So yes, it should go to the Foley artist,
It goes to the Foley artist.
but it doesn't go to the Foley artist. It always goes to the game director.
Yes, who puts it in a shelf, and the Foley artist gets no look in whatsoever.
Didn't Ame talk about that once?
Yeah, I think she did. It's kind of a sore spot for her. Because she's kind of like the behind the scenes person in a lot of ways.
No, like she's literally the Foley artist for some movies.
Yeah, she
Or
is
something.
literally actually.
Yeah. She's never gotten an award before, even though the shows she's worked on have.
Yeah. But she's always being the kind of the behind the scenes technical person has always been her thing, so she knows a couple of things about it.
Missing one.
And finally the player's voice went to Monkey. Because of course it did.
Well, they weren't going to give it to Gacha Slop.
They weren't going to give it to Gacha Slop or, Veilguard or anything like that.
I don't believe for a second that the player's voice has anything to do with player votes either, despite the fact that it sounds like that.
Generally, it's there as a concession, not a concession,
Because
maybe. Yeah.
there is no way that the Hoyo Swarm would lose in the real world if it came down to that.
Yeah,
Here we go.
This is.
Did they? They didn't actually show the runners up for Player's Choice either. They
Actually,
just
technically speaking, they could lose. That might be why they nominated two. But you know how you don't want to run a spoiler for your candidate in an election? You need to make sure that you consolidate behind one candidate that you want to win. But this, for the first time, Hoyo had no look in, and Hoyo for the first time was running two.
Okay, next we're nearing the end. So Infinity Nikki, we saw this back at the Not E3 Swarm. It's that incredibly twee open world platformer.
It is Genshin Impact for girls.
People who like fashion design.
I can get behind the fashion design in Infinity Nikki and would like every single.
You say that, but in practice, it plays exactly like Burning Crusade.
Wait, what?
You're gonna have to elaborate
because there are stats functionally.
Oh no!
And so sometimes the clown suit is optimal.
Oh no!
This is what I've been seeing on my social media feed this week past.
Like, you could make your character look pretty, but there is this really silly hat that makes you jump higher.
Can engage in a ballroom dance with the boss and win that way while dressed immaculately, or you could just wear the quote best unquote clothes.
Yeah, and min-max it.
Yeah, and some of these items that I've seen people posting on social media, there is no context where that could possibly be fashionable. I'm sorry, no.
I don't know. I'll still take it over a bunch of the modern, especially Western art design.
That blue-white tartan, I wouldn't accept that on a tablecloth.
Hang on. No.
I can actually damage the mobs if I'm not Barbara. You push the button again.
Yep. Hang on. I just need someone who is not Barbara as well. You'll do.
I got so distracted cutting trees that I completely lost.
All right, Google Play. They announced that they're putting a service together where you can play shitty mobile games
Stadia?
on your PC. No, this is something completely separate. So they claim.
Because I hear that there was this thing called Stadia.
Heard Fern.
Yes.
Fern played it.
No, I didn't.
No,
Oh,
that
no.
was the Ouya.
That was the
That was the
Ouya.
Ouya. I still got it. It's in on a shelf over there. Apparently, if you can crack open the software and make the thing actually usable too.
Ouya.
The Ouya. But yeah, if you want to play shitty mobile games on your PC, you can now use this service to do it. Except all the mobile games that you actually might want to play on your PC are already on the PC.
Or you could just use BlueStacks, like
Or you
every
could just
other
get
person
BlueStacks.
in the world.
So I don't see the
Like-
point of this.
Virtually everybody who takes Blue Archive seriously plays on BlueStacks because the timings required are just too hard to do on a phone.
Yep. So honestly, I just don't see the point of this. It's Google doing a thing that's probably going to be ignored and condemned to the graveyard in a year.
Yeah, like 9 out of 10 Google
Well,
products.
no, this is going to be one of those. Like, if let's say that it's not a graveyard, there is a point to it in some sense that BlueStacks is not user friendly.
Yeah.
You can make a service quality argument for having a seamless. Oh well, this is the Google Store on the PC. I can do exactly the same thing on my phone, the way I would do it on my phone to get this thing on PC.
I guess there's also you don't have to worry about games that are particularly touchy about how you run the game, banning you, or there being any kind of issues with that. If
The question is whether or not it'll actually work. Whether there'll be anything on it that's compatible and doesn't spit the dummy.
So okay, yeah, if you can work like you install a mobile game with one touch or one click and it works perfectly, or at least good enough, then fine.
Yes, like I can see the argument for it. I just don't trust the implementation.
No, because Google.
Yeah, but I don't trust Google.
How do I get up there?
Okay, we have a solution to this problem, Fern. You know what it's called?
Wait until I get my stamina back and then Natlan it.
A gun.
Or you could just a gun.
Oh, the gun doesn't go high enough. Hang on.
Oh.
Hang on, I got this.
Okay, the tether doesn't work. The tether just tethered to nothing. All right, where was I? Next game, Dispatch. It's superhero dispatching, but it's done by Telltale.
What?
I mean, okay.
I don't understand.
You're a call center dispatch operator, like a 999 operator or 000 operator for superheroes.
Oh, you had to shoot it from the bottom, Fern.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
Ah! And then you crack out the cannon and knock me flying. Great. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it looks like a Telltale game, honestly.
It's superhero dispatch. You have superheroes and you dispatch them.
You dispatch them, and there's a story and there is Telltale decision making in it.
I see.
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
looks
really
very much like a
enthused.
Telltale game.
I thought Telltale was going to go bankrupt like 3 times.
I thought
They did go bankrupt like
Yeah,
3
about to say,
times.
haven't they like died 4 times now?
But they keep coming back from the dead. They refuse to die. If they kept actually giving us good stuff, that would be fine, but that's very much a mixed bag. Anyway, next game. Oh, yes. The Okami sequel. We know nothing about it.
Okay.
Other than
Kind of
it
want
has...
that to stay as a part of my past. I don't know if I want another one.
Let me really make you want it to stay as a part of your past. So, as everybody knows, Clover Studios was the one that made Okami, the first one. This
Also
was
God Hand.
Great Clover.
This was made by, or headed up by Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima, at the time, was a high-functioning autist who tried some wacky stuff with the games he was given, and people generally loved what he came up with. His franchises were then taken and helmed by Itsuno afterwards, who is no longer with Capcom. And most of the ones that he was given stewardship of did pretty well. And when they got taken away from him, they got given right back to him because we got Dino.
Yeah, we shouldn't have given them back.
Well, no, we should have given him back because Itsuno did good. However, now Itsuno has been turfed out of Capcom. And
When was Hideo Kojima even there? I don't understand. That doesn't make sense to me.
it
Was he really there?
he was published by Capcom at Clover.
Really?
And
I don't remember his name being associated with it at all.
I'm pretty sure he was part of the team, at least. He might not have been director. Let me double check my facts on that. I might just be associating it with Clover.
It sounds horribly wrong to me.
I might be getting
Because
some
he
wires
was at
crossed.
Konami the entire time. There's no way anybody would. There's no.
Oh, not
way that-
Hideo. I'm getting my names wrong. I'm tired. I'm very, very tired.
Yeah, say.
Yeah, I'm not Hideo Kojima. What's his name? I'm brain farting on it.
Unfortunately, searching for Clover gives you absolutely nothing of use because it's such a generic name.
Hideki Kamiya. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, that's better.
both first and last names both start with H and K. I'm losing my mind. Don't worry about me. So, take all the stuff I said about Kojima and flip it to Kamiya.
The most hostile man on Twitter.
Yes.
That's saying something.
So, in the wake of all the staff shakeups at current Capcom that are going out, people may not have noticed that they weren't following Platinum Games, the follow-up company after Clover was dissolved. Kamiya got turfed out of his own company he started because he was so much of a tool after Bayonetta 3 came out.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
And during Bayonetta 3's release, and in the interim up to its release from Bayonetta 2, he turned into the most colossal auteur starving artist douchebag you've ever seen. And he was already a high-functioning autist. So it ain't pretty. And he's the one they got heading up Okami 2 now. Now, you may have loved Okami. I liked Okami. I don't love it as much as some people do, but I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Got to understand that the Kamiya that's making Okami 2 is not the Kamiya that made Okami 1. This one has let success go to his head. He is a complete tool to everybody who's ever interacted with him ever since Bayonetta 2 came out. And generally speaking, after the performance of Bayonetta 2, I don't think he has any more good ideas because he just seems to throw stuff at the wall and hope stuff sticks.
He's not responsible for Chisha, is he?
Yes.
Oh dear.
The demon summoning system was his brainchild that he forced them to have in the game.
Oh dear.
Of which Cheshire is a part of.
All right. So far, there's only been 2 Okami games.
Yeah.
One is a timeless classic. The other involves puppy buttholes and child murder.
Yeah. So while I'm sure a lot of people are really excited at the announcement of Okami 2, and they're bringing it out like, oh, it's made by the same team at Studio Clover's, a new division of Capcom. Don't get it twisted.
It's not the same team. That same team was 20 years ago.
Yeah, 20 years is a long time for people to get their heads firmly lodged up their own anus.
I have to ask themselves a question. Would they make God Hand again?
I don't know with Kamiya.
That would imply a sense of humor.
So, yeah. If they won't make God Hand again, they are not the same people.
Yeah, Kamiya is so serious up his own butt. Especially with the way he talked about Bayonetta 3 and how we just don't know his grand vision for storytelling. I have
if you have to start mentioning grand visions, then you've lost it.
Yeah, I think he's lost the plot. I don't think he has the same brain as 20 years ago that produced Okami and the OG Devil May Cry. Like, I think these are just gone.
They're probably the only people who could make a sequel to God Hand would probably be the Like a Dragon team might be able to do it.
Yeah, I think they could do it.
Yeah.
I think they're the only people who have the right tone.
Yeah. it's so it's going to be a mess with Okami too. This is probably the thing I've seen people be the most positive and happy about, but I this is the thing I have the least confidence in.
This is the thing that's going to be the most fired by raw nostalgia and no rational thinking whatsoever.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like
Because I'm in one of those people. I'm the category of one of those people who absolutely adores Okami. I spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and playing it and replaying it, and I don't trust this as far as I can throw it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would love to be this to be fantastic, a follow up, and all the good things that everyone hopes it to be. But yeah,
I not only played Bayonetta 3, I was one of the first people in the world to get the pure platinum medal on the hardest difficulty. And to this day, am still in the top 1,000 on the leaderboards for almost every single stage. Because nobody wants to play that game.
yeah,
It was that bad, and Kamiya has been vigorously defending every aspect of its, from its story to its game design, as just, you don't understand, man.
yeah,
So I have been at ground zero for the Kamiya explosion, and I do
yeah,
not think this man can produce the same Okami that we all remember.
yeah. Like, hopefully you're wrong, and someone has slapped some humility into him. But
I mean,
I'm not going to hold my breath.
there is a non-zero chance, I suppose. It's not a good chance. In fact,
It's not a good chance.
your chance to win the lottery may be bigger. But there's a non-zero chance getting turfed out of his own company he founded. Might have been a wake up call. But given that he has gone back to Capcom, working under Studio Clovers instead of Clover,
Well,
this is
Clover
just
singular is probably copyrighted, but anyway.
he's just got his own ego stroked again.
Yeah. So
And this
we'll
is a
wait and
man.
see, but
This is a man that does not need his
yeah.
ego stroked. He needs to be humbled by a kick in the nards.
All right, we'll see. But yeah, don't expect the world.
And this got also remember, while Onimusha and Okami are a series that people have been crying for more of for a while now. This is a Capcom without Itsuno-san in it. And a lot of the stuff, according to the stuff that we have heard internally from Capcom, has been pushed by Itsuno. And he ain't there anymore. Keep him on track and bully the higher ups. So
All right.
go in with cautious optimism, I guess, if you really, really want to. But just know the reality of the situation so you don't completely burn yourself out from overhyping it when you know there are asterisks all over this situation.
Well, like I said, I really liked Okami a lot, but I
Mhm.
don't think I ever once thought that I wanted a sequel. I think that I was happy with it the way it was,
Yeah, it's
and it was complete.
It was a full story, yeah.
it's how I feel with Persona 3 Fez. Like, I don't want that game remade. That game, as it was, with all its jank included, is a part of that era of gaming and a part of that period of my life, and it can stay there. I'm happy with it there. I don't want Reload or whatever it was, and I certainly don't want a direct sequel to it. We're fine with I was fine with Persona 4, but that wasn't a direct sequel to 3. But
Yeah,
it's
Persona 4 is the same thing.
But yeah, I imagine it's a similar deal with Okami people, where that game is a piece of video game history for the people that experienced it, and there's nothing wrong with it remaining that, I think. As much as we're like, oh, we would like an Okami too, her. I think most of that is said because we know it's not a possibility, or because people just don't think 2 seconds before they say something. I'm guilty of that all the time. I say stuff just to say stuff all the time. But when you really stop to think about it and what that implies, do you really want that in today's day and age? Maybe in a different time, in a different set of circumstances, when there was more confidence in the industry and we were reasonably certain the game would at least be good, we could accept
I don't.
easier.
I don't think that applies to Okami though, because my satisfaction with Okami came from the fact that I felt like the story had a beginning, a middle, and an end. That it told all the story there was to tell. Like another game would have to be a different story for a different reason, and the sort of the small god of reduced status sort of advancing to the point where she can become the god of her people again for just long enough to deliver them. Like that story, there's no real other place to jam that in anymore. Like either you're forced into one of two things, right? Either you've got to reset Amaterasu and it becomes you have to tread that obnoxious path of you were really powerful and now you lost your powers and you have to regain them slowly bit by bit, in which case it feels like it's just, a cash grab because they're just doing the same thing again. Or you've got to tell a whole unrelated story where there's not really anything tying them together. At what point, why are you doing the cynical move of trying to use the Okami name to grab the extra cash? Like, I don't think that there's really a role for a sequel to Okami, to be totally honest. It's
No.
not a necessary thing. And I
And
didn't want the story to go on. I was very satisfied with how everything finished up. The final boss was weird, sure, but
yeah,
the game had been going to a weird place for at least a few hours before that, so...
after the Nine Tails fight, which was incredibly good because of just how it hit you at the time, the game kind of did start going strange places. We also had Okami Den, which was basically the similar story on a much smaller scale. It was Amaterasu's son, and it wasn't so much his story as about the kids he made friends with along the way.
Yeah, well, that's another case of, does this really need to be an Okami game? Does it gain anything from being an Okami game, really?
Honestly,
Like,
nothing, not particularly.
yeah, like it's just one of those attempts to use the name to get a little bit of recognition. I understand the power of IP, and I understand that IPs have to be leveraged by businesses because the investors say so. I get that, I do, but I don't think it's necessary from an artistic perspective. I don't think that you always need a sequel. I don't think that the default response to a success is a sequel. You could just go on and make another good thing.
Yeah,
You can make something new and different.
I am curious a little bit as to how much of this was Kamiya basically begging his old company to hire him again after he got fired by his own company that he founded.
by bringing this forward to them.
And like, hey, look, I made this thing that was amazing. What if I made another one? Remember when you did it for Itsuno and let him make Devil May Cry 5? What if I do that again?
Yeah, this time we'll do it again, except with a demon summoning mechanic.
Yeah.
The
We'll make a cat, make a pink-haired autistic girl have to follow you around and throw Amaterasu at the enemy, and Amaterasu will attack them with paintings on RNG autopilot. And you'll be resetting every single checkpoint whenever Amaterasu doesn't do what you tell her to do, or hope she does, because it's totally out of your control. Yeah, this is a great idea.
I'm not sure how they can mess up the formula, but I'm sure they will, because
Well, willfully, out of hubris. That's how.
out of hubris, exactly.
Kamiya has demonstrated he's willing to totally throw convention for a series out the window for the sake of his great artistic vision. See Bayonetta 3.
Yeah.
The demon summoning mechanic completely overwrites any part of that thing that resembles Bayonetta.
Honestly, if I had to guess what they're going to do, like the original Okami was basically the Legend of Zelda with a dog. So are they just going to make one of the newer style Zeldas with a dog?
Yeah, maybe that's what it'll be. It'll be Breath of the Wild dog mode.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting it to be.
I mean, you can probably...
So I'm pretty sure that the good idea as well for Hideki Kamiya is pretty dry at this point.
Yeah, when we got...
The bad idea as well, though, is overflowing.
When I had to do side chapter 4 of Bayonetta 3 on a motorbike with randomized enemy placement and no way to memorize it and an unskippable cutscene beforehand on Switch loading times, my sympathy for this man is very, very low.
What, you didn't sign up to play Road Rash?
No.
Can we just play Road Rash again? That'd be great.
So I'm don't want to harp on it anymore because I've spent too long on it already. But temper your excitement for Okami 2. There are potential issues named to Hideki Kamiya attached to this
I think
thing.
you're making a lot of assumptions about people being excited for it. I think that there are people who are excited for it, but I don't think that this is moving the ball forward for the industry generally. I don't think that there's going to be a groundswell of anticipation because I think a lot of the market is either old and busy like us, or only interested in watching their favorite streamer play Fortnite endlessly.
Yeah. So there's a lot to be proven with this game, but yeah, we'll see. Next is Crimson Desert, the sequel to Black Desert Online, and it's still in development. That's all we really know.
Yeah.
I don't really care.
I heard this one was at
It
least a
is-
single player game.
Black Desert was autistic enough.
Yeah, Black Desert, you really need the TISM in order to get anywhere in that game.
For the
'Cause
time, his
there's
character
a
models were
lot of grinding.
for an MMO at the time. His character models were at least pretty.
They're still kind of pretty. They've
Right.
aged a bit, but yeah.
The farming and the PvP and the farming and the PvP.
And the grind and the grind and the grind and the grind. Next, oh boy, Intergalactic.
Oh, this is it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Is this it? What is this?
So let's where to start with this one.
Let's back up. Let's back up a hair or two before the trailer came. Hit.
All right.
Jeff had been hyping up, not super hard, but still hyping up throughout the night, that he had a big reveal of a new IP from a company. And he wouldn't say who the company was or what the IP was or any information at all. And then the trailer cuts in from the creators of Jack and Daxter, Crash Bandicoot, and right away I was like, "Oh no!"
Are we going to go that way? No, because that list keeps ticking.
Yeah, and they go on through all of the greatest hits of
And then
of
they
Naughty Dog.
stop the longest on Last of Us.
Yeah, and then Neil Cuckman's name pops up in big bold letters.
Because that hasn't lost its cachet.
And we get bald lesbians in space bounty hunting with terrible millennial acting.
Yep.
Is this why I've seen so many pictures of Jack on my timeline this past couple days?
Yes. That would be it. She's Jack without the charm.
I don't think Jack was very charming. I think Jack was the most obnoxious character in the game.
You see my point? So yeah, there's other things about this. Like we'll start with just trying to understand what the hell they were talking about, and I could not make out half the words they were saying because they were mumbling.
Have grown to be of the opinion that when it comes to English voice acting or English performance in general, that in every context that is not a close up in live action, and even then, this is usually acceptable. It is always better to over emote and really sell your emotion as bigger and larger than whatever the script reads as at a first read, because it just works. It may come off as hammy sometimes, but it just works better and gives a better performance. This millennial style of subdued.
Jim Carrey made a career out of it.
Yeah, this millennial style of subdued acting in English that permeates every piece of performance art in English culture these days in the Western world is just not good or interesting, and leads to these dry, monotonous, monotone performances whenever a director says, "Okay, tone it down a bit for this scene," or act a little disinterested. You still have to emote.
The thing is that they can, like, they just don't. They seem to think that they're supposed to do that. It seems to be a problem of perception of what they're meant to do rather than what they should do. Like the one, and this is not a perfect example, but it's the one that keeps springing to mind is Nilu's voice actor normally versus Nilu the character.
Garnet.
Like that person is a different person, a very different person who is vastly more expressive.
Yeah, he has the ability to act. Nailu's kind of just a block of wood in her performance in Genshin. She's not a bad or offensive. She's not as these guys were bad. In addition,
these are really bad.
In addition to the audio mixing, this is worse than Nailu by a country mile. And
I use Nailu because we know what the woman acting her is like under non-Nailu circumstances.
Yeah. Although the most memorable line out of character I remember from her is her just going, "Doggone it."
Yeah, there is a time and a place for that sort of thing, but you don't want to make it like everything.
Well, yeah, I think you do.
I appreciate some chewing of the scenery. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I would rather have my actors squeal, thank you.
Yeah, I think overacting is always better than underacting because you get these dry, forgettable performances with underacting. And if you overact, the worst you are is a little bit out of tone. You can still sell whatever you're going for.
Nobody's going to realize that freaking millennials and Zoomers are hysterical anyway.
Yeah, like if you just go chew the scenery, things will be fine. And actually, Sampo is the best example of this. Because when Sampo is playing Sampo, the director clearly tells him to play like a millennial. When Sampo is actually Sparkle and is doing Sparkle voice, Sampo goes from the worst voice actor in the game to one of the better ones when they just let him act.
Because Sparkle is nothing if not unhinged and hammy.
Yeah, and it works for every type of character. Whether you're a big villain trying to really hammer home the despair you're inflicting on the protagonist, or you're giving a rousing speech, or you're just trying to emote through a very funny scene. Overacting works for all of these.
Out of curiosity, I don't know. You might not know because I don't know what you played it in. But do you know if Mr. Rekka's English voice is any good?
He is a stock actor, but they let him go ham, and yeah, it's pretty good. I've heard his voice before.
An underacted Mr. Rekka would not be a character.
Yeah, they just let him go ham, and he has a lot of fun with it. But I've definitely heard his voice before. He's not one of my favorite actors. I think there are better ones. But I can't recall his name off the top of my head. But he does fine for that role because they just let him go have fun with the role. They don't try and hold him back. And I think I'm starting to wonder how much of the bad English acting, especially in voice work, is directors trying to tone down the performance of their actors.
Well, the thing is I'm not really sure where your pedigree as the ADR guy comes from. Like, how do you if English voice acting seems to my ear to almost all be terrible? How do you become a good ADR?
I don't
Like,
know.
if they just hire the guy who says that they are because they've produced 25 games in their portfolio that all have flat English voice acting, and he's experienced. Of course, you're going to get the same thing over and over again because he thinks that's how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah. So we'll carry on because we're way over time, and there's got a couple. Well, this is about the last thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, just about anyway.
Trip at some
But
point.
But yeah, there's nothing redeeming about this game. It's immediately being shown as.
There was one other thing about it actually that really annoyed me that nobody else seems to be commenting on.
Oh.
The product placement.
Oh, the Porsche spaceship.
The Porsche spaceship and every electronic device inside it has a Sony logo on it. So that is just why?
Because they can.
Because they can. So the game looks bad. It looks really bad.
What goodwill does he think he's trading on here?
Like I think that Cuckman does not realize just how big of a flop The Last of Us's credibility is taken after two.
Yeah.
I mean, he has lied low. He did lie low for a while.
Yeah, and maybe he thinks it's past, but Neil Cuckman.
No.
But Last of Us 2 was so bad that I don't think any amount of laying low will let that blow up.
Yeah, I think that the moniker Neil Cuckman is too closely aligned with his name on the internet now. Like it just comes to mind for a lot of people, and then when people think, oh, why do I remember this? Why was I calling him this? Oh, right, he made that travesty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. When even the most rabid Last of Us fans hated Last of Us Part 2, you know you're done messed up.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter what perspective you come from, you still hate that game. Like there's no demographic which is a fan of it. other than that demographic of people who always defend the thing that everybody hates.
We want to get railed by a particular group of people that'll get us banned on YouTube if we mention them.
People who like suffer porn.
No. There's a specific type of group
I
of
know.
people.
I'm not talking about
He-
them.
Yes, Fern is quite pointedly steering you away.
I am steering
Take
you
the
away
hint.
from that topic because
Take the
no.
hint because it's nearly 9 p.m. and I have to pack for a trip and I still need to do chance domains.
All right. So the last thing is Game of the Year. They got the previous year's winner up, who is Sven of Larian Studios, who got up and told the industry off.
What for this time?
Basically saying the Game of the Award next year will be a game that is made with love and not made for money or politics. That's a very, very abbreviated version of it.
He was very good with his subtle jab, but I did like that he did take the jab.
Yeah, because ultimately that's what he went into Baldur's Gate 3 to do, is to make a game that he wanted to play.
It was a very artful display in presentation where he put it out there in a way that uses stock phrases but angled them all in a way to take a jab at the current games of service slop industry.
Yep, and yes, he did call out making games for the sake of politics as well.
Yeah, he did. He did
That
call
was
that.
stuck in there.
He did call that out explicitly, and was the most explicit jab he took.
Yeah.
Pity
So-
none of the people in the audience were listening.
Oh no, they ultimately not the people who will listen.
But the attempt was made. That's
The
okay.
attempt was made.
I did also like that the winner got up, and this got them quite a few points in my book, and just said, screw it, we don't care about the formalities and legal hurdles for it. We're gonna give props to a certain company who we will just barely skirt the legal boundary of by not mentioning by name, who inspired us to go through with this.
Yep. And also basically got up and said, thank you, Sven, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Did you
So-
guys even say who won? Because I don't remember.
No, we're still dancing around it.
We're still
Okay.
dancing around it because, honestly, you can probably figure it out by now.
I don't know who was even on the list though. So
It was Astrobot.
The nominees were Astrobot, Balataro, Monkey King Wukong, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Metaphor. And Astrobot won.
I don't really like any of those, for one, to be totally honest.
Yeah. I mean, I have not played Astrobot, but just the fact that it's a competent, just video game,
Yeah.
I'll
But
take it.
I didn't, until it was brought up again for the award show, I didn't remember that it had even existed, unlike the other ones on that list.
Yeah, well, that's because stuck on a PS5 as a console exclusive.
Yeah. If it wasn't,
But this
basically
isn't the PlayStation Awards though. This is the Game Awards.
You could have fooled me because it sure
could've
seemed
fooled
like
us.
it sure seemed this is what we were getting at the beginning of the show, because
Yeah.
Sony got a lot more billing this show, the entire show.
They did.
It-
So
it-
I will give it credit. Like every
They got a
bit
lot
of
more
game-
billing from Jeff Keighley, as in he gave them a bill to pay.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
or they gave Jeff money and then he gave them snippets they can use to sell more products because they need anything they can get.
Now I will say that every bit of gameplay I've seen from Astrobot has been incredibly charming and fun and just video game ass video game.
At this point, I will take a video game winning the award, even if it's not the most innovative or the most amazing thing we've seen, because it just I'm tired of seeing toys up there. I'm tired of seeing live service garbage up there. I just want a single player video game to win.
Yeah, something fun and charming and fun.
And if I have to work within the restraints of the picks that he had, Black Myth Wukong is the only other contender.
Yes.
I'm really not sold on Astrobot. It didn't really move the needle for me.
Honestly,
again,
if you
I
took
don't
out
know if
the, if you took out the Sony console exclusivity and the product placement in Astrobot, it would be just a charming little game that anyone could grab up.
I mean, maybe I can't say that it wouldn't be. I don't have any clue. It's just that whole slate seems a little bit
Nah.
disappointing.
Yeah.
Like as the slate of the top games. Like that's not to say any individual game was bad, but if this is like the peak that we have to offer for the year, it was a bad year.
It was a bad year though. Like this year had probably more major AAA flops in it than any year going.
Yeah, I judge the state of a year based on how many games I personally played single player and how much time I spent playing my go-to back long runners for whatever that given time period is. And this past year, over 3/4 of the year was spent with the long.
Yeah, and that's not just you. That's a thing across the industry. Like you're seeing the big AAA games who are posting numbers or people who are scraping numbers from Steam. And aside from a couple of standouts, those numbers have dropped across the board.
Yeah.
Because people are just going back to playing old games and going back and playing their backlogs.
Yeah, their
Because
backlogs.
they don't have the money to spend on big AAA games.
It just seems like it seems like there's entries that, like, I don't know, maybe I've got the timing wrong. Why is Power World not on the list?
Power World probably should have been on the list.
Like, that was a phenomenon.
It should have been on one of the lists at least, but I wonder if it didn't make the list because of its current legal shenaniganery and Keighley didn't want to deal with it.
Save pissing off Nintendo.
Yeah, which
that's a pretty bad reason.
It is a bad reason.
It's also a very Keighley reason that I could believe.
Yeah, it's a bad reason, but it's a credible reason.
Like we got to remember we're working with Keighley here.
Yeah, like I would at least like to see Power World nominated. I think did it get a nomination anywhere?
Maybe in one of the very minor no-name awards. Might have got a token nomination.
Let's see. Dragon's Dogma. Oh yeah, Dragon's Dogma was this year, wasn't it?
Yep.
But it only got like nominated for Best RPG.
Yeah.
I forgot that was this year. I thought that was last year. Best Independent.
If I was to look at what people were excited about this year, like what people actually cared about from, the point of view of where I'm seeing what is being funneled to me by social media on the not the following, but the stuff that the algorithm thinks I will be interested in. It would be things like people talked about Power World, people talked about Balatro, people talked about nobody talked about Hades except to try and dunk on anti-SJWs for some reason. I'm not really sure what was going on there.
I didn't pay much attention to it, honestly.
What else? People talked about Wukong, of course, at great length. People talked about Space Marine. People talked about Dragon Ball. People talked about Frostpunk.
Yep.
People only talked about Metaphor to criticize it. I didn't see a single person saying anything nice about it. Everything I saw was criticism. People talked about Dragon Age Veilguard for the same reason, just criticism and nothing else. But that was basically it. I suppose Star Wars Outlaws, nobody talked about it because it was dead on arrival, so it didn't get as much discussion as Veilguard, which Veilguard got a bit more discussion because it was such an egregious case as opposed to merely being bad.
Yeah, like Star Wars was just flat, bad, boring, ugly characters. Whereas Veilguard went out of its way to annoy and piss off.
Outrage as many people as possible in the shortest possible time. But yeah, that's the sorts of things that people were discussing with enthusiasm. And I kind of expected those things to at least appear on the diagram, but I guess not. I guess Keighley's got his financial concerns to worry about.
Yeah. I wouldn't have actually been surprised if there was a sizable wad of cash handed over just to keep Power World off the billet.
Maybe, I don't know.
This is probably the first time that Pokemon has ever had a threat.
It might have been an inverse one rather, that they were like, okay, we're going to slap you with this lawsuit.
Yeah.
if you get involved in this.
They're going to draw you into it.
Yes,
But they did
you're
still put
promoting this
up
thing
the
or
trailer
something.
for the expansion or the next patch.
Yeah,
So-
that's a little different than actually putting the thing actively in your own show.
Yeah.
Running an ad they paid you for. There's plausible deniability, and Nintendo's probably not going to have a reason to go after you for that.
So, yeah. All right.
Yeah, but-
I think that was everything.
yeah, what a disappointing
Oh, yeah.
show.
They got
Most
the
weeks finale.
they got their usual annual compilation video of music video orchestra thingy with the flute guy going absolutely ham. But that was about it. Also,
Oh,
the
yeah.
guy with the glass trumpet.
Yeah, but Flute Guy had a lot more in this. He had like some weird hybrid of an oboe and a bass clarinet that was freaking huge at the end.
I don't know what that thing was.
I could not see it because the camera was too far zoomed out, but it looked like
Could have been a bass clarinet, but that's probably my closest guess.
like that
Yeah,
is
Pretty
the
sure I've
biggest.
seen photographs of this guy.
Yeah, that's the biggest freaking bass clarinet I've ever seen. And I used to
Honestly-
play one.
Yeah, if you told me that this guy, while he was playing his instruments, was constantly being electrocuted, I could believe it.
His hair did seem to get more frazzled as the thing went on.
Yeah. So you had everyone else in the orchestra being completely normal, playing their instruments, maybe dancing and jiggering a little bit, and then there's this guy off to the side going absolutely ham.
And you had the guy dressed like a freaking redneck trucker on the drums.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they've formally marketed Astria Yao now. She's ether support.
Oh, cool.
So with that, that's done. We're finished.
Game Awards done.
Game awards are done. Thank
All right.
goodness.
Yep, we knew this would be a long one. Not as long as it could. No, it's 5 hours and 19 minutes.
Yeah, it's long.
I was hoping that number would still say 4. My hard drive's gonna hate me. But yeah, we'll have follow up commentary probably next week for our last show. I think it's our last show of the year next week or
Yeah,
this
we could
week.
have made this one the last show of the year, but next week's probably not going to be a
No.
regular show. It'll probably just be a very chill one.
Yeah. We normally plan this out ahead of time, but we didn't talk about this ahead of time this year, so we don't actually know what our.
We've all been busy.
Yeah, we've kind of had our priorities elsewhere until the tail end of this week. So we'll figure it out. If there is no show next week for whatever reason, I'll make a post about it and let you know. Otherwise, for now, plan for the next show to be the last one of the year, and we will return the second week of.
Yep.
All right. I also corrected the numbering because next show is supposed to land on a 50. The numbering got out of whack, so if you're wondering why this show has a 9 at the end when the last one had a 7, it's because I fixed the numbering by just skipping 2 numbers.
Because sequence is hard.
Yeah, well, when I was taking over the rig earlier in the year, I didn't keep up with the numbers because I was not running things right.
Aha. Okay. Take us
Alright.
out.
All right, folks. We will see you next week. Sayonara. Bye-bye.